Welcome to MINDSHOCK Live Q&A 86th edition. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And as always, anything and everything goes, and we discuss it all in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies. Unlike everything else out there, if you want to help support the podcast, you can do it to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel. That way, drop any questions, comments, statements, insults of any kind in the live chat. I'll try to get to all of them. Welcome, Scott Hawkins. If Flat Bob is in here, I think he might request a stay of discussion on the Tate brothers in the news like crazy. Although I will offer this tidbit. Ever since I've been laughing at the Tate derangement syndrome goofscope spiraling on Twitter, I've had a massive uptick in hack attempts on my accounts, which is quite curious. There definitely appears, again, innocent or guilty, there's definitely a concerted effort to take down the Tates. They do not want influential people out there. Welcome, Blue Heron Digital Art. Were you an OG listener? Were you there from the beginning? I know you said you were listening to MINDSHOCK on the channel that went down, but were you there from the beginning? When did you start listening to MINDSHOCK? Blue Heron says, have you covered the NG case? If not, why? What is the NG case? Is it that well known that you can just drop those initials like that? NG? I do not know what you were... Oh, Nancy Guthrie. No. I've looked at it. Possibly mentioned on the live very briefly when it was first breaking. Or maybe somebody asked me if I was going to cover that. I don't remember. I don't like to cover cases right as they're breaking, unless something is so obvious. I'm not sure. I think I might have covered one case that was breaking. I don't remember. But, yeah, I mean, I like to... There needs to be a certain amount of info to dissect. Most of the time, it's just not there regarding breaking cases. But now there appears to be enough information on that case to cover. I think now there's enough, so I could probably cover it. But at the beginning, there really just was not much information. So what does everybody want to get into today? What does everybody want to get into?
Let's get crazy. Let's get crazy.
Their expressions are hilarious right there. What are everybody's thoughts on the director's cut of Lionheart with Jean-Claude Van Damme? Now that's a great question. Or, okay, Blue Heron says, I'd love to hear your observations on NG. I don't think I was an OG. I came on around the Making a Murderer era. That was the OG era. I mean, were you there from like episode 1 to 5-ish? That was right at the beginning. First few months of MINDSHOCK, year 1. Maybe I need to do a new playlist. Year 1 MINDSHOCK. The OG. The OG stories.
You think everybody has done a Kruger guilt?
Well, ain't they?
You think everybody has done a Kruger guilt?
Well, ain't they?
Great question, Mick. Great question there, Mick. think we need to do a new badge or something. OG badges. We should do that. We should definitely do that. Welcome, Sarah Catherine. Orier1 says, do you think whoever harmed Maura Murray was linked to the Haverhill weirdness, or do you think that weirdness was all a happy coincidence to them? I go back and forth on this quite a bit. So here's the thing, I don't believe in coincidences, generally. So I've mentioned this many times, I'll mention it again for any new listeners. So I've been looking at true crime for quite some time. And it seems just the best investigators with the most experience, most of them also say this. Just about every single case has that one coincidence that doesn't fit. But Haverhill isn't one. There's a mountain. Everything from the U.S. Marshal activity, the DEA activity in this hamlet in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it's not one. It's like 1,000 in Haverhill. Then you got another 1,000 at UMass. Then you got maybe 100 at West Point. I mean, there's just too much. There's too much. For it to be a coincidence. No, it's definitely linked. I would say it's definitely linked. Bruce McGuire making one of the few positive claims ever in the history of MINDSHOCK. Now, that doesn't mean Maura was actually out there, but there's got to be some kind of a link. Even if it's a mistaken identity of the Saturn being a drug mule vehicle, I mean, there's just something there. There's something that spiraled all of that. It's not a coincidence. So what does everybody want to start with tonight? Welcome, Pinto Sack. Pinto Sack says, speaking of coincidences, I just woke up from a nap and this Q&A started. That is coincidental because I do Q&As at all times. No day of the week is safe. No hour is safe. No time zone is safe. Blue Heron Digital Art says, what do you think about any new developments in the Dominic Ramsey case, specifically DNA not from someone in the family? Yeah, so there's so many problems with DNA testing technology. I mean, I really don't think the faith in DNA tech is warranted, especially after all the history of all the wrongful convictions with DNA matches, with all the crime lab corruption, switching labels, contaminations, just the threshold, the testing thresholds. In another 50 years, looking back to today's DNA testing, it's gonna be looked at. It's so rudimentary and inaccurate. I mean, just look at the DNA tech from 30 years ago, from 20 years ago. It's practically bunk. Orier1 says, I don't think either, but I don't think happy accident were the right words to use. Just when you consider West Point, UMass, Haverhill, and more, it's unbelievable. Yeah, there has to be likes. I mean, you can't win the lottery every single day. It's just not going to happen. I think when you consider the other coincidences, by the way, if you guys haven't looked at the Jody Heisentrud case, I just started covering that. I got 4 episodes so far, and it's already the biggest deep dive, the most comprehensive logical analysis of the case, and there's so much more. That one has so many coincidental deaths specifically linked to it. It's really curious. Orier says, I was asking specifically in consideration of your final theory video about her never being up there and the car breaking off of the hitch there. Yeah, even if she wasn't up there. Yeah, correct. So it's possible she was present at the early... Okay, man, am I really going to be breaking out Maura Murray here for the live Q&As? I don't really like to go into the true crime. I was doing true crime Q&As too. I think I did a couple of those. I don't really like to get into the true crime on these. These are just more generic and other stuff. But why not? Why not? I mentioned this in the final theory, but I don't think I hammered down on it as much as I wanted to. Gun to the head, if I had to guess. I don't know, maybe Maura Murray was up there and the Butson sighting was legit. Is it coincidental that Bruce McKay just happened. He just happened to be at the bank across the street from the Butsons, which did have security camera footage that nobody knows what happened to. Right across from where supposedly Maura Murray was spotted during the Butson sighting. Now, I'm not sure she ever made it to the Weather Barn corner. I don't know what happened before they hit that corner. I don't know what's going on with the earlier accident. So the accident that happened earlier, it's plausible Maura Murray was there, but we still don't know that for a fact either. Even if Maura Murray was up in that area and the Butson sighting was legit, or someone was posing as Maura Murray. Now, I really don't think Aaron Larkin would do the trick. I mean, perhaps Kate Markopoulos might be a little closer to Maura in the dark at a distance. In the dark at a distance, but I don't know. I don't know. Did Maura and other individuals make it up there to a party and she wasn't really with the Saturn? I don't know. But gun to the head, I would say it's possible she was up in that area, but not with the Saturn. Yeah, I'm again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. The motto, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, and we're not even sure about that. I don't know. It might be possible that Maura Murray did leave the UMass area. Obviously, we don't have proof of that. We have no proof of that. But I think it's plausible. It is theoretically possible she was in that area without being with the Saturn. Or possibly following in the second vehicle, so they're going to dump it or whatever. You know, the other theory, of course, is that other individuals are doing all that and more is not with them, but I don't know. The butts, I'm not willing to dismiss things like coincidence theorists are. Like, oh, authorities, couldn't verify it. Like, the Butson sighting might be legit. Without the security video from the bank, how would you know? How would you know? O'Reilly says, thank you for your in-depth coverage of the case. You're one of the only ones who have. Yeah, I mean, that's the longest-running series on MindShock, one of the most perplexing cases ever. I think the Jody Husentrude case might be the second most perplexing with the most amount of coincidences. And I think that one is very solvable. I think that one's more solvable than the Maura Murray case, actually. But I think it's possible, but all these cases will be solved. I mean, just look at all these other cold cases with far less information out there getting solved. So it seems like there's some kind of wrench or variable preventing these cases from being solved, like Maura Murray, Jody Husentrude, some of these other cases. The Breonna Maitland case is a little bit weirder. That one, the coincidence stack is not a mile high. It looks like it might have been, individuals she was previously affiliated with, drug party scene, etc., and it's mostly incompetent law enforcement just preventing the, solving that. Possibly a CI in the mix, but nowhere near as complicated as Maura Murray or some of these other cases. But let's get to non-true crime topics. These live Q&As are supposed to be fun and out there. So what does everybody want to talk about? Steven Seagal? Chuck Norris? I don't think we spent enough time talking about Chuck Norris. I just did a clip with Chuck Norris' final film might be his best. Chuck Norris, Vanilla Ice in Zombie Plane, slated for release 2027 at this point. It got pushed back quite a bit. I think they filmed it like 2 years ago or something. Because we were covering that when Chuck was still alive. Nobody has any requests of any kind? What's going on here? Reptilian shapeshifters from Hollow Earth, Bigfoot Terminators, Yeti, Sasquatch, interdimensional Yeti. Steven Seagal actually broke that theory in the mainstream. We covered that. Blue Heron says, I have followed the Jody case. It seems to point towards her male friend John, in my opinion. Are you pointing in that direction? I also heard about Jody dating someone shortly before disappearance. Check out my series. 4 episodes, my friend. John Van Cise is a curiosity, but there's a mountain of other coincidences and deaths that may not directly linked to John Van Cise. Van Cise, whatever. It's gonna be a Scott Tadice jackass situation with Van Cise. Yeah, Blue Heron, definitely check out the Jody case. I got 4 episodes on that. if John was involved, for some reason, I don't think John was involved alone if he was involved. But I'm not sure he was. But he might have known who was, because he was possibly had drug connections, just all the money he had for being some kind of seed salesman or something. I mean, it's the Midwest, but seed salesmen aren't known for having multiple real estate properties plus boats, etc. Living the lavish lifestyle. South to West says, will the U.S. recover from the loss of Seagal to Russia? That was a huge blow for our country. I mean, it's only been downhill since. It's only been downhill since. I mean, that much we know for sure. You know another curiosity I haven't talked about? The Piers Morgan linchpin. The Piers Morgan catalyst. Let me see here. So, Steven Seagal, lawman and also Border Patrol agent. So, Seagal's on the border, gets on the border, what was that? Was it 2016-ish? Look at these all-time highs. And then as soon as Seagal gets on the border, on the southern border, Arizona, I think mostly he worked. Look at this plummet into 2017. Look at that plummet. Can anyone dispute this plummet right here being solely a result of Steven Seagal leaving Louisiana and becoming Border Patrol, working Border Patrol? I mean, look at this plummet. And then as soon as Seagal leaves for Russia, and then it's all over for America. Seagal leaves for Russia 2017, 2018. Can anyone dispute this? Yeah, I don't think the U.S. ever recovered from Seagal leaving for Russia. The border definitely hasn't. South to West says, can Seagal end the war in Ukraine? Peace requires a spiritual leader like Seagal. Well, that's a more complicated question. Sarah says, I was wondering about your book. I'm working on a few different books. Obviously, they're going to be comprehensive and exhaustive, so these are not short projects by any stretch of the imagination. I've been working on them for quite some time. Definitely not going to release them quickly. They need to be exhaustive and comprehensive. Okay, so regarding the Piers Morgan enigma, so Steven Seagal, no longer an A-lister, no longer, you know, the talk of Tinseltown. Nobody's talking about Steven Seagal when he appears on Piers Morgan. I know I said I wouldn't talk about the Tates that much today, but we gotta, if we're talking about Piers Morgan, I mean, this is just crazy. Let's look here. Piers Morgan. I covered this on the Seagal series. If you haven't checked out the Steven Seagal series, over 30 hours of receipts on the most accomplished human being living today in the most amount, I mean, just in every form of human endeavor, Steven Seagal has accomplished the most. Master of all trades, jack of none. What kind of name is Piers? How many people are named Piers? But, anyway, wait, oops, there. Yeah, so, oh, my bad, 2012. Wait, hold on, did I get my dates mixed up? So Steven Seagal got Russian citizenship in 2016. But I'm not sure when he actually moved. I don't think he moved. Did he not move to Russia until, I mean, obviously he visited many times. Oh, wow. So yeah, it was 2018. So he's full-time. Yeah, okay, so I got that right. So he's full-time in Russia 2018. So he's on the border. I think he worked Border Patrol through, let me double check that. So he was sworn in full-time deputy sheriff to patrol the border October 2011. So he actually never formally resigned. Very interesting. Very interesting. So this might be off. He was there possibly through 2000. This might have been his effect here on this plummet. On this plummet. He might have no longer been on the border here. So this might not be due to him. I think this drop might be Seagal. But needless to say, look what happened after. Anyway, so let's go through the Piers Morgan catalyst. So he's on Piers Morgan. I'm going to play this whole clip. It's only a couple minutes. It's like 7 minutes. And so nobody's coming out accusing Steven of anything. Until this Piers Morgan interview, fall 2012. Fair is here, obviously. Fair is all the time.
Seagal on Law and Order in the Trayvon Martin case.
If he really did follow this guy after dispatch said, you know, do not follow him, and then started an altercation with him, I would arrest him in a heartbeat.
And standing his own ground. You still fight?
Yes, I do.
You still dangerous? Steven Seagal isn't just an action movie star. He's also been in law enforcement, working as a reserve deputy chief. He's with us tonight to talk Hollywood, life, keeping America great, Trayvon Martin, and other issues. But let's start. Let's talk about Trayvon Martin briefly, this case that sort of gripped America at the moment.
I think this was Steven Seagal's first interview. He had a follow-up interview. Hold on. Yeah, so he's on twice. This is April 2012. And then he did Good Morning Britain with Piers Morgan 2017. So I don't know if there was an aftermath after this one, but we'll watch both because this is my track.
This young black teenager killed in the street, unarmed, under a law which at the moment has protected the guy that killed him. It's called Stand Your Ground. Now, you're a tough guy actor. Right. You've stood your ground toe-to-toe with the best of them. What do you think about this case?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I don't have all the details. I've been a police officer for over 20 years, and I've investigated murders and all kinds of different crimes. Originally, you know, I was told that this was a situation where this guy was a neighborhood watch person who saw somebody that he thought was sort of shady and suspicious. He called it in and dispatch told them, do not follow him, leave him alone. And then the guy continued to follow him, came up on his porch and started an altercation with him. Now I'm being told none of that is true. So if you can tell me what really happened, I can give you my opinion.
My feeling is that he should at least be arrested. You know, the legal process has to at least start, doesn't it? If somebody's dead,
I mean,
lying there unarmed and dead.
You know what I can tell you? Any of the guys on my team, if they did that, they would be on suspension and possibly in jail.
This issue of stand your ground. Florida is one of the states that has, quite a few states have it. I think there's 20 now that have this. But Florida has the most pronounced version of this law, the most generalized. And they've seen an explosion in cases of people using it to
Fair use, obviously, here.
get off, effectively killing people.
Look at all this fair use going on. And also notice how Seagal started it off with he doesn't have all the details. So he's not immediately jumping into propaganda and all this goofery like Piers Morgan always does.
What do you
I don't even know why he gave Piers Morgan an interview.
think about the right to defend yourself? Where are the parameters? You've been on the law enforcement side.
I think
You've been in tough movies. What do you think?
everybody certainly has the right to defend themselves. That's not to say that they should defy common sense by avoiding or diffusing confrontation. And that's very, very important. You know, in other words, if somebody comes up to me and calls me any name he wants to and talks about my mama, I'll say, I'm happy you feel that way, and I'll turn around and walk away. Conversely, if he starts swinging at me or pulling out a weapon, then stuff's going to change right away.
Stuff.
And I think everybody really has to understand that. This law doesn't say that you should look for altercations. What it really should say is you should do anything and everything you can to be able to avoid confrontation. However, as a last resort, if you're really indeed in fear for your life, you have the right to defend your life. That's what that law is. That's the spirit of that law.
Let's talk
Man, Seagal should have been a judge. Can you imagine? Seagal for president. Seagal's probably... Now, I'm not a statist, but if someone like Steven Seagal was at the helm, oh man, stuff would get cleaned up. Imagine somebody trying to intimidate Seagal into something.
movies.
I mean, he's actually an ambassador for Russia. Like, he actually works in politics.
I got tired of coming up with last-minute desperate solutions to impossible problems.
I like how they go from that to Seagal and Tommy Lee Jones in Undersea.
Problems created by other
Fair use, obviously.
people.
All of your ridiculous, pitiful antics aren't going to change a thing. You and I, we're puppets in the same sick play. We serve the same master.
You know what else is interesting, though? I kind of likened Andrew Tate to the new Alex Jones, but Andrew Tate's also kind of like Steven Seagal. Anti-establishment to the hilt. People can't be too happy about that. Notice how all the woke goof celebrities, they're all celebrated. None of them are canceled. There's no false charges being trumped up on any of them. If you're woke and you toe the propaganda line, you're protected. If you don't...
And he's a lunatic and he's ungrateful. There's nothing we can do about it.
It was Under Siege, a terrific action film that grossed $160 million worldwide. Made Steven Seagal an international superstar. You had this huge hit. I think it's fair to say you haven't had one quite like that since. Do you care? I mean, once you've had a huge hit like that, is that enough for a movie star?
For me, if God blessed me with that one great hit, I'm satisfied, but I still got a lot in me, and I'd still like to get out there and tell a lot more stories cinematically, and if God willing, I'll get the chance to do that.
What do you think of your country right now?
Piers is like a non sequitur master. I mean, obviously master of all logical fallacies. There's not a lot of people dumber than Piers Morgan. I mean, this guy's a retard maxer. But I mean, he could. I mean, his verbal diarrhea spam is not quite like he's not up to the kind of that Destiny can spew. I mean, Destiny's the master of verbal diarrhea and fallacy spam. But Piers Morgan, I mean, very rarely is he not spamming a fallacy. But again, these blasphemers. Exit Wounds is pretty legit, 2001. And of course, Steven Seagal making his comeback recently this past year with Order of the Dragon set to release either this year or next year. Biggest comeback of all time, probably.
What do you make of what's happening to America?
I think one of the biggest problems that we have right now is border security.
Aaron's Energy in the chat says, oh boy, Seagal night. I see. Oh man, welcome Aaron's Energy. Well, see, Piers Morgan was the catalyst here because there's some interesting similarities by the propaganda, whether you call it a Matrix attack or whatever you want, by the propaganda against Seagal, Jones, Alex Jones, and Andrew Tate. Like these mass coordinated attacks. To me, that's even more interesting. I mean, obviously, you know, the guilty should be punished, but to me, that's more fascinating than whether they're guilty or innocent. Again, that's not to downplay any actual victims if there are any.
And I think that, you know, it seems to me that there are certain administrations in Washington who are probably thinking that they may like to have open borders, and therefore a lot of what's going on in the borders, in my opinion, is under-publicized, to say it lightly.
Because you live in Arizona.
Right. And I think that there's well over 50,000 people that have been killed in the border wars in the recent past. That's more than Afghanistan and Iraq put together. I work for Joe Arpaio, who I think is a great sheriff and a great man, and I think that...
I mean, just think about how crazy it is. Like a Hollywood action movie star, potentially former CIA or CIA adjacent, actually works as a cop on Border Patrol. Like this multi-millionaire, the most accomplished living human, this reincarnated llama officially recognized. This guy, just incredible blues musician. This guy actively works Border Patrol also. I mean, there's no one like Steven Seagal.
What's happening down there is not at all racial. It's not an immigration problem. It's really a matter of national security. And
I mean, again, for like a lot of the goofs who don't understand like what I'm saying, I mean, imagine like Tom Cruise or something, or even Jackie Chan, even the great Jackie Chan, if he actually worked as a real cop, a real sheriff's deputy, border patrol, etc. Like even the biggest action stars ever, none of them, all of them pale in comparison to the real life credentials of the great one, the one and only Steven Seagal.
Our borders need to be checked and monitored. I think that, you know, there's...
He's actually friends with Andrew Tate, for people that don't know. Did I ever play that clip? I think I played that clip in the Seagal series. It's no surprise that him and Andrew Tate are friends. I don't know where that, I have no idea where that clip would be. And what's funny is, what's funny is, I think Andrew Tate said, like, they talked to each other on the phone. I think I'm not sure if they might have actually met once. I think Andrew Tate said, or Steven Seagal told Andrew Tate that one of Steven Seagal's many children, his son in Mongolia, he says Andrew Tate's like the most popular guy in Mongolian school. In Mongolia. Everybody loves Andrew Tate. I mean, it's crazy. Andrew Tate is like the next generation Seagal, the next generation Alex Jones, all rolled into one. Because Alex Jones, I mean, I know he was like, did a little bit of bodybuilding, but Alex Jones is not a fighter. He's not like a martial arts master. I mean, Alex Jones, as great a thespian as he is, no doubt a greater thespian than both Seagal, I'm not blaspheming here, than Seagal has demonstrated, or Andrew Tate has demonstrated. Let me see if I can get that clip, because it's pretty funny. Oh, I think I did. Let's see here. Oh, so they did meet. Check this out.
Bro,
Here's the Andrew Tate Steven Seagal crossover. No one knew they needed.
Steven is, they say never meet your heroes, but you should meet Steven Seagal. Total legend. He is based. He knows everything about woke culture, America collapsing, the truth about all these wars, everything. All the things I've been saying about the Matrix, he knows all of it, completely head to toe. He lives in Russia now because he likes Christian values and all girls and no dumb shit. So I guess it kind of makes sense. So when I was sitting with him, he was trying to call Putin when I was sitting with him. I was like,
Andrew Tate sitting around hanging out with a 70-plus-year-old Steven Seagal. What kind of timeline is this?
bro, that's one, listen, they already hate me. That's one step too far. Let's just chill for a second. Bro, with him. He was trying to call Putin when I was sitting with him. I was like, bro, listen, they already hate me. That's one step too far. Let's just chill for a second.
Andrew Tate was too scared to get on a phone call with Putin. Blue Heron Digital Art is a Tate hater, is he? If you haven't checked out the Tate podcast I did, Tate is a caricature persona, like a live action GTA character. Tate is a live action GTA character. I mean, does anybody actually think he's serious with those jokes? I mean, obviously those are not the jokes that I would make, but I mentioned this in the Tate podcast. Tate is like due to our degenerate times. Like Tate is like an Alex Jones or Steven Seagal for the current degenerate generation. That's why he connects with them. The reason he connects with young boys have to live in this degenerate woke society, like far worse than anything we could have imagined. You know, but I say we, you know, anybody older than a teenager. Like we couldn't imagine growing up in such a degenerate, woke, failed society. So everything, like Tate's humor is a result of that. But if I had, like, the reason Tate is on, he was the most Googled man or whatever in 2022. The reason he's so influential is I don't think it's just because he's, you know, anti-system, anti-establishment. I mean, Seagal and Alex Jones were both to varying degrees anti-establishment. But Tate's humor, his degenerate culture humor, I mean, it's satire. Does anybody, like Blue Heron, are you actually mistaking him for being serious? He's satire. He's a satire caricature. And that's why he's so popular.
Hey guys, the master of Aikido, Steven Seagal, is the only person who has managed to send a message to Andrew Tate. He's the only celebrity who has been able to make contact with Andrew from
So I guess they met a few times, because there's a few different pictures.
The outside world. This is what he tweeted. Of all the celebrities trying to get in touch with me, Steven Seagal is the first one to successfully send a message through. You can't stop an Aikido master. As we know from Andrew's video, he has a great admiration for Steven Seagal. He has met him in person on several occasions.
Is there anyone who doesn't admire Steven Seagal?
And they even smoke cigars together. Like, how cool is that?
I wonder if you ask Andrew Tate, what was the most accomplished moment of your life? Would he say smoking cigars with the great one? Blue Heron says, I don't think getting arrested was satire, though. Which time? I mean, I mentioned this before. The Tates might start to set a record of most arrests and most restricted freedom. Like, not one or the other. Obviously, there's people who've been arrested once and sat rotting in prison for decades. I think there's some guy, you know, regarding to the income tax somewhere in New York State, like from the 80s. He still hasn't had his trial. So, due process violations all over the place. But yeah, the Andrew Tate and well, I think Andrew specific. I think Andrew's been arrested more times than Tristan because he was with that. But anyway, yeah, which time are you referring to? Because all these arrests, apparently no legitimate evidence and no trial. South to West says, Seagal believes in building bridges and reaching out across the aisle. We need more of that in our country. Yes, indeed. Well, here's the thing. Seagal's got a sense of humor too, but it's not like, it's definitely not Andrew Tate style. But Andrew Tate is a deceptive genius. Like, he's got the sense of humor at times of a middle schooler, but he's obviously a genius. If you've looked at it, I'm doing a big Andrew Tate deep dive because the way this whole thing unfolded, like, I didn't even know who this guy was until after he got arrested and spent however many months in Romanian prison without a trial, and then was just released, then put on house arrest, and then released off of house arrest, and then put back on house, then arrested again, and then released again. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. Blue Heron says the most recent arrests, didn't they involve human trafficking? I don't really, I mean, if you want me to, since you're an OG, Blue Heron, OGs have certain privileges. So, Blue Heron, if you want, I will put the receipts on the screen and go over the legal timeline again. If you want. If you want. The answer is sort of. But apparently there are new charges involving some kind of child exploitation imagery. So again, this could involve someone hacking their devices. But here's the problem with the whole with the retard maxers who hallucinate that the Tates are definitely guilty. If they're that stupid, like because some of these people on Twitter, like they don't know what satire is, they don't know what humor is. If Andrew Tate is that stupid to be openly bragging about the real crimes he's committing as he's committing them and laughing about them for over a decade, he's obviously that stupid to have the evidence all over his devices and his computers, etc. Now they're saying they randomly have new information on that. So are they saying there's new media on his devices that they just found, and that's the reason for the extradition request? But they also say it's linked to his old charges, which are from 2010. Now, keep in mind, in the UK, he lived in the UK till 2016. So the first charges were either 2009 or 2010, and apparently there was no evidence. So, yeah, I mean, Blue Heron, if you want more information, I'll put all the receipts on the screen. But there's a huge problem there. So, if Tate is that stupid, if he's that much of a moron to have all the evidence, because a lot of retard maxers are saying, oh yeah, he had minors perform on webcam sites. Like, you need government ID, not to mention, like, I didn't know this, I don't know anything about these degenerate sites, but I looked up the guidelines on these sites. If you want to perform on the site, you need to provide government ID, and it's not like AI verifications. Like, there's actual people who verify, because obviously they get in massive trouble if a minor ever performed on any of those sites. So the sites that Tate is alleged to have used for the cam work, and then he's also accused of I guess this is more recent in Romania, of OnlyFans, minors on OnlyFans, whatever. Like, obviously OnlyFans has like their verification system, so he has not been charged with forging government documents, which he would not only would he have to do that, but there's additional verification besides the document being provided that's manually reviewed. So if he's guilty of all this, like, how did he do all that? Like, you know, maybe he did. But if he did, how did he do it? And he's not being charged for all those other things that would have been required to do that. And why would he? Why would a multi-millionaire try to involve minors in this? Like, they can get they have no shortage of willing adult women. That's what the retard maxers don't get. I mean, unless they're psychotic and stupid. If you're arguing they're psychotic and stupid, that they're going to release all these videos online of them beating minors, etc., they would have been locked up a long time ago if they're that stupid to just have all this evidence. So that's the issue with all of that. Blue Heron says, was this on the regular or dark? Okay, so all of the allegations are on like mainstream, like adult cam sites. So you could argue they did it on the dark web, but that's not what's in the case files. You could argue that. That's really messed up. I didn't even think that. That's really dark and messed up. Yeah, like I said, maybe they're guilty, but you'd have to argue that they're really stupid. And if they're that stupid, they would have been locked up in 2010 in the UK. That's the issue with that. So, and again, it seems more likely, like, and again, I'm not saying they're innocent. I actually think they could be involved in a lot of criminal activity, just none of what they were charged with. I have a theory that they potentially could have been involved with drug smuggling, and I'll be going over that in the deep dive. And notice how they're not joking about that in any of their hundreds of hours, right? Because if you're really involved in a crime, why would you openly be joking about the crimes you're actually involved in so people would actually think to investigate that? Unless you're going to make the argument that they're Epstein-level untouchable. But then we have to go back to I think Andrew Tate's way smarter than Epstein. I mean, why would he trust, even if they promised him protection, why would he trust that? Like, he's way too smart. Unless you're arguing everything is an asset and he's an asset and everything is a script, including him getting locked up. Some people are arguing that. Blue Heron says, honestly, I don't know enough about Tate other than the fact that I know he talks about women like they're dogs. I can't stand behind that even if it's satire. So in those jokes, he mainly was just saying that to trigger the goofs. If you listen to any kind of long format interview, he's actually very traditional. And yeah, he sticks up for women. Like, he's more pro-woman than any feminist. But again, in his younger days, he clearly did not turn away adult willing cam models to make money. So clearly he was degenerate in that regard. But that's the other thing. Like, he's pretty honest about it. He wanted to make money. He drew the line. Well, he says he drew the line at legality. But if you're making hundreds of millions of dollars, like, you'd have to be either really stupid, insane, which you would be stupid and insane to believe that you would be protected if you would involve minors in anything. Like, that's just, like, it's so stupid. If they did that, they would have been busted back in 2010. And if they were protected, then how could they have gotten arrested in the first place, right? Unless, again, they ran afoul of something, and I have other theories on that, on, like, Romanian mafia, etc. Scott Hawkins says, how many multimillionaires are in the Epstein files? Kind of not a good argument to say that just because Andrew's rich, he wouldn't do anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're running a business, like, let's say you're running a car dealership making millions, like you're selling Ferraris and Lambos, why would you risk, like, becoming a chop shop and dealing in stolen cars? Like, why would you risk the legal exposure when you're already raking in the millions? My argument isn't that they wouldn't, they're not scumbags or, like the Epstein file. But most of the people in the Epstein files, most of them are like politicians and politically connected, so that's not the Tates anyway. So it's not a congruent argument. But my point is, if you're making that amount of money, why would you open the door to the legal, like, if you don't have to? Like, if you're a Lambo, if you're a Ferrari, or if you're an exotic car dealership, and you're already making a killing, why would you just start dealing in stolen vehicles? Like, the heat, there's no reason for that heat. Like, now, if you're not, right? Like, if you're dead broke, and that's the only thing you can do, that's how criminals operate. But when you're completely loaded, you might, take shortcuts, etc., like all these corrupt politicians. But they were poor, they were broke, and then they apparently engaged in, they actually had a few different things they did. It wasn't just the webcam company, but whatever. But, yeah, what they did is practically no different than, like, any of these OnlyFans managers today. They basically just, they did all the logistics, the banking, and apparently they were pretty open about what they did. So, in terms of, like, the paperwork, the payment, they supposedly, in the case files, they have the actual payments, what the girls got, what the cut. Now, it does appear, it says they didn't report it to taxes, so that might be true, unless they're lying in the case file, but normally, like, what did they get all these people on? They get them on the tax issues, but... And the reason they moved to Romania, which was another issue, it wasn't specifically for criminality, although that could be part of it with the crypto, right? Because UK, US, Australia, like the Western countries, they started taxing crypto. So, not just that, but like all the regulation. The reason they moved to Romania specifically wasn't even the lack of tax on crypto. It was they had business connections there from kickboxing. Like, they fought there. They had spent a lot of time there prior. And Andrew Tate owns 10% of the Romanian MMA promotion. Some of the shading dealings could have actually gone with a casino that he went in on, which was associated with Romanian organized crime. I think that was the real issue. But why would there's no reason to deal with the minors. Like, it's stupid. For them, I'm not talking about like these disgusting politicians that are part of like satanic occult ritual abuse, all that stuff. There's no indication that the Tates are involved in that. Maybe they are, but I haven't seen anything in that direction. So there's really no comparison to the Epstein files there. Because the Epstein files were a bunch of people that were already in the club, right? They're not new people. Welcome, Jeff UNP. SEAGAL perhaps exposed the organizations flying in the refugees and dumped at the border. Well, SEAGAL exposed everything. SEAGAL, in Above the Law, SEAGAL was the first mainstream celebrity to blow the whistle on CIA drug trafficking in Above the Law. We went over that before. So, yeah, I mean, SEAGAL did a lot. Jeff UNP says, rage bait, he respects women who are married and mother. No, he respects all women. If you listen to any long format content, Blue Heron, like he actually saved a lot of women's lives. Like it's weird. He's definitely weird, and his weakness is basically women, which he's admitted many times. So he's actually dated like these club girls. Then he basically said, don't go to the club anymore. Don't hang out with degenerates. Don't do drugs. Don't drink alcohol. And then even after their relationships ended, these women ended up like married and mothers and happy in life, instead of like those old friends that were these party-going druggies that he took those women away from. So if you listen to any long format, like not just women, I mean, Tate respects everybody when he's not joking. The problem is people don't know his sense of humor, and he's almost always joking. Like in the clips, because a lot of these clips are taken from their reality, like their vlogs where they're just screwing around. They're just traveling and having fun. But if you listen to any super serious like podcast interview, like he gives his real thoughts on everything. Blue Heron says, maybe Tate got too greedy and felt untouchable. You mean to get into illegal stuff or just in general? Because that might be true. I think he actually admits that himself. Like, Blue Heron saying all these things, you'd actually probably be a big fan if you listen to the totality available information on Tate. Because he says that himself. I think he likened himself to Icarus, who flew too close to the sun at one point. Because he does always want more money, but he was, I don't really want to go into it here, but in his Dead Man Switch video, because he said he does not believe he will make it to trial. He thinks he'll either be in prison forever or more likely killed in prison. And so the latest news is that his lawyer, apparently his lawyer is not allowed to see him for the past 2 days, over 2 days now. So I don't think they even have proof of life at this point on the Tate brothers. Blue Heron says, I meant getting into illegal things, but it could apply to... Yeah, and so here's the thing, Blue Heron. Man, Blue Heron's making some great points in this live. Very great conversational points here. For non-martial artists, non-spiritual masters and martial artists like SEAGAL or Tate, I think you are totally onto something. I think a lot of these like Epstein-type degenerate, like these pieces of filth, like the Bushes, the Clintons, etc., like they have no spiritual basis. They're morally bankrupt. Unless Tate is just a total faker with all of this, and SEAGAL, like people that are into martial arts, like they have certain moral boundaries they will not cross. And again, they're also not the same people, because Tate started martial arts super late, like 15, 16, somewhere around there. And so it takes a certain amount of years to become a master. So no doubt, he openly admits to his degeneracy, to a certain level of degeneracy. Obviously, he didn't admit anything illegal regarding females, but there's a certain amount of degeneracy, right? Like, I don't think Steven Seagal plays any kind of S&M games, but who knows? That's his private life, but whatever. Apparently Andrew Tate did at one point. But anyway, yeah, so even if you think you're untouchable, to open that door to hurt children, because yes, I know a lot of these Epstein scum have their own children, but both Tates also have their own children. It just, if you look at the total, and all these people are scum, like Bill Gates, like all these other billionaire scum, like you don't need to do, like, you need to investigate to a certain point. But the Tates aren't like that if you watch the video. Like, yeah, they're jokesters. They're jokesters and pranksters. You know, some of them actually remind me of Mirko Krokop a little bit. Krokop has the craziest, like, pranks from the old Japanese MMA days. Not degenerate humor to my knowledge. I mean, he'd probably be doing that in Croatian or whatever. But not in English. But yeah. It just does not seem, it doesn't seem that way. Jeff UNP says, they all have past of degeneracy. Seagal doesn't, and Tate has the cam business, but he doesn't seem to create hate or division. If he is not joking, he is speaking facts. Yeah, almost, pretty much all of the footage is taken totally out of context. Like him saying he would kill a woman with a machete. It's because someone asked him, like, if your girlfriend woke up because you keep a machete next to your bed, if your girlfriend woke up, grabbed that machete, and tried to kill you, what would you do? And he didn't even give a serious answer. Like, even his answer, so they, not only did they take that out of context to try to make him look bad, but he wasn't even answering seriously. Like, it's crazy. Clark Rice, welcome Clark Rice. But yeah, Blue Heron, if you're interested, I think you should check it out, because just your observations are exactly what he did. Like, he's actually commented on what you're commenting about, which is interesting. Blue Heron says, what about the young men that look up to him? Even if he's joking, they might not take it as a joke and be influenced to treatment. Yes, well, yes, that is an issue. But is that on him? Just like, is it on Hollywood? Is it on violent video games? Like, you're right. You're right. Young kids that are seeing out of context clips, but they, I would argue, they see far worse from most of Hollywood anyway. With all that woo goof, at least even in his jokes, even within his jokes, Tate is not telling people to, like, you know, chop off their own body parts and pretend they're whatever, and feel that the world is obligated to pretend alongside them, etc. But yeah, no, that's always look at the whole internet as a whole. Like, is Tate really the worst thing on the internet? Like, even his jokes, even his worst jokes that you don't know they're jokes, that's not nothing he has said is even anywhere near as bad as a single rap song. Like, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy.
I think this is an amazing gesture from...
And even if you really want to balance it out, too, because again, I didn't even know who these guys were. Clark says rapists deserve prison, don't they? Well, probably far worse than that, right, Clark Rice? But the question is, did they actually commit any crimes? That's the question. Because their victims are on camera saying that they're not victims. Most of them, not all of them. You got Lauren Southern. Lauren Southern claimed that he choked her. Although I don't think even she claims... I think she only claims assault. I think she says all that has happened is that he choked her a little bit and then he left. I don't think even she's I gotta double check that. But yeah, Lauren Southern has a history of many different types of statements. Yeah, exactly, Pentosac. Turn on any TV show and you'll quickly find more filth than anything the Tate's ever said. Yeah, I mean, and they just keep replaying, like, the 10 worst things the Tate's ever said in, like, 20 years. They find, like, 10 little clips of the worst, like, what's the worst thing you've ever said? See, that's not my style of humor, so I've never said anything like that. It's just not my style of humor. But, you know, I've made crazy jokes about, you know, violent things. Obviously I didn't mean them, you know, about, you know, whatever, like, this guy needs a punch in the face, like, something along those lines. I'm not actually advocating for any kind of assaults or anything. I just, you know, in certain context, violent humor can be funny, that, in my opinion. You're not actually gonna do it. You're not actually advocating anybody punch anybody in the face. You just make a joke in a certain situation where it'd be funny if somebody did at a certain point, etc. Like, you know, I've said things like that. Obviously assaulting people is illegal, but, you know, or, you know, I don't know, whatever type of humor. You could joke about, oh, maybe you were the one who assassinated JFK or whatever. That's not an admission of any kind of crime. That's a joke.
Steven Seagal, showing his support for Andrew during these difficult times. This is what it means to be a high-value man. He believes that the West is completely lost and now he lives his life in Russia. He's just like Andrew, a traditional man with traditional values.
Okay, here's the other thing too, like, nobody talks about all of the boys and men that Andrew Tate, that Steven Seagal, that Alex Jones has actually saved. I actually would argue Andrew Tate might have saved the most, right? Just simply advocating to get people in shape. Yeah, Pentosac, right? Now all the Twitter groups are going to clip that and say, Bruce just admitted to being in on the JFK conspiracy. Yeah, just because I made a joke about it, that's clearly an admission of guilt. And then if I teach some kind of class on how to assassinate JFK, then that proves it even further, right? Blue Heron says, it's a slippery slope because I believe in free speech and I am anti-government, but at the same time, what you do on a large media platform influences young, impressionable minds. Well, here's the thing. Tate, those are old clips. That's not, like, Tate, if you actually listen to what Tate is advocating on the large, not those clips are from, like, 15 years ago. They're, like, 10 to 15 years ago. They're not... And he wasn't even, he was basically being a comedian in the clips. He was just joking around. Once he got the larger platform and he started his school, like, so again, I'm not saying anybody should do this. He was charging $49 a month for Hustlers University, taking money out of the pockets of, like, the corrupt banksters and the colleges and all of that. And he created an entire generation of people making money online, not depending on the system. That's why they want to, obviously. Again, even if he's guilty or innocent, how can the system allow somebody as influential as him to continue operating with impunity? Impunity, I mean, in terms of just speaking the truth against the governments. His influence is way too much. Even if regardless of whether his guilt or innocent of specific crimes, has nothing to do with why the so-called system, they're not just going to allow him to run a school with hundreds of thousands of boys. I mean, there were women in the school too. Look at some of the reviews from the young women. They're like, Andrew Tate helped them so much. Motivated them, got them in shape, saved countless people from suicide. Like, Andrew Tate is basically what happens when you have woke media. Are you going to argue, like, would it be better if he didn't have degenerate humor? Yes. But you could possibly argue he would have gotten killed a long time ago if that were the case. You could argue that this might be part of his master genius plan where to appear this way. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying if he's really playing some kind of 5D chess.
Make sure to...
Have you seen Hard to Kill?
Yes.
Have you seen Under Siege?
Of course.
Steven Seagal himself, the Aikido master, has given me a hand, Harvey. I punch this at least 1,000 times a day. I don't want to piss off Steven Seagal.
Here's the thing, too, like, really, Hollywood actually made the Tates, right? Because you have these guys preaching physical fitness, financial responsibility, non-reliance on the system in any way. I think it's really the last part that's the biggest threat, right? Because the Tates preach non-reliance on government systems. Nobody wants, like, the governments don't want that. Pintosack says Tates are a natural reaction to the degenerate liberal culture. Well, here's the other thing, too. Andrew Tate said this himself. In the 1990s, nobody would know who he was, and nobody would find anything he said controversial.
Have you seen Hard to But I'm trying to think of some things I enjoy about it. There's been a couple cool things. I got to meet a couple of my heroes. I was hanging out with Steven Seagal last week. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. He's a legend.
Steven.
Bro, Steven. They say never meet your heroes, but you should meet Steven Seagal.
He's cool.
Total legend. He is based. He knows everything about the cuck woke culture, America collapsing, the truth about all these wars, everything, the truth about the COVID, all the things I've been saying about the Matrix. He knows all of it completely head to toe. The guy's a legend. He knows everything. So I was sitting with him and he was so ridiculously based. He left the West. He's done one more extreme than me, and I've left the West for the Middle East. He's left the West completely and gone to Russia. So he's moved. He lives in Russia now.
Oh, really?
So,
that's interesting.
Yeah. He lives in Russia now because he likes Christian values and hot girls and no dumb shit. So I guess it kind of makes sense. So he's fully on Team Russia now, and he's like, you need to come and. He was trying to call Putin when I was sitting with him. I was like, bro, that's what. Listen, they already hate me. That's one step too far. Let's just chill for a second.
Yeah.
But yeah. So Steven Seagal was good to meet, and then you meet a few other famous people, but. A lot of them are vapeists. A lot of famous people have nothing interesting about them, nothing interesting to say, especially if they're famous for some, like we're known for what we say, right? A lot of famous people aren't known for what they say. They're known for either playing a character or something. So when you meet them in real life, they have nothing to say.
They're actors. They're like script readers.
Yeah, they're just empty.
Yeah.
So a lot of them are just kind of like, meh. It's kind of boring. So, but all in all, there's a few good things. But yeah, the fame certainly affects your life. But you have to be very careful with like private messages, phones, pictures, all that. Like I buy a new phone every week now.
So again, if he's that smart, how did he leave all this obvious evidence? Because if he had, he would have been, tried a long time ago. But it's kind of interesting. Andrew Tate hasn't met a single celebrity that he didn't think was empty, other than, of course, the great one, Steven Seagal.
Maybe I'm getting paranoid, but it's these kind of things that get most scary.
So that is one more mention of Seagal.
All right, what's your weirdest celebrity encounter or celebrity encounter?
That's a good question. I wouldn't say it's the weirdest, but certainly probably, in fact, not probably, 100% definitely the coolest was Steven Seagal.
Okay.
So I met Steven.
Just the fact that Tate puts this much respect on the great one's name, Andrew Tate might be legit. He might be legit.
Steven Seagal, and I've met him multiple times, and we spoke for hours and hours at length. And Steven Seagal is a childhood hero of mine. He's always been one of my heroes. His movies are my favorite movies. And they say never meet your heroes, but that's not true with Steven Seagal. Meet him, because he is completely based. He understands the truth about the world, the truth about...
Jean-Claude Van Damme's kind of based too. I don't think Tate's met him, but Van Damme called out. He blew the whistle on the Rothschild. He blew the Illuminati whistle as well. We went over that clip. Jean-Claude Van Damme.
The Matrix, the truth about the lies they tell you in the West, the truth about the lies of the media. He's completely based head to toe, extremely intelligent, great to be around, and Steven Seagal's a badass.
All right, so let's get back to this clip.
Given that, who do you want to be president?
Well, I mean,
November.
To be honest with you, I am kind of on the fence now, because even the people that are opposing Obama are not necessarily, brilliant in my opinion. But right now, in my opinion, when you have cartel members coming in and recruiting children off of the playground, they're recruiting people who no longer have the tattoos, no longer have criminal records. They're people that are going to be undetectable to come and work for them, and you have them with their, they've been established all over the United States of America now. It's a huge problem. If I'd like to be able to bring a panel in here of some of the great experts on what's really happening on the border and let them tell you for your show, because it would amaze you.
It would be a fascinating show. Part of the problem with the whole debate is that anybody that argues in the way that you're arguing immediately gets labeled racist and so on.
It's nothing to do with
becomes
that.
a different debate, doesn't it?
In Maricopa County, if somebody commits a crime, like we get these high-risk warrants for murder, for rape, for armed robbery, whatever it is, and we go after those people. When we arrest somebody in Maricopa County, we don't care if they're Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Mexican, French, Italian. If you commit a crime, we arrest you. You know?
Your new project, coincidentally, is called True Justice. It starts on March the 30th on the Reels channel. Right. Tell me quickly about that.
Well, I mean, I wanted to set up a situation where I could do kind of a show that would be based on things that I've seen in my career as a police officer and my friends, and derive a lot of the stories that I thought were important, and create a police show that was realistic and a little bit different than the average stuff that's going on.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Pinto Sack says, Bruce, I used to be really into fighting the culture war, etc., but it literally almost killed me and destroyed my mental health. Now I just focus on my family and the little things. Oh, you gotta do what's best for you, my friend. Awareness all starts with yourself, though. So it's not, you know, you gotta be aware for yourself first. Everything comes from there. Jeff UMP says he votes but knows that it's useless. He's probably lying. He cares about politics. He only cares about the danger of cartels, etc. But I'm saying I'm not voting would affect his message in a bad way. Yeah, I think people like SEAGAL and Andrew Tate, like, they promote certain political personalities, Trump or whoever, because they know who they're talking to, right? Like, you can't talk about calculus with someone who's just figuring out arithmetic. Like, why would SEAGAL or Andrew Tate, like, on a mainstream platform like Piers Morgan, why would they talk to literally, I don't know, 30 people who would understand, or maybe not 30, maybe 300, who would understand, you know, the issues with stadiums, maybe even 3,000. There's millions of people listening. They don't want to cut out 99% of the audience by jumping straight to calculus when they know everybody's watching is still figuring out the arithmetic. You know, some of them may be on to trigonometry, but yeah, so I think that's, you know, they know their audience. Why would they cut out all those, the main part of their audience?
Well, what great ambition do you have left? What's the one thing, if I had the power to give it to you, you'd take it?
You know, I've been in Abu Dhabi for the last few months working with them. Very, very honorable people, the people that I've been working with, and they're talking about building a huge multimedia fund to make movies and televisions and different things, and television shows and different things like that. I want to be able to work on a project that will give people around the world the chance to represent their own people, their own culture, their own stories, rather than just Hollywood really, you know, dominating Hollywood. And that's a dream of mine.
Do you still fight?
Yes, I do.
You still dangerous?
Let me tell you this, the guys that I'm training in UFC, you know, some of them have gotten their championship belts, world championship belts, because they've attributed that to me and me teaching them, so I still know a thing or two.
I've always imagined if you're Steven Seagal, every single bar you ever go into in the world, there'll be some jackass in the corner who wants to come and try it on with you. Does that actually happen?
Once or twice.
So supposedly when he was very young, though, because we have no actual record of anybody even attempting to swing on Steven Seagal. And that's one of my pieces of evidence for why he's the most legit. Because everybody talking trash, if they could take him out so easily, not a single person has. Not a single person even tried. So, another curiosity here is, yeah, it's a shame that didn't happen, but you would think between Seagal's fortune and Andrew Tate, they should join forces, possibly with Alex Jones, but Alex Jones might be broke at this point, and, you know, make the anti-Hollywood. Make the anti-Hollywood. That would be quite the force, but they'd probably all be taken out before they'd be allowed to do that, right? There's just too much influence. Although, you know, I don't know if there's that many young people who even know who Seagal is, let alone are big fans. But Andrew Tate's probably one of the most popular guys in the world. He's probably more popular than almost any Hollywood celebrity, if not, for sure. So let's look at this. So here's the curiosity. Here's the Piers Morgan linchpin. So we have here... What the heck? What? Okay, so that was his first appearance on Piers Morgan. This was his, so this is his second appearance, which would be 2017. Oh man, the YouTube lag. What? Okay. Wait, that was the one we just watched. What the heck? It just disappeared. Alright, let's see here. The clip just disappeared. The heck? I just had it queued up. It just totally vanished. Wow, that's so stupid. How could it just vanish like that? Alright, let me see if I can get it. Because I think it was deleted. Okay, I might have to just bring up the SEAGAL. Because it was deleted from the interwebs. I actually got an AI program to recover it just from going to Google Cache, and then ever since I did that, apparently they did something in Google Cache where it doesn't work anymore. But I was able to get it for the SEAGAL series, and I want to go over this interview again. Let's see if I can find it here. From this nice little 30-hour clip. Catchy song like that.
Try to teach flies.
The season they for the tanks over a guy fighting birds. It's the same kind of
Money.
Veracity. Ellen 15. And
Famous actor.
He comes to the set after
Impressed, and you know, at that point, he was so pleased with what.
Lord Zed with a very astute comment here. One thing's for sure, if the llama did that tongue thing in front of Steven, it would be his last mistake.
I was doing. He asked me to come on to the force and be.
Well, some people think the llama is CIA, in which case does that bolster the claims that SEAGAL is also connected with the CIA?
One of his
to Kelly LeBrock, which would only probably out with the Reno. Oh, here it is.
Trump's in.
A modern day Paul Revere. Here it is. I can't believe I found it in this like 10-hour block. That was pretty quick. I only found that it only took me a minute to find this in this 10-hour block of Steven Seagal coverage. Of course, check out the Steven Seagal series on MindShock, the most comprehensive, exhaustive examination of each and every one of Steven Seagal's claims. Steven Seagal has been vocal against, this video is actually still on the internet. Steven Seagal has spoken at some political conferences. I don't know if people know this. He's been quite vocal against a certain individual. A certain individual who other people who have been vocal against have ended up unalived. I mean, I don't know who could unalive Seagal, so, you know, but let's listen to this little clip here. So this is from, here's the timeline here. This is February 22nd, 2014.
This next gentleman, when it was the idea was kicked around that he might run for governor on our show. I just told him a few minutes ago. I'm a big fan, and there's so many of his films that have had the 3-word name, you know. Hard to kill, you know, out for justice. So I said, if you're going to run for governor, you got to have a 3-word campaign slogan.
Steven Seagal was considering running for governor in 2014. I wonder if they would have killed him or tried to kill him if he did run. That'd be interesting. Critter Mama says, I can watch Steven Seagal all day. You're in the right place. You are in the right place.
In to win. Ballots of blood. Ladies and gentlemen, Steven Seagal.
Once again, the date here is February 22nd, 2014.
Well, believe it or not, I had no idea that I was going to be speaking tonight, so I really am not going to fit into the characteristic funny. Everybody's funny tonight. What I have to say is quite serious.
I mean, look at Seagal. Even his impromptu skills are off the charts. Did they not tell him he was going to be speaking? Did they just tell him a second ago, go give a speech? I mean, this guy... I mean, is there anything Seagal can't do?
And what I really want to say is, never in my life did I ever believe that our country would be taken over by people like the people who are running it at this day.
So here we have Steven Seagal, a modern-day Paul Revere, literally putting his life on the line to warn the entire world of what is coming as early as 2014.
And I think that when we have a leadership that thinks that the Constitution of the United States of America is a joke, when we have a president who has almost 1,000 executive orders now, when we have...
This is 2014.
A Department of Justice that thinks that any kind of a judicial system that they make up as they're going along can get by with whatever they decide that they want to do. Like Ted Nugent said, you know, the Fast and the Furious. What's happened with the Fast and the Furious? What's happened with the truth about any of some of the greatest scandals in American history that have happened right before our eyes?
Isn't it funny how a lot of goofs still hallucinate that there were no scandals with Obama? I mean, he's possibly had more scandals than any other president.
If the truth about Benghazi were to come out now, I don't think that this man would make it through his term. I think he would be impeached.
Steven Seagal blowing the whistle. Blowing the whistle on Obama. A modern day Paul Revere. And this isn't even the videos these aren't even the videos that got deleted. So you guys better buckle up.
Yeah, America's a great country. It really is a great country because it's a country where we have designed a system based on the Constitution where we have freedom of speech. We're allowed to disagree and say what we want to say. And
we're live, Dirty Clean 555. Interesting name you got there.
should not be persecuted for it. But on the same token, those who have something to say that is too controversial really have to be very, very careful. I think right now we're at that sort of tipping point where whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, we have to realize that we have to put the parties aside and all to come together as Americans and realize we have to take this country back. Thank you.
Is anybody surprised why they wanted to silence this man based on that speech alone? So let's move on to Exhibit B. Exhibit B here. We are moving forward. This is also, I believe this is still, actually, this, we're going to InfoWars, my friends. Looky here. What do we have here? Is it Steven Seagal and Alex Jones? The dynamic duo that could have brought down the entire cabal. So then they had to go hard after Seagal. Is this what caused the purges of YouTube in the first place? Could the internet not handle Steven Seagal and Alex Jones joining forces to vanquish all of the evil, the Illuminati cabal trying to destroy the world? I mean, this is very curious, but before that, Seagal went into enemy territory, appearing on Piers Morgan, September 27th, 2017. He goes into enemy territory, blowing the whistle. And is this the beginning of the end here? Was this tipping point that he was trying to prevent? Was he too late? Was Paul Revere not heeded? Were his warnings not heeded? And was there an active, concerted effort to shut down this patriot from all of the truth he was spitting?
Really be honest here, Piers. Let's be really honest. Every country is involved in espionage. Every single country. The American spy, the British spy, the Russian spy, we all spy on each other. Let's be honest. However, for anyone to think that Vladimir Putin had anything to do with fixing the elections, or even that the Russians have that kind of technology, is stupid.
You know what else is kind of crazy? A lot of goofs think that Seagal simply disappeared from the public eye when he wasn't making movies or he wasn't making theatrical releases. I mean, this man literally put his life on the line and was quite active politically. And let's examine the timeline here of the so-called takedown attempt, coincidentally coinciding with the entire Weinstein situation. So we have a coincidence stack a mile high here, and we're just getting started. And yes, I was actually able to recover the deleted videos of Seagal's appearances on Alex Jones's show. But first, let's look at this.
To do it, male against female, black against white. And they're already kneeling and bitching and complaining at all the major football games and saying America's bad and acting like, you know, that the American flag is a KKK uniform or something. And so Trump says, I'm sick of this crap. You're a bunch of un-American garbage. You can kick somebody out of the game for doing an end zone celebration. You can kick them out of the game for saying they, you know, hate America. And then they all whined and, oh, you need to be impeached, and, oh, you're in trouble, and, oh, the NFL, they showed solidarity with all the owners.
But here's the Seagal segment coming up.
And exactly as I said has now been announced. And I only tell you that because these are very clear things. We just finally are standing up, and that's why the globalists are so panicked, and they're throwing everything they've got out there now because none of their bull works. Russian agents.
I mean, Seagal's kind of crazy, though, because Seagal's literally a real-life superhero. I mean, he's this comfortable Hollywood star with millions of dollars, several different families on different continents. I mean, he actually got married to the Mongolian dancer, the Mongolian palace dancer, in 2009. So he could be living a quiet life, occasionally showing up and killing people in a couple of movies, and doing some Aikido seminars, and training some MMA champs. But no, the man literally puts his life on the line, going public, blowing the whistle on the Illuminati cabal. I mean, how does this guy have any haters? How many of these goof haters, coincidence theorists, authority-worshipping cultists, if they had even 1% of the money Seagal has, if they had even 1% of the families on multiple continents Seagal has, if they had even 1% of the Aikido or any martial arts demo schedules that Seagal has, would they be going on Piers Morgan and Alex Jones and putting their life on the line, blowing the whistle? Seriously, take a step back and think about it.
KKK, all this garbage. Now, this interview's up on Infowars.com, PrisonPlanet.com, Newswars.com. Please get it out, a Dan Lyman article. Seagal, enemies within, blocking Trump agenda. NFL kneelers are disgusting. Renaissance man says leftover Obamanites working to overthrow Trump. Here it is.
And we have just, you know, a ton of enemies within. We have these, you know, Democrats that have this whole other agenda to kind of, when I say Democrats, it's not just the Democrats, but there are this whole group of leftover Obamaites and people who feel that they should really sort of kind of overthrow Trump, and any decisions he makes, anything that he tries to do, he gets blocked so often from, you know, sort of the enemies within.
Dirty Clean 555 in the chat says, I used to be a hater, but no longer. Now I got a big up, mad props, lots of respect for my main man, Steven Seagal. Justin Johnson says, I'll also take back half of the things I said about Seagal. Well, Justin Johnson, when we're done with the podcast, we'll see if you take back the other half as well, because I just started to drop the receipts. We're not even close. And so, Justin Johnson in the chat right now saying, be careful with the cult of personality. We're in the time of deception. I'm not saying trust no one. I'm saying no one can be trusted. And I don't think Justin Johnson ever took back the other half. But I'm not sure Justin Johnson ever finished the 30 hours of Seagal receipts. Did you, Justin? Jeff U1P says, this man is too competent to be fooling sheeple. Yeah, I think, Steven Seagal's on another level, but the crazy thing about Andrew Tate, though, so Andrew Tate's supposedly the youngest state chess champion from Indiana at 5.5 years old, beating 16-year-olds. We looked up the receipt on that. Chess.com says it is true. So, Justin Johnson says it's all a script. Well, let's be careful with the false dichotomies or appeal to extreme logical fallacies. It definitely appears that most of everything is a script. But I don't know. Man has free will. If these are non-NPCs, if Seagal's not an NPC, if Tate is not an NPC, we're living in unpredictable times. I think it's possible that Seagal is legit. And he's definitely been mixed and influenced with people who are not legit, for sure. For sure. Like, even Trump. Is Trump actively involved in all this, or is he being used as a useful idiot? I bring this up all the time. It just seems too dangerous to trust people. They get drunk in a bar and they say something, right? Isn't it smarter to have Trump be an unknowing puppet than a knowing puppet? Justin Johnson says we are living in an illusion of authenticity. Yeah, no doubt. But there are always outliers. I think it's definitely possible. Like, even like Bill Cooper. Bill Cooper's tough. Bill Cooper's dead, though. But Justin Johnson, do you think Bill Cooper's a shill? Now, David Icke, JR said David Icke would be the most likely to be the shill. Out of Icke, Jones, and Bill Cooper, JR picked David Icke to be the shill. And Justin Johnson says no exceptions. Well, that would be a fallacy, my friend. Even if you're correct, it would still be a logical fallacy. Aaron says, with Tate, if it's not a script, then it's a shtick. Oh, yeah. Well, Andrew Tate is clearly playing a satire real-life GTA character. But the weird thing is, if he's even smarter than my estimation, and he might be way smarter than me, I don't know. He might be. But if he's even smarter than my estimation, he might be doing that on purpose to not get killed. The whole satire shtick. While also mixing in the anti-establishment message. And all of the positive messages about non-reliance on the system. Close to getting them all out there. And that's why Tate keeps going on and on about the Matrix, because it's like, a lot of people think it's kind of cheesy, escape the Matrix, Matrix attack, etc. In a way, he's almost using that to discredit himself, so his message is not received 100%. So he has some kind of plausible deniability, so to say, from his own perspective, so he can fake being this satirical goof so that they won't kill him. But I don't know. I'm just theorizing here. I'm just spitballing. And also, so quick reminder on the timeline here. And Seagal too. Seagal could be smarter than me as well. But everybody has their blind spots. Seagal definitely has blind spots, for sure. Because I'm not sure how studied Seagal is specifically about... Because for some reason... Well, again, unless he really doesn't trust Putin, if that's all an act. If Seagal's going triple agent against the Illuminati... Or, so if he knowingly picked what in his estimation is the lesser evil in order to get the word out about the greater evil, I mean, it's kind of hard to accuse Russia of being worse than the U.S. though. Like, because the U.S. has the Hollywood machine, what Bill Cooper called Mystery Babylon, the Whore of Babylon, etc., spreading all the degeneracy. That's all spread from the West onto the rest of the world. Like, Russia's not spreading that. So, again, depending on how smart... If Seagal is incredibly smart, he knows that Putin and Russian government is all part of the bigger machine anyway. But he's just trying to attack the battalion that is at the front of the line attacking him. So he's not worried about the battalions in the way in the back because they're not the ones killing everybody at the current moment in terms of the propaganda war. I'm not talking about specifically the Ukraine-Russia war. This is September 27th, 2017. Seagal is already a Russian citizen living in Russia.
So it's very difficult for him to do anything.
But when you see this ongoing debate right now about patriotism, the American flag, the anthem...
Also notice how on his best behavior Piers Morgan is. Piers Morgan's usually like this interrupting, triggered goof. Notice how polite he is in the digital presence of Steven Seagal. I've never seen him this restrained.
Black football players taking the knee as a mark of protest about racial division and injustice in America. Do you agree with Trump that it's disrespectful, or do you think actually going to one knee is not an entirely disrespectful way of making a point?
I mean, I guess really what I'd like to say is this. I believe in free speech. I believe that everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but I don't agree that they should hold the United States of America or the world hostage by taking a venue where people are tuning in to watch a football game and, imposing their political views.
And that's a very interesting way to distinguish that from, for example, these football players, posting or saying whatever they want in interviews, but people are specifically watching this game. That is interesting. I mean, that's an interesting point of view. And the other, I think, was it Seagal who said that? But somebody said that, they just said it earlier, like, the NFL can ban them or eject them or whatever, fine them for doing a touchdown dance that they find too crazy or whatever. That's kind of stupid because that's entertainment. People come to a sports game to be entertained. Like, you're not allowed to showboat too much, just a tiny little bit. But for some reason, political statements are fine. Yeah, it's really weird. A lot of goofery.
I think it's outrageous. I think it's a joke. It's disgusting. And, I respect him.
Notice how Piers is not interrupting. I've never seen Piers Morgan not interrupt someone for this stream of time.
American flag, and I myself, have risked my life countless times for the American flag.
He said he risked his life countless times, and he continues to do so. With someone who didn't work for the CIA, with someone who didn't stare death in the face day in and day out like Seagal, be going on Piers Morgan, be going on InfoWars, and blowing the whistle on the Illuminati cabal.
And I don't understand or agree with this kind of behavior. I think it's an outrage.
There will be some people, Stephen, who will be watching this interview. He's saying that and think you sound like a great patriotic guy, but they'll also see you in Moscow and being very complimentary about Vladimir Putin, who many Americans believe fixed the US election, which is why Donald Trump became president. How do you juggle the fact that a lot of your...
All right, stay right there. We're going to go to break, come back with the next hour, get to that, a bunch of other clips, your calls, guests, you name it. Again, you can't even go to Moscow without being called a Russian, or you can't go there and organize fights or go there and make...
Sack with very statist cult. I mean, this
is involved in espionage.
I missed and say episode.
About human trafficking. It's a movie about kung fu. It's a movie.
I mean, I call me a blasphemer. I have to admit, I have not seen Attrition. I will say I have every single Seagal film in the physical medium. I celebrate this man's entire catalog, but I cannot say that I've watched all the films. But he's blowing the whistle on trafficking in his 2018 movie, Attrition. This is everybody's assignment for the next Q&A, or this podcast might become an entire Seagal series. I mean, yeah, everybody better be up to date on Seagal's entire film catalog.
Movie about honor and great action movie. I'm just doing the post for it in Asia right now. And
all right, so that's Steven Seagal. I want to get him on the show. I talk to folks that know him. They say he's a listener. I told that like 10 years ago. And you're just like, oh, yeah, Seagal's a listener. And then you see all this. He's clearly a very, very awake. By the way, they always spin that he says Putin's one of the greatest world leaders. The Council on Foreign Relations and the CIA have said Putin's the most powerful man in the world until Trump came along because he's actually president. He actually is calling shots. You understand how that works? Yes, if you actually have a real president of a major country.
Supposedly. I would dispute that as well. And why would you trust the Council of Foreign Relations? I mean, Alex Jones can be a little goofy sometimes, right? Like, no offense to Alex Jones, but I think both Steven Seagal and Andrew Tate are probably quite a bit more intelligent than Jones. And Jones is highly intelligent himself. And again, Jones is such a great thespian that, like, it could all be an act with Jones. Critter Mama says, I have most films. I think I have seen them all. Wow, have you seen more Steven Seagal movies than me, Critter Mama? Oh, we need a competition. How many Steven Seagal movies have you seen? But yeah, call me crazy. I think Andrew Tate is too smart. Andrew Tate might be smarter than both these guys. And I do not say that lightly. I just... The amount of knowledge Tate has is insane. I mean, we'll be going over some of it, but, like, his geopolitical riffing, like, even in his old vlogs, like, someone will ask him a random question, or he'll just go off on a tangent, and in, like, 3 minutes, he'll succinctly summarize accurately the entire history of several different countries and wars. I'm talking about Andrew Tate right now. Richie Rich in the chat saying, I'm late to the party. Alex Jones and Steven Seagal. And we're also going over Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate has entered the equation. Clark Rice is not happy about that. Catch you next time, Clark. Yeah, that's a good point, Jeff UNP. Jeff UNP says the dictators must seem more integer because... You mean integral? What? Because they rule longer. 4-year president can mess up all they want. They just get replaced and the sheeple will see a new face to rob them blind. That's a good point, though. That is a good point. Justin Johnson says, to think film fame and actors are independent from the powers that be, you're mistaken, in my opinion. Well, see, Seagal's an outlier, though. Like, how do you control a guy like Seagal? Like, same thing for people that are fans of rap music, for, like, DMX, for example. So most of the rappers are, like, satanic propaganda peddlers. I don't know. I think every now and then an outlier can come along, like DMX. Possibly Immortal Technique. Obviously, Justin Johnson, 99% of them will toe the propaganda line. Even if they don't want to, they'll do it anyway, because they're mentally weak. They don't have the integrity or the character. But I think once in a blue moon, an outlier comes along. That outlier might be Steven Seagal. Possibly Mel Gibson, too. I think there are outliers. That's why false dichotomies and appeal to extremes are logical fallacies. Richie Rich says DMX has beef with Seagal. Les Alphonse says, listen to KRS-One. I believe I have. I don't really remember, though. Justin Johnson says, if you're big, you're in the club. In my opinion. So, yes, okay, there's a game plan, right? So, we went over this before. Let's go over it again real quick for any potential new listeners, because we've gone over this several times on how the Illuminati works in Hollywood. Operation Mockingbird, etc. So, there's a certain percentage of, you can call them legacies, you can call them clones, whatever you want. They're in the club from the beginning, so their entire rise in the media or Hollywood and entertainment is orchestrated and manufactured. Then there are the organic ones. So, you know, the poor people that just came to Hollywood, they came to Tinseltown and they made it big. And then once they get to a certain level of fame, they become initiated into the club. And then there are the outliers. There are those who refuse to compromise on character, on integrity. They're the ones that usually get killed. Or they just leave and go into exile or something. They come after those that will not be initiated in the club. And then there's another category too, the rogues. Those who went rogue. Those who were initiated either from the beginning or as they got to fame and prominence. And then they go rogue. So technically there's 4 categories here. I don't see certain people like SEAGAL. Like, for example, like certain gatekeepers like P. Diddy, for example, when DMX met P. Diddy would probably try to initiate most, but it sounds like he didn't even try with DMX. DMX would have killed him. Same thing with Steven Seagal, right? Like how do you step to Steven Seagal and tell him, yeah, you got to do this satanic occult ritual? Steven Seagal will break your neck and then go home and sleep like a baby. So yeah, I think there are certain allies. So if Tate is legit, I'm not saying he is, but if he's legit, he basically spat in their face and then they put him in prison, right? Like if he refused, because once he got famous, if he refused to play ball, because he said he was getting sponsorship offers, etc., if he refused to play ball, what did they do? They canceled him on all platforms. Then he refused to play ball again, then they put him in prison. So here's the thing. If that's not part of the script, like you could argue that was all part of the script, and maybe it was. But if it wasn't, then that would point to Tate as not being in the club and not wanting to be. And you know what's crazy? Again, we're going to be examining some of the old footage. Tate actually fits the profile of someone both too crazy and too intelligent to control. Because he grew up poor in Luton. Like, that makes you a certain kind of crazy, right? And then the discipline that comes with martial arts training, you can't control people like that. Like, look at all the so-called personalities that are obviously controlled. How many of them have, like, a strong discipline base in martial arts? How many of them came from nothing that also developed strong character and integrity through martial arts and spirituality? Jeff UNP says maybe the webcam come up story was false and he just had to keep repeating it. I'm not sure. If I had to guess, it could be true, but we're going to get into that in the deep dive on Tate. Not tonight, but...
They have a lot of power. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
You betcha, RM. I've seen every single Seagal movie through... Half Past Dead, I want to say. Same day episode of Seagal. Okay, so here's the main point I'm making on the parallels between everybody trying to cancel, or the Matrix, whatever you want to call it, the propaganda, the Illuminati propaganda machine coming for Seagal. When did it come for Seagal, and when did it come for Tate? All on Alex Jones, scrubbed from the internet, which I have managed to recover in its entirety. January 15th, 2018. Now let's keep the timeline here. Keep in mind the timeline. So September 27th, 2017, Seagal goes on Piers Morgan and starts blowing the whistle. Major blowing of the whistle. September 2017. So what happens a couple weeks later? A couple weeks later, out of the blue, now keep in mind, Seagal's already in Russia. Out of the blue, Ellen DeGeneres' wife, Portia de Rossi, accuses Seagal of sexual harassment November 9th, 2017. A couple weeks after Seagal is on Illuminati puppet Piers Morgan's show. Then Illuminati puppet Ellen DeGeneres, her wife, the wife of Illuminati puppet Ellen DeGeneres, comes out with this claim with an unspecified date to the claim. So who knows how many decades prior she's alleging this happens. What else happens the same exact day? We have here from The Wrap, Dutch model Fabiola Datis tells The Wrap that Seagal SA'd her the same day. Does anybody find this curious? Like, let's put aside whether this is true or not. So out of nowhere, an actor who hasn't had a theatrical release in over a decade, in almost 2 decades, all of a sudden 2 women come out on the same day? That's interesting. Let's see what else is going on here. That Portia de Rossi comes out with a vague claim. This is just a few weeks after SEAGAL, and her claim is that this was during... I believe, let's double check this claim. I believe it was quite old as well. This was... Oh, she didn't say? Years earlier? How many years? And that's the other thing, too. It's, why is it always weird claims with no dates? Like, no specifics whatsoever. Like, what that's kind of weird. Again, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but how do you not raise an eyebrow on all of this coming out right after SEAGAL, who hasn't had a major release in almost 2 decades, goes on Piers Morgan and blows the whistle? Around 2002, auditioning for an epic about Genghis Khan, which this movie was never even made. So, who knows what happened here? But it's on the same day that Ellen DeGeneres' wife comes forward, this Dutch model comes forward. So this is just a few weeks. All of a sudden, the Illuminati target is on Steven Seagal. Now, you know what else is breaking at this exact same time? The Weinstein situation. Harvey Weinstein has dozens and dozens of women come out against him at the end of 2017. So is the Seagal thing an entire diversion because he's putting his life on the line? Now, he even used that exact word, diversion. He talked about media propaganda and diversion a few weeks after these women started coming out of the woodwork. And I've been mentioning brain fingerprint scanning for a long time. Like, why not do a brain fingerprint scan on all parties involved, right? I mean, the ones making the allegations, they should do it first, and if they're not lying, then Steven does it. Otherwise, you know, they'd have some of these celebrities with millions of dollars that have so many people making claims, like they would have to do all these scans all day, every day. But if an alleged victim can do the brain fingerprint scan, which is like a polygraph, but it doesn't matter whether you're trying to beat it or not. It just, whatever claim you make, the brain is going to either recognize it or not, that it actually happened. With unsubstantiated claims. Neither one of them apparently filed any kind of police reports or said anything at the time to anybody, at least that has been corroborated. I mean, is this all coincidental? Is it all mere coincidence? I mean, they had 15 years to come up with charges. Not a peep until he goes on Piers Morgan and blows the whistle on the Illuminati cabal? Not a peep? Now, what do we have here? January 15, with the Weinstein situation in full tilt. We have another woman coming forward here, January 15th. Rachel Grant. Apparently there was a film rehearsal in 2002. So not a single iota of a peep until after Seagal blows the whistle on the Illuminati cabal on Piers Morgan. Does anybody find this strange? Does anybody find it strange at all? Now, I will be presenting in its entirety, if we don't get shut down by YouTube right now, the full deleted interview with Steven Seagal on Alex Jones the day after the January 14th allegation here. This has not seen the light of day since it was aired. You know what else is curious? I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'll just skip through it real quick just to make the point, and then we'll jump to Tate to round out this Q&A. But what's curious is they could only find 3. I mean, they've ended up finding 1 or 2 more. But, and same thing with the Tates, right? Like, because they have all this money, they're trying to bribe people to say that they're victims, right? Again, this doesn't mean that there aren't real victims, obviously. But clearly, there's a whole bunch of corrupt prosecutors manufacturing charges to try to pile on for money. And there's a big receipt here where these Democrat sources are actually pooling millions of dollars to pay people to come forward, true or false. It's like they don't care if the story's true or not. Like, if it's true, sure, the victim should be compensated anyway, right? Regardless of where the money comes from. But if it's not true, they're just trying to get people to come forward to make up stories, possibly like the Carroll situation, the Jean Carroll situation with Trump. She couldn't even remember the exact, any details, like when it was. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. Wow, Ducking Felonies in the chat saying, I'd like to see one of these male celebrities throw the allegations right back and say they were in fact the sexually assaulted one. The women already admitted to half of the crime. That's messed up, Ducking Felonies. Oh, man, we got some real based women in the chat here. Critter Mama, Ducking Felonies. Man, that username's never going to get old. So, yeah, that would be pretty funny. And non-PC. But, yeah, I'm just going to skip through, get the receipt. And then I just find it curious that the so-called Matrix, whatever, they went after there's this massive propaganda attack on Seagal, but only after he goes on Piers Morgan and blows the whistle on the Illuminati cabal, not before. It's kind of curious. And the YouTube purged interview. Seagal?
And Fox News, even the Associated Press, that attorney Lisa Bloom sought to line up paydays for women accusing Trump of sexual misconduct, and she gets 30+% in contracts that were secret, that were leaked.
Wow, that's interesting. So she gets a 30% kickback from finding so-called victims to say that they were assaulted by Trump. And they didn't even find that many. Isn't that kind of weird? Same thing with Tate, right? Like, you'd think more of these women who knew him or interacted with him, because he's, like, at one point, he said he had 85 webcam models, approximately, I forget exactly. He had several dozen, possibly around 85 models working for him at once. And that's not the total. I don't know how many years he did it for, but that was only at the peak at one time. So presumably he had over 100 women that he interacted with. And so they found maybe 7, supposedly. I don't know. Other people are saying the names aren't even real on some of them. But of the 7, like the 3 or 4 that are real, those women came out with videos saying that they're not victims. And that the prosecutors made that up against Tate. And we're going to examine that timeline as well. But this is curious that Lisa Bloom is also the attorney of some of these women that came out of the woodwork to attack Seagal, but only after Seagal went on Piers Morgan. And also, I did mention this, the Great Purge of 2017 on YouTube. And you have the Weinstein situation all breaking simultaneously. I don't know, is that coincidental?
Of all of the payments that the women get from the media.
So again, I didn't even know that this was her. So all of this Lisa Bloom backroom dealing, that's why she was smiling with the dollar signs in her eyes during those clips of the women accusing Seagal. Now, if these claims are legitimate, wouldn't you think that Seagal accusers, wouldn't you think that Seagal accusers would at least get, there's no shortage of attorneys out there. Why would they go with the attorney that's been exposed for backroom dealing? That's a good point, too. Hey, let's say you're a real victim of whoever, whether it's Steven Seagal or whoever. Would you use the lawyer that was exposed as taking kickbacks for manufacturing testimonies against prominent figures? Or would you use one of the countless thousands of celebrities, lawyers that has not been exposed for doing that? Unless they were the one paying you. I mean, that seems kind of weird, doesn't it? That seems kind of weird. Yeah, I believe that song was 2014, April.
When you realize this, it makes your head...
Also, another question for Justin Johnson here. So, because allegations, so a lot of people were caught up in this, like Kevin Hart here, it says, was caught up in this as well, and many other celebrities. So the celebrities that toe the propaganda line, they apologize and toe the propaganda line, they're all forgiven and not canceled, right? Like Kevin Hart. But then you have the celebrities that will not apologize, admit to no wrongdoing if there was in fact no wrongdoing, like Steven Seagal and Andrew Tate. And look at the difference. Look at the difference in that. So I think those are important variables to consider. Like those who get on their knees for the Illuminati cabal, they're all forgiven, not canceled, and they just go about their way continuing to make money in Hollywood, continuing to be a puppet. But what happens to those that do not want to be that puppet, like Seagal or Tate, if that's in fact what is happening? Critter Mama says, shouldn't they say what the offense was? Some of them said it was like groping or something. I don't know. I think that's what it said here. Misconduct. One of the other ones said groping. Or, I don't know, making comments.
Spin, because she also defends Mr. Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein, who we have a whole bunch of people, including a chauffeur.
This is kind of weird. Wait, why is she defending... So she's defending Weinstein, who's legitimately this scumbag criminal, with literally 80-plus accusers. And here's the weird thing with Weinstein, though. Supposedly, it's like they love to mix all this stuff. Like, let's say Tate is guilty of, like, 1 or 2 victims, whatever, and then they manufactured all these false, fake victims, and they don't want to be caught manufacturing the fake, but they want them to go down anyway, but they don't want to admit their wrongdoing, so they just mix in all fake and real victims. Is that what they did with Weinstein, too? Because apparently some of those are not legit with Weinstein. I mean, obviously the guy's a scumbag. But, yeah, because I think, didn't Candace Owens cover some of them were not legit. It was just people who wanted payouts. But she also represents the 2 women accusing Seagal. Is this kind of weird?
And thank you for joining us.
Well, let me start out by saying that today's Martin Luther King Day. He was a tremendous patriot and an amazing to pierce that veil of evil and be able to start aiding in the apprehension and conviction of a lot of the scum that's out there.
Yeah, I mean, Steven Seagal, I mean, who wouldn't, Dub in the chat says here, Steven Seagal, President of the U.S. 2024. I mean, that would be interesting. I mean, is Steven Seagal the savior of the human race? Yes, Steven Seagal is president, Trump vice president 2024. You know what would be better? Seagal as president with Andrew Tate as vice president. How crazy would that? That would break the world. Again, I'm not advocating for statism, but how do you control these 2 guys? I mean, yeah, I mean, after the knowledge, it's mouth hair. It appears...
I swear. And
this...
Oh, there is a civil war politically going on, not just...
All right, so that's Exhibit A, right? So he goes on Piers Morgan, and then the Illuminati propaganda starts spinning like crazy. Okay, now let's look at the, so Andrew Tate, just super quick, we're going to finish with this. super quick, here's the charges against Tate, which we've gone over before, going all the way back to 2010. According to Tate, these are women that just made up the story, and the proof was their cell phones. So the police, according to Tate, the police took their cell phones and the two girls, and it showed text messages between the two girls talking about how they're going to make this up for money or whatever. And so that's why they let Tate go and didn't pursue charges. And then there was the video that came out during Big Brother. The police investigated. We could just real quick go through that. So, again, just super recap from AI, which everybody loves to use, but it's pulling this from the BBC here. So, substantial context from public records and statements confirms she was a consenting adult at the time. The video was investigated by police and Big Brother producers in 2016. The investigation, okay. So, following Tate's removal from BBC Big Brother house, the woman in the video gave statements to the press. She explicitly defended Tate, confirming she was his girlfriend at the time and the act was consensual role play, and that they remained good friends. Legal status. Had there been any evidence or suspicion of a minor being involved, UK authorities would have initiated immediate child protection criminal proceedings. Instead, the case was closed because both individuals involved were consenting adults engaging in private behavior. Also, she had a tattoo in the video. Minimum age 18. Of course, she could have got that illegally, but that's just the information available from the video circulating of Tate beating some girl. And so, again, it's kind of obvious. If she was a minor, like, even the incompetent UK would have still went after him. I mean, because he was a Big Brother contestant, etc. Why would they not go after him? It's just so weird. Like, the goofs hallucinate that they wouldn't have gone after him. But anyway, so these are the charges. Oh, hold on here. So supposedly their latest arrest it's on the old charges and new charges. So this goes back to July 2010. So this is the date of range of alleged offenses, which is kind of weird. So there's original charges and then there's new charges involving CPS, etc. So the other thing that's weird, I mean, while we're going it over here, I might as well bring this up. So if any of the minor activity was related to the webcam work, so it's in the case files, it says it was my what is it? Okay, well, it says it was OnlyFans and my what's the other one? They said it was My Free Cams. So My Free Cams, this is right. Well, it's kind of obvious, but it requires age verification, enforcing strict rules for both broadcasters and viewers to comply with adult content laws and local regulations. Government ID. Models must submit a government-issued photo ID showing their face, legal name, and birth date before broadcasting. Document review staff and independent third parties. So there'd be a lot of people in trouble here. So I don't know if they're engaging like a company that works with a legal firm or whatever. Staff and independent third parties check all ID documents to prevent forgeries. Ongoing checks. The platform routinely takes snapshot photos of active broadcasters and compares them against the original photo ID. So that's for the CAM website. And then OnlyFans here enforces strict age assurance globally, requiring every user to prove they're at least 18. In Romania, the rules apply based on whether you are trying to view content or create it. Mandatory ID plus selfie. You cannot skip age verification. To open a creator account, you must upload a valid Romanian national identity card, passport, or driver's license alongside a live biometric selfie. global compliance. OnlyFans uses universal third-party verification partners such as Ondato or Yoti to cross-check Romanian documents to prevent fraud and underage account creation. So it's not, even if you had forged documents, they would still cross-reference them with government databases. So even if you had forged documents, they would still find you. So I'm not sure what these charges are here with CPS, etc. Because supposedly they're accused of, like, it doesn't say exactly, but trafficking minors into cam work, etc. Now, these were the companies listed. Now, if they're doing it on the dark web or whatever, that's not what the case file says. But whatever. In the UK, Critter Mama, you have to be 18 to get a tattoo in the UK. I actually don't know. That's the only place I looked it up. I am not a pirate. I'm not into tattoos or anything, so I actually don't know. I just looked up UK because I was wondering, like, this video was in the UK. The girl has a tattoo in the video. So, like, is she really underage? But apparently not, and the police investigated it. So now let's get to the curious part. Andrew Tate, so he lives in the UK until 2016. So he moves full-time to Romania. I guess he's going back and forth 2016 into 2017. So 2016 into 2017, he moves full-time. And just real quick for UK proceedings, it's only 9 to 15 months. So if they had evidence, they would have obviously pursued a criminal case, and Tate would have had his trial in the UK in 2011. If this was legitimate. Right? He wouldn't just continue to live there with nothing going on. So clearly, whatever evidence was not legit. Now they're saying it's new evidence, but it's still old charges. I don't know what that means. It's very vague. Supposedly, they haven't presented what was in the file to get the extradition. Because they could just say they have evidence to get them locked up. And so they have until however many weeks. I think they have until September to present the evidence behind the extradition warrant, which is kind of weird. Because they could just lock up anybody even without evidence. It's just so weird. Like, whatever happened to due process? So, okay. So now, Andrew Tate moves to Romania full-time in 2016. And in my Andrew Tate deep dive, I'm going to go over their old vlogs from like 2016, 2017. None of them appear to be in any kind of distress or in any hurry to leave the UK. They're actively coming back and forth. They're driving. They're going through airports. So the government knows exactly where and when they're coming and going into the UK. Nobody arrests them in the UK. So now they move full-time to Romania. Full-time to Romania. And the Tates do not go back to the UK. Actually, I don't think Tristan Tate might have never come back. I don't know if Tristan Tate had ever been back. Andrew Tate freely travels to Romania. I mean, to the UK from Romania. December 20th, 2022. This is before he gets arrested in Romania. So keep in mind, so the UK, he flew in. So the UK knew he flew into the UK December 20th, 2022. So he left the UK for the last time somewhere in 2016 or early 2017 was the last time he was in the UK. He was going back and forth for many years. And then he left for the last time either somewhere in 2016, 2017. And he never came to the UK again until December 2022. So he flies into the airport. I don't know if they did detain him at the airport. I don't remember. I don't know if he mentioned that. I think they might have. But it was just a brief document check or whatever. And then they let him go on his way. And then he flew back to Romania. There was no actual, like, there was no actual warrant or anything.
Organized censor, one of the most infamous
So I'm just
men
gonna skip
in the world,
through this interview.
Andrew Tate's misogynistic tirades have been viewed billions of times online. He's now been effectively banned, though, from the internet. He doesn't think that's fair.
Fair use.
Tonight, I'm going to try and work out if it is. For a man, though, from me, probably never heard of, with billions of views online. At one point this year, more people were searching Google for Andrew Tate than Donald Trump or Kim Kardashian.
That's pretty crazy.
Professional kickboxer, he was kicked off Big Brother in 2016 after a video emerged of him striking a woman. What they now
Again, beating a woman, not a girl. A woman is an adult.
both claim was a consensual sex game. He's since made millions as a pornographer and casino owner in Romania, but it's his online videos that have made him notorious across the world, posing as a playboy with fast cars, cigars, weapons,
Fair use, obviously.
and cash. He rants about his often scandalous views on women and
Or instruct a female to provide sustenance. Cook.
So I think my sister is her husband's property, yes.
tells young men they
And again, what people clip out, it's all consensual. Andrew Tate has never once argued that a woman non-consensually should be involved in a relation. If she consents, then she should, whatever, do what the man says. If she consents to that relationship. And they obviously clip that part out.
can get as rich as him by paying for his digital life lessons.
I have 100 business tips I'm going to teach you, which will allow you to make your own money instantly.
But amid a global media backlash, the net has closed on Andrew Tate. While millions still share his videos, he's effectively banned from the web, booted off Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. To his fans, he's a misunderstood satirist and the victim of big tech censorship. To many others, he's a
I mean, does he actually look like he's being serious to anybody?
malicious misogynist. Tonight, I'll try and get to the truth. Well, some of the opinions Andrew Tate shares in his videos are undeniably deeply offensive. We're going to show you some of them on this show. I think you should see them for yourself, not simply hear what he says about them or what other people say about them. Tens of millions of people across the world follow Andrew Tate, and with a big following comes a big responsibility, as well as a public interest in holding his views to account. If outrageous opinions are read aloud, they can be challenged and exposed for what they are. If they're silenced, the person holding these views can become a martyr. So that's why I invited Andrew Tate to come here tonight, and he joins me now live. So Andrew, well, welcome, first of all. You come all the way from...
And another interesting point to consider, why did Andrew Tate feel safe coming to the UK physically? Because all his other appearances on Piers Morgan were via web, live video calls. But here, he actually physically flew to the UK. He must have been relatively confident he wouldn't get arrested, right?
Romania to do this interview.
Correct.
What do you hope to achieve from this interview? Why are you here?
It'd be interesting to have a conversation with you. You've certainly been the subject of your own divided opinions in the world. There's a lot of people who would say some of the things you say are perhaps dangerous or toxic. So I thought you'd be a good person to speak to about this subject.
I didn't know much about you before this year, and then I suddenly became very aware of you, as the world did, because, as I said earlier, you were the number one subject searched on Google ahead of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was even possible. Yeah. Why did you get suddenly so popular / infamous, do you think?
I exploded. I certainly didn't do that with magic. I've been on the internet for a very long time. I think in the world we live in now, as the other side, the people who disagree with me, as they get more and more tyrannical in their censorships and their hate mobs, etc., as standard masculine practices are deemed toxic, I didn't put a magic spell on everybody. I managed to accumulate a large amount of affinity with the male populace across the Western world because I'm simply saying things that many men believe, think, and feel.
The problem I would say is I want to play you just a clip off the top. This is from Joe Rogan, who's somebody I absolutely love.
Sure.
And I think it explains to me what I presume my issue with you is going to be, right?
Correct.
And you have absolutely got the right to try and persuade me otherwise.
Sure.
But Joe Rogan said this about you.
My 12-year-old and my 14-year-old asked me about Andrew Tate.
And
my
what'd you say?
14-year-old
What'd you
asked
say?
me, I said he's a legit world champion kickboxer. I go, I like him a lot. Why do you like him? And
Here's another point, though, to him against him being a shill, because everybody wanted Joe Rogan to get Tate on the Joe Rogan podcast. Joe Rogan didn't put him on the podcast. Now, everybody knows, well, not everybody knows, many people suspect Joe Rogan of being a shill plant, which is exactly what he looks like. Now, possibly he wasn't until his sellout, because once he got the show, Joe Rogan Questions Everything, apparently that's when the shift was. Apparently. I mean, I don't know how many people think he's organic now, but yeah, the fact that Tate wasn't on... Now, if Tate was on the podcast, now, see, that would be curious. That would definitely point more in the direction of Tate being a shill, right?
I was asking him. They said he says a lot of funny stuff on Twitter and TikTok. He f***ed up with the misogynist stuff.
Yes.
Because if he didn't do that, if he just did the pro-male stuff...
So I thought that was interesting, because when I've gone over everything that's been at the centre of the debate about Andrew Tate, I come down with Joe Rogan in the sense that there's a lot of stuff you say I agree with. You know, I've got 3 sons in their 20s. It's not easy, actually, being a young male in the modern world. And I think a lot of the things that you say about that can resonate with them. Yeah. The problem comes with the, I don't know, 10, 20% or whatever of your output, which on the face of it appears to be blatant misogyny.
Probably closer to 1%. I mean, I'm not done going through, I've been going through some of the footage, but I don't know, it might be closer to 1 or 2%.
And when you couple that with your massive influence and huge reach, that is why the social media companies have decided to effectively cancel you. I don't believe in cancellation. I don't believe in censorship particularly. That's why I've invited you to come on the show. But I do think a lot of the things you've said are blatant misogyny. Do you accept that?
So you made a very interesting point there. You just said on the face of it appear to be blatantly misogynistic. I understand that on the face of some of the long format content I've made, if you're going to take a few seconds out of hours, chop it up, put it all over social media, accompanied with my massive fame, then things can absolutely not be taken out of context. I do not hate women in any regard. I have no negative relationship with women. No women have come forward saying I've hurt them. I have no criminal record for hurting women. There's no way I can be seen as the face or the devil in regards to how men treat women on the planet. I'm absolutely and utterly the opposite. I believe in protecting and providing. I've been misunderstood. There's been large contingents of people who have tried very hard to purport lies about me. And the truth of the matter is, I've been producing content for a very long time. Hours and hours of videos been cut down to 2 or 3 seconds of clip. Those clips have gone viral and people misunderstand me.
But I think you've used this phrase to be taken out of context. And I'm not sure that is correct, in the sense that it still comes out of your mouth. And some of the things some of the things you've said, I just think are blatantly...
Well, let's do them. Let's hear them.
Let's go through some.
Sure.
Right? So you said this about Me Too / rape. This is probably 40% of the reason I moved to Romania. In Eastern Europe, none of this garbage flies. You go to the police and say, he raped me back in 1988. They'll say, well, you should have done something about it back then.
Yeah, so the point I was making was obviously at the height of the Me Too scandal, and also if we look at Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, there's been a lot of high-profile cases where men have been accused of things they did not do without evidence, and their lives have been completely and utterly destroyed. Right. When I say these things, people sit and say that, oh, he hates women. I don't hate women. I think rape is disgusting. I would take a stronger stance on rape than the British government. I think these people should face the death penalty. But to sit and say that women without evidence can go for...
I mean, I like how everybody ignores what he just said. He said people that hurt women should face the death penalty. Is that misogynist? It's like everybody ignores 99% of what he says, and then they want to get triggered about the 1%. Duck and Felony says Nick Fuentes burned the hell out of Morgan. I was like, yeah, we got to go over that one. That was hilarious. He broke Piers Morgan. Piers hasn't recovered, but Andrew Tate destroys Piers Morgan every time. So Andrew Tate's actually more polite about it than Nick Fuentes. But he lets Morgan have it a few times, too.
Or just make up accusations against men, even though they've been repeatedly proven to destroy men's lives at will, is absolutely and utterly
What about a woman who was raped back in 1988 and goes to the police?
Then the man should face absolute and complete justice.
But you understand that when that clip appears on TikTok as a clip, And all right.
As a clip, completely.
Okay, but it still something came out of your mouth. Do you accept that when that appears on TikTok, a lot of young, maybe not as smart as you, young men, right? Impressionable, teenagers, will read that and go, what's he saying here? Is he saying that rape doesn't exist?
No, I completely. I'm not going to sit here as...
Wait, where did Piers hallucinate that from? Andrew Tate just said that people who harm women this way should face the death penalty. And Piers just hallucinated he was saying this crime doesn't exist? This is Andrew Tate's either first or second appearance on Piers Morgan. I don't remember where he's actually going to get pissed at Piers for being an idiot, but it's happening soon.
a professional and say that I can't be taken out of context. What I will say is that one small sentence you've taken was from a 1-hour video where I explained that, of course, rape is disgusting. Of course, everybody should be punished for their crimes regardless of when they happen. But people are not perfect, male and female. And if you give women the opportunity to destroy men's lives without evidence, there's going to be a contingent of women who will do that. I'm trying to make a balanced and nuanced argument in a world where people have no attention span. They're going to take a few seconds, put it online, decide someone's good or bad, not be interested in the longer format video. And here I am. No, I'm certainly a person who takes personal responsibility. That's who I am as a person. But we live in a world now with TikTok videos 5 or 6 seconds long. There's no content.
Critter Mama, I wasn't talking about you being triggered. I was talking about everybody that's triggered about him, which is a lot of people.
Do you think women are the property of men?
No. The point I was making...
Why have you said they are?
Because I made a religious point. I said that when a man marries a woman, the woman's father walks her down the aisle, and hands her away to the man. Traditionally, this is what it says in the Bible. I'm a religious person. I believe in God. I live in the most religious country in the world.
So you do think that the woman becomes the men?
I think she takes his last name.
I mean, let's watch the clip that you said about this
Sure.
so that we can get it in context.
So I think my sister is her husband's property, yes. When a bride is walking down the aisle to marry the groom, the father walks next to her and gives her away. True or false?
Absolutely.
But I've been married twice, as it turns out, and on both occasions, I didn't believe that the woman was being handed to me as chattel, as property.
Perhaps the way the reason I'm asked that question repeatedly, and I'm asked in a loaded way.
So would you rephrase what you said there?
Now, that's an interesting point about phrasing. The way I would say things before I was famous, I have to take personal responsibility and accept that if I make a video that 500 people see and 1% of them misunderstand it, that's not a problem. If I make a video that 5 million people see and 1% of them understand.
So specifically on that point, I think my sister is her husband's property.
She took his last name. She married him. She wanted to join his family. She has said it herself.
Right. So she's
still a sovereign individual. She's absolutely not a sovereign individual.
Property means that the husband owns your sister.
Listen, my friend, if we want to argue about this, you need to go back to the Bible, to the Quran. You need to argue with religious.
No, I'm not talking about anything in the Bible or Quran.
But that's what it says.
No, I'm asking you what you think.
I think that if a woman marries a man and she decides to take his last name, that they have different roles and responsibilities within that.
Again, everybody always missed these key words. She decides. Not he decides. She decided. She gave consent. She picked.
Marriage, and I believe that.
That's not the question.
I believe the father. I am. The father hands her.
Don't behave like a politician.
The father hands her to the man.
Right, but don't be a politician, because I think you're a straight talker, right? You keep telling me you're a straight talker. I think my sister is her husband's property. Do you regret saying it like that?
I understand that with my newfound fame, perhaps it could be phrased differently. However, I still believe that a woman is given to the man in marriage. That's what I believe.
Yeah, but not as property.
No, the property is the word that other people use when they ask me the question.
But as an equal partner in a loving union. That's what marriage actually means. It doesn't mean that when you get married, the woman is given to you as a bit of chattel.
Agreed.
So why say it?
But that's the way that people ask me the question. People say to me, they ask the question.
Hang on. You can't blame people for asking you questions. Surely, if you want to be accountable for what you've said, you've got to own your responses, not blame the question.
I own the response.
It's like me asking you a question now and you say something and then say, well, actually, I blame you for asking.
I understand, Piers. Piers, I understand. I believe the woman is given to the man. I believe she's given away by the father. I believe she belongs to the man.
So fundamentally, you do believe that a woman becomes a man's property at marriage.
I believe she belongs to the man in marriage, correct.
Right. I mean, see, that to me is misogyny.
How is it misogyny if it's with the woman's consent? Like, she decided. He didn't just pick her. Like, she picked. She made the decision. Like, I would have... Piers is obviously pretty illiterate. He's pretty stupid, but obviously he plays stupid as well.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Right. But do you not understand why people think it is misogyny?
I understand why some people can be very offended by what I say. What they do is they take a point like that and they ignore all the other points I make the other way around.
Yeah, but that's why I've repeatedly asked you about that line to see if you've changed your position. But the reality is you haven't.
It's not about changing positions. I'm a full-grown adult.
I do wonder, so Piers Morgan is obviously, he's an asset in some capacity, carrying out the agenda of his handlers. He obviously couldn't do it with Nick Fuentes. Now, this is actually curious. Let's read between the lines here. If Andrew Tate had capitulated, I mean, I'll put the spoiler right here. Andrew Tate was arrested 8 days after this interview. So, Andrew Tate lived in the UK for 6 years after these initial charges. I guess he was arrested, and then let go. I'm not even sure if he was arrested in July 2010. He was investigated. I don't know if that included an arrest or not. And then he was let go, and that's it. Then he lived in the UK for years after. Then he comes back to the UK for this interview. Wasn't afraid to come back. Would a guilty man be afraid to come back, that he would get arrested for all these charges? Now, I wonder what would have been different if he had capitulated. If he had bent the knee to Piers Morgan and the handlers and played ball, would he have not gotten arrested? I don't know.
And I stick by the things I say, and I'm responsible for them.
Which, by the way, is fine.
Absolutely.
But what you did say at the start of this little exchange, you said, I wouldn't maybe say things the same way now that I did before I was famous. And yet, actually, you've doubled down and said exactly the same thing.
On certain points.
So that is what you believe. I mean, that's my point.
Yes.
I'm trying to work out, look, I don't know you. We've just met, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out.
Piers Morgan is more obnoxious than Tate. That's kind of hard to pull off.
Who Andrew Tate is and what you actually believe. I don't want to twist anything at all.
Then let me make it very, very clear to the camera. I believe a woman is given to the man in marriage. I believe that. I also believe a man has a duty to protect and provide for her. I believe a man should lay down his life if something happens or his wife's life is threatened.
Is that misogynist, saying the man should sacrifice his life for the woman? Like, in what universe is that misogyny?
I believe that women and children first are on the lifeboats.
But
I believe that men.
But a man doesn't own a woman.
It's not. No. It's
unless
okay.
they literally buy them as a slave.
Well, obviously, we're not talking about that. We're talking about religious, biblical marriage. We're talking about something else.
Yeah, but I'm a Christian. I don't believe that I
Yeah, Piers Morgan is not a Christian. Piers Morgan is satanic scum, masquerading as a Christian, carrying out the agenda of his handlers. He's also a prime retard maxer.
I own my wife.
Do you believe your wife was given away to you when she took your last name?
I believe that there is a process where a father...
That was a yes or no question, by the way.
...traditionally walks his daughter down the aisle and hands his daughter to this man, and they stand there and become a union of two loving people in a partnership. No, because there's no ownership involved.
I didn't say
ownership. He's not selling her. The father of the bride isn't selling his daughter.
No, absolutely.
That's what property means.
She becomes a member...
Wait, what is property? So you can't give property without selling it, without money being exchanged? I mean, there's intellectual property. Like, Piers is just intentionally retard maxing here. Look how he's trying to shake and trigger Tate. Tate is completely unshaken by his buffoonery. And look what a buffoon Piers is.
Your family. Is it? I think we're arguing over semantics.
We're not, though, because...
They clearly are. Because Tate obviously doesn't mean property the way, a chair is somebody's property. You're not going to give your life for a chair. You don't have, the retard maxing here on Piers' part is hilarious.
Fundamentally, I don't believe a man owns a woman. You do.
Well, I don't think a man owns any sovereign individual. I don't think we live in the world of slavery. I don't own any men or any woman.
Right.
Nobody owns
But when
anybody.
you use phrases like property, that's what you imply.
I understand.
And so my point again is, you're a smart guy, right?
Correct,
There's no denying that. You're smart, you're a good talker. I've seen a lot of the stuff. But what I don't think you quite fully understand.
No, I understand very well.
When young, impressionable people who are not as smart see things like, I think my sister is her husband's property, yes, and you've just reaffirmed that belief, they think that they have the right to own women.
I understand that very well, Piers. Which
That's
is
why people think you're a misogynist.
Completely.
Yeah, and this kind of retard maxing, the same thing happened with Trump, like that famous Trump quote. But if people actually listen to the quote, Trump said, "They let you." That's called consent. That's what separates crime from not crime. Consent. If you give somebody $1 freely, it is not robbery. If they take it against your will, that's theft. This isn't rocket science, but all the retard maxers that go after Trump or Tate or whatever, I think it's a basic literacy issue as well.
I understand all of this very well, which is why when you're saying I was backtracking, I'm not.
Do you have any regret, though, over the way you phrased this stuff?
Well, this is the point I was trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is, when I was not nearly as famous and I was making long format content, I was not sitting there anticipating I'd become the most Googled man on the planet and that a few seconds could be taken out of context. That was not my anticipation.
No, but it's still what you believed. It's what you believe now. So what's the difference?
It's not about, you're asking me, you're saying that young people who are impressive.
If you said to me, look, Piers, honestly, I've had time to think about this and I wish I hadn't said it. I don't believe that. That's one thing.
It's like, let's read between the lines here. Piers is trying to get him to bend the knee to the Illuminati cabal, right? He's explaining how to do it. He wants Tate to do it. Whether this might be this moment, right? And I think Tate might even realize that right now. Look at Tate's face. I think he realizes what's going on here. I think this might actually be the moment where he realized it all. Next level of chess starting right here.
Actually, you said the opposite. You said, actually, that's what I think, yeah.
I think that when
it's like Xerxes trying to goad Leonidas into submission.
It doesn't really matter whether you recorded it when you're famous or not famous. It's what you actually believe, right?
I believe that a man has a duty to protect and provide for a woman. I believe that a woman's father gives her away to the man. That's what I believe, and that's in my marriage, that's the circumstance I'm going to live under.
And this is him essentially saying he's not going to play ball with the cabal. 8 days later, arrested, life ruined, locked up without due process for months.
If people want to live in a different scenario, that's completely theirs. Their prerogative.
You went on to say about authority over women. If I have a responsibility over her, I must have a degree of authority.
Yeah.
For the same reason, if I have responsibility over and people are going to use their mind, it's an example, an analogy. Responsibility over a child, I have to have some authority.
Yeah.
So you believe as part of your ownership or your property of the woman, you have authority over her.
No, I believe if you have...
That's what you said.
I believe if you have responsibility over something, you have to have a degree of authority or you can't be responsible.
Yeah, but authority means, again, that you're the boss.
The point I'm making, if you'll please let me finish at this point. The point I was trying to make was talking about the safety of a woman. She was walking alone at night. And I was saying, well, I wouldn't let my woman walk alone at night. And they said, well, you're not in charge of her. You don't get to decide what she does. I said, I understand, but if I'm responsible for her safety and I'm the person who's burdened with making sure she is safe, I have to have the authority to say, don't put yourself in unsafe situations. The two things are linked.
Well, you don't have authority. You can absolutely have the right to say to the woman you're with, I don't think you should, but ultimately...
If she decides, then
Keep in mind, Piers Morgan's wife constantly makes fun of him on Instagram, right? Like, making photos with the pool boy in the background or something. Is that what Nick Fuentes showed on the screen or something?
I can't force her.
Right, so authority implies that you have the ability to control someone.
No, authority implies that I have the moral right to sit and say that that's an irresponsible thing to do and I'm responsible for
That's not what authority means.
Well,
so Piers Morgan is just retard maxing hard here. Like, it's a basic literacy issue. So who in the chat thinks he's just playing stupid? I don't know. I think the retard maxing is for real. Now, he's not as stupid as he's pretending, but he's still pretty stupid.
I'm not going to, if you think I'm going to lock somebody up in their room, is that what you're implying?
No, I don't think you know what authority means.
As Piers is the one who doesn't know what it means.
I know what it means. I'm saying that if I
just a different description of what authority means.
If I have...
Like, you have the authority to decide what your children do, right? That doesn't mean you have the authority to beat your children or physically, you know. Like, Piers doesn't know what the word authority means.
Responsibility for her safety, then I have to have the authority to tell her not to do unsafe
things. Yeah, but authority means that you have some form of control over this woman.
I think you're trying to... What you're trying to do...
I'm only trying to get to what you think. Honestly, I am.
So again, control isn't necessarily physical. It's simply the right to to either give orders or make decisions. But again, what Piers is too retarded to understand, it's only with the consent of the woman, right? She could leave at any time. The whole basis of Tate's argument, and many arguments like this, is with the consent of the woman consents for the man to have authority. If she doesn't want to, she could just leave the relationship, right? Nobody's forcing her to do anything. Nobody forces any human to do anything. So that's the part Piers is too brain dead to process. Jeff U1P says he knew he was offering him a deal. Snake Piers. Pierce you in the back says it all. Critter Mama says Piers is picking a fight at this point. That's all he does. But what's funny is, we go over this before. This is another layer of humiliation fetishism. Because Piers has to, for his handlers, part of it is he has to be a humiliation fetishist. Because he knows, unless he's really retarded, I think he's obviously very stupid. But he might be smart enough to know that he's humiliating himself here, because everybody can look up what the word authority means and realize Piers is an idiot who doesn't even have basic literacy. So he has to do what his handlers say.
With no agenda here at all.
I understand.
When you're a puppet, when you're an Illuminati puppet, like Piers Morgan, they demand you. It might not be wearing a dress in a movie. I mean, it might be that. It might just be humiliating yourself like that.
I'm explaining very, very clearly. If I have responsibility over said subject, I have to have authority of it. So let me say you have children, right?
Right.
You have responsibility for them.
No, I have legal authority over my children. That is very different to having legal authority over my wife or my female partner.
Completely, but the point I'm trying to make...
So you accept that?
I accept that
Because you used the analogy of responsibility for a child.
My friend, these are very...
These are actually really important things.
They're important things, but you
in the context of safety, not in the context of anything else. And of course, the woman can withdraw, like if she doesn't consent to the relationship, she can withdraw from the relationship at any time. Obviously, a child can't do that. He wasn't giving a sweeping generalization that these are equal at all times. He's talking about the safety aspect. Now, is Piers too stupid to know that? I don't know. Or is he just playing stupid?
Interrupt me every 5 seconds, so it's hard for me to actually explain my point.
I like how calmly he just destroys Piers. Interrupt every 5 seconds, which is exactly what Piers always does.
The point I'm making here is very simple. You have children, and you're responsible for their safety, so you're going to have authority to say, don't go out at night, perhaps, because you want them to be safe.
I have legal authority.
You have a legal authority. Yeah. Legal authority. I'm saying that if I had a woman, and the question where you've raised this soundbite from, I was asked about protecting a woman, making sure she's safe. And I would say I wouldn't want her to go out at night on her own because I'm responsible for her safety. And someone said, well, you don't have authority over her to do that. And I said, well, no, I can't force her to stay inside. But if she were to ask me, how do I protect myself at night? I would say, well, you should stay inside. That's how you should do it.
I don't have an issue with what
So
you
we
just
agree.
Said. No.
It's the semantics.
No, it's not semantics. And this is where I don't...
And look at Piers laughing because he knows it's semantics. He knows his handlers have given him a task he cannot perform. He knows Tate's way smarter than him, is not going to fall for any of this goofery. But he has to perform the humiliation ritual anyway.
Don't think you quite get why there's a furore over what you say, with respect. Because the semantics point would be if we're saying the same thing in different ways, but we're not. I'm saying to you that when you say I have to have some authority over a woman, I say to you, you have no right to any authority over a woman. You do over a child if it's your child, because you are the legal appointed guardian of that child.
Understood.
You're not a legally appointed guardian or authority over your wife or female partner.
Legally appointed, absolutely.
Okay, what is Piers smoking? I mean, look at Piers' dumb face here. So you're a kickboxing champion or whatever. You just have some basic martial arts training. If your girlfriend or wife does not have the martial arts training, should she be the authority on how safety is handled walking down the street at night? Like, what is Piers smoking here? Look at Piers' face. What kind of crack is he on? Who should be the authority? Like, should it really be 50-50 if one guy is the martial arts expert and the woman is not? And Tate freely admits, too, like in other situations, the woman is the authority in those other situations where the man does not have the knowledge base or ability to perform, right? in whatever other domain. So why would it be 50-50 about whatever, you know, the woman's pregnant or whatever she's an expert at, like she knows what the baby needs and the man doesn't. In those situations, why should it be 50-50? The man doesn't know. The man should not be in the authority in those situations. Like, this is all basic common sense, obviously, but look at Piers peddling the woke degenerate agenda while pretending not to. Jeff UNP says, why would you want your woman to fight off an attacker? Like, I don't think the woman wants that either. Like, I don't know what Piers is arguing here. Like, Tate has clearly laid out the context here. The context is safety walking down the street at night. I don't think the woman wants 50-50 strategizing in that situation either. Like, why would she want that if she's not an expert? Like, Andrew Tate is a world kickboxing champion. Like, why would the woman want authority in that situation? Like, again, everything is based on consent. She would concede the authority to Tate, and Tate would have the authority based on her concession. There's no violation of the will. Yeah, this is weird. I don't know if I can handle much more of this.
Absolutely not. I agree. However, when it comes to things like personal responsibility or personal safety, men, largely by society, are accepted. We're the protectors and providers. We can sit here and pretend that in the world we live in, if me and my wife were walking down the street and men were to come up and try and attack us, I wouldn't be the one fighting. But we both know in reality I would. Right. I have a degree of responsibility to protect her. So if I have a degree of responsibility to protect her physically, then the point I'm trying to make is I will do my best to make sure she's never putting herself in unsafe.
I think if Piers and his wife were walking down the street, who thinks Piers' wife is tougher than Piers? And she would be the one doing the fighting. Piers is such a goof. Scott Hawkins says, I see this as Piers has handlers, sponsors, producers, executives, etc. controlling his narrative. Andrew has freedom from that. I feel that Piers is walking his allowed line. Duck and Felony says, I'd prefer kickbox mastery over my blackout weave wins for sure. Yeah, so this is why, I'm not convinced that Tate is a shill here. I'm not convinced Tate is an asset. He could be. But there's idiosyncrasies going on here that it seems like again, Piers wants Tate to bow. He wants Tate to kneel. Tate is refusing to do so.
You wish you hadn't used the word authority.
The authority is something that she would give to me. She would come to me and say, how can I make sure I'm as safe as possible?
But I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to point out that's not what authority means.
If someone gives, a person can give.
That's literally what it means. It means you're the one making the calls. How retarded is Piers? Again, this has to be a humiliation ritual. Piers doesn't even know what the word authority means. He doesn't know what the word... he was a little closer with property, but of course, there's different types of property. And obviously, Tate kind of just said that to be triggering, but I guess he didn't want to admit it right off at the beginning of the interview.
Voluntary authority is not authority.
No, but that's the point.
It's not.
Piers.
Andrew, stop.
Piers, if a woman comes to me and says, I want you to keep me safe, she is handing me authority for her safety.
But do you understand the difference between having authority over somebody and somebody giving you permission to have authority?
Completely. I never said...
One is consensual and one isn't.
But why are we pretending I do unconsensual things?
Because you literally say, I must have a degree of authority. I have to have some authority. And the point...
Yeah, if she grants it, you retard. Look at Piers. Piers is taking notes here. I think Piers is taking notes here. I like how Tate called him out on that. Tate was never commandeering non-consensual authority. Like, where did Piers hallucinate that from? Aaron Crypt says, would you consider a Las Vegas shooting series? Have you not seen my episode on it? I do have a follow-up episode I need to do, but I covered a lot. I covered most of the known information on the Vegas incident. I could drop it in the chat in a second here. Does any other YouTube channel with thousands of videos drop the links in the chat as fast as I do? I literally dropped that for you in under 10 seconds from when you mentioned it. Jeff UNP says, Piers is metaphoring. Why do you want to fly solo when we are the club you must submit to? Yeah, that's a good point. I think Piers might be getting punished if he can't get Tate to submit. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes? Is Piers going to have panda eyes after this interview?
Only if I'm responsible for her safety. If I'm not responsible for her safety, I don't have authority.
If your position now is that with her permission, I would like to have authority when we go out.
No, not I would like. He does with her permission. And the permission is obvious because why would he be in a relationship with the woman if she's not granting him that? If she's not consenting? Like, this is all a given, but in Piers' deranged mind, like, he's got nothing on Tate here. He's being intellectually outclassed so completely. Like, this is like a desperate grasping at straws for Piers to try to get him on something or shake him in some way.
At night to protect her.
Their follow-up interviews were really funny. I don't know if Tate was on one or more 2 times after this, once or twice more. Tate completely annihilates him even worse in the follow-up to this one. But then the follow-up wasn't in studio. I think Tate was calling in from Romania.
That's a different
That was
thing.
always my position.
Exactly. That was obviously always the position.
That's not what you said.
Like, is Piers that retarded? He thinks Tate is out there grabbing random women, forcing them to be in relationship with him, and forcing them to follow his rules for walking late at night? Like, is that what Piers thinks?
That was always my position, Piers.
So, again, I simply say to you,
It is what I said, though.
Do you wish you'd phrased it a different way?
No, because we're talking about long format copy where I'm talking about a woman who has come to me and said, you're responsible for making sure I'm safe. I said, well, then I have to make the decisions.
When an
which gives me
18-year-old
authority.
boy reads, I must have some authority over a woman, what do you think he thinks?
Well, I understand.
Actually, that's a good point in the chat from Christopher Allen. Piers doesn't get it. He's too soy. No woman would ever grant him any authority over them. Yeah, exactly. That's why he doesn't get it. That's a good point. Because no woman would trust him to protect them. Welcome, Troubling Tribune, back for another shocking episode. Did you just get here? Oh, you're missing a lot of stuff here. Troubling Tribune, are you male or female? I don't remember. We got a lot of based women in the chat tonight, though.
And I said this earlier when you tried to say I was back.
I mean, who could Piers protect? Like, if you get into a fight in the street, Piers' wife could probably put up a better fight than Piers against attackers.
Backtracking, which I'm not doing.
No, actually, I'm not. I don't want to. Okay. I'm not trying to gotcha you.
That's literally all Piers does with every. Look at the betrayal on his face. Look how offended Piers is that somebody called a spade and called him out. Called him out for his deceit, for his disgusting behavior. All Piers does is play gotcha on every single interview ever.
Cool.
I'm trying to work out exactly what you actually
I understand
think.
with massive fame comes massive responsibility. I understand that a percentage of the population are always going to take everything that's said by anybody out of context.
Would you change the wording of what you said?
No, I would just encourage people to watch my long format copy and understand it
Would
fully.
you tell an 18-year-old boy you don't have authority over women?
Absolutely.
You would say that?
Unless a woman comes to him and says, you're responsible for my safety, please make sure, keep me safe. Like
I
my
see.
woman
Now
says,
that
comes to
Andrew
me.
Tate, I can sign up to.
Well, then we agree.
Yeah, but I don't agree with what you said before.
Because you're taking a soundbite from a 2-hour...
Yeah, look at Tate is almost amused at Piers' goofery here. I mean, look at Tate is just amused that a grown man could be this stupid and this illiterate that has his own show.
You haven't been taken out of context because I read you the entire sentence. It's very.
But you've ignored all the context around the sentence, my friend.
You can't ignore a sentence that says, I must have a degree of authority.
He didn't say ignore the sentence. He said you ignored the context around the sentence. Like, look at this mental midgetry that Piers is involved in here. It's almost like Tate can't believe it. Look at Tate's face. He's like, I didn't know I'd be talking to like a 4-year-old level mentality here. Look at Tate's face here. He's like, wow, this guy's stupid. This image right here just really sums up the entire interview. Piers' single-digit IQ, and Tate almost bemused that he has to engage with a mental midget. Oh, man. Catch you next time, Scott.
Authority.
But you can when there's a 2-hour conversation where a woman is telling me if she makes me responsible for her safety and me explaining, well, if I'm responsible for your safety, I have the authority to make decisions. So yes, you've ignored all the context.
Do you respect women?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
Do you think that 18, 19-year-old women are more attractive than 25-year-old women?
I think there's attractive people. That's a loaded question. I don't know.
Well, it's not really, is it?
I can't.
You know why I'm asking you?
Of course I do, but I can't sit here and
for
say.
the benefit of viewers who don't know why I'm asking, you said this. In general, this is also one of the reasons men find youth attractive. You want to blow up the internet? I'll blow up the internet right effing now. The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick. People say, oh, you can't say that, but yes, I can. A 19-year-old is more attractive than a 26-year-old woman, and I'll tell you why. Because that 26-year-old has talked to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times.
And obviously the context is on average, right? And is that inaccurate on average in a degenerate, fallen society?
More arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up. That is misogyny.
Why?
Because you are encouraging a mindset about 25-year-old women that makes them sound out to be infinitely less desirable than 18, 19-year-olds.
But that's not hate. Like, I think didn't Piers go full retard on this with somebody else? Where, like, is it misogynistic to say that a 90-year-old woman is less desirable than a 20-year-old woman? Is it misogynistic to say an 80-year-old woman is less desirable than a 30-year-old woman? According to Piers, yes. According to Piers. Jeff U1P says, this is his liberal left act playing bad at debating and portraying an irrational, rebellious mind. His voice gets more louder and slight, more demanding.
And having effectively been having too much sex to be taken in a more respectful way.
Well, firstly, even if that was the case, that wouldn't be misogyny.
Well, what did you mean by what you said?
That's not misogyny because it's not anti-women. I'm saying that an 18 or a 19-year-old woman would be more
It's
desirable.
pretty anti-25-year-old women.
Anti-25-year-old women we can argue, but not misogyny.
Well, that's misogyny then, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Well, being anti any woman at all is misogyny.
No. Not anti in the sense of verse another, right? Like, it's not misandrist to say a 30-year-old man is more desirable for a woman than a 120-year-old man in a wheelchair. I'm just saying. Is that misandry? According to Piers, that's misandry because it's anti-120-year-old disabled men?
Not when I'm saying that women are beautiful and attractive at a certain age and saying the age
You're
is
saying
different.
18, 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25.
Well, than ageist, perhaps, but misogynistic, absolutely
Is that
not.
what but you just accept
Yes, ageist. Yes, ageist.
that it was misogyny?
No, I didn't. You
What?
said it was misogyny. I'm telling you, no, it's not.
Tate is in disbelief over Piers's retard maxing. Piers just flat out lied and said that Tate admitted it was misogynistic, which he didn't. You know what's funny? I think Piers is employing a new strategy to try to sound so stupid to throw Tate off. And Tate is definitely amused here, but he's not that thrown off.
So you don't think if you're saying slightly hateful things about a 25-year-old...
That's not slightly hateful.
Well, it is.
How's that hateful? If a woman doesn't want to be in a relationship with, like, a police officer who's seen a lot of action and might have some, like, mental health issues from it, and she doesn't want to be in a relationship with the police officer, because some women don't like cops, they don't date cops. Is that misandrist or hateful? They don't hate the cop. They don't want that relation. How is it hateful to not want that kind of relationship? Is that hateful? Piers is just a retard, Max. Austin MP says, I ain't never heard someone say that word. Maybe I'm retarded. Who is Piers Morgan's core fan base? I don't think he has one. I think people just watch Piers to laugh at him humiliate himself.
You think you
Because I don't think the left really likes him either. I don't think anybody likes him.
say that to a woman's face if she's 25?
It's not
I think they just watch it like it's like a train wreck.
slightly hateful. When
So you would go up to a 25-year-old woman and tell her exactly what I just read out.
Why would I walk up to a random 20
Tate is in belief with this retard, Max. Look at Tate's. What? How is having an opinion? That's like saying, so a woman who doesn't want to be in a relationship with a cop, why would she randomly walk up to cops and tell them that she doesn't want to be in a relationship with them? Look at, oh man, Piers really has a case for Dunning-Kruger championships. Like, the retard maxing here is off the chart. I want someone to ask Andrew Tate, Has anybody asked him questions as stupid as Piers Morgan? Oh, man.
Because he said it in public on the internet, and it's been listened to and watched by millions and millions of young, impressionable boys.
Correct. There was a large panel. There was a conversation. There was hours longs of conversation. There were feminists attacking men for toxic masculinity and attacking me and saying things, and I said things back which were going to antagonize them. Which you've done yourself a bunch of times.
I think a lot of allegations of toxic masculinity are not toxic.
Correct.
I do think that kind of sentence that I just read out, that paragraph, is actually toxic.
Wait, how is it toxic to have a preference? So is it toxic to not want to date obese people if you're obese? I mean, if you're not obese? Or if you're obese, too. Is that, I mean, I don't know. Like, what if, is it that toxic for women who don't want to date short guys? They only want to date guys over 6 feet. Is that toxic, or is it just a preference? Like, what? How hard does Piers retard max? I don't know. I need a break from this. Jeff UNP says there is still a possibility this interview is inorganic and rehearsed. Even hard to say. Must check it out again. Yeah, I don't know if Andrew Tate's that good of an actor. Did you see how stunned he was at the level of stupidity coming from Piers? I mean, Piers might have rehearsed all of this, but like Andrew Tate looked generally stunned at this level of stupidity. I mean, maybe he's a great thespian. Maybe he is. I haven't really seen that thespianistic range. Like, I haven't seen that Alex Jones range from Tate. But yeah, no, I need a break from this. Piers is tough. We'll pick this up on the next live Q&A. But again, just keep in mind, Andrew Tate was arrested 8 days after this interview. This interview was live in studio. Live in studio in the UK. So all the Tate derangement syndrome goofs are saying Tate ran from the UK to avoid charges. But he lived there for years after the initial alleged charges and came back in 2022. So, yeah, plenty more to cover. I just think it's fascinating. Again, regardless of, it's almost not even really about Tate, right? It's not about Tate, it's not about Jones, it's not about Seagal. It's about how the machine handles anti-establishment influence. And I think it's very curious. It's very curious. So, thanks again for joining us for another edition of MindShock Live Q&A. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock Live Q&A. This is the 87th edition, possibly our quickest turnaround time ever between live Q&As. This might also be the earliest in the day live stream thus far in MindShock history. Just goes to show.
Always be Always be ready. Always be ready. Always be ready. Always be ready.
Always be ready for MindShock Live. Last Xylophone is indeed here and ready. We're probably going to pick this right off from yesterday in examining how the establishment goes after those who speak out against it. Is there a pattern? Is Piers Morgan an asset? Part of that pattern. All of this and more in typical mind shock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. If you want to help support the podcast, you can go into our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons, you get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section unless, of course, you're with us here live. Drop them in the live chat. I'll try to get to all of them. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel. That way, Les Avon says, of course, he's a talking head after all. Piers the Puppet Morgan. So, yeah, I mean, we can get into other stuff as well, but let's finish this up because we didn't finish yesterday's interview between Andrew Tate and Piers Morgan, after which Andrew Tate gets arrested within days, and of course, Steven Seagal propaganda machine starts spinning within weeks after appearing on Piers Morgan.
Tonight on Piers
Look at this goof. The goofery of Piers Morgan.
Organised censor, one of the most infamous men in the world, Andrew Tate's misogynistic tirade to sentence that I just read out, that paragraph, is actually toxic. If you genuinely mean that, and you say you wouldn't say it to a woman's face, but you said it in public about women of that age, I do think that's misogynist. And I think you probably do too.
What the heck? So not only is Piers completely illiterate, he doesn't know what the word hate means, he doesn't know what any of these words means, now he's hallucinating to know not only what Andrew Tate thinks, but that Andrew Tate shares his same illiteracy. He thinks Andrew Tate isn't even on a preschool reading level, like he is therefore holding the same opinion. I've never seen this kind of gopher. He's stacking gopher now. Oh man, this is crazy. Oh man.
I don't think it's misogynistic. I understand why it can be insulting.
You wouldn't say it to a woman's face?
Well, it depends. You're making out like I'm walking around the street going up to random 25-year-olds.
Again, goof is that Piers Morgan is that much of a goof. The goof's that mentally disabled. He thinks, like, say, a woman with a dating preference to not date cops, she's just gonna randomly be walking up to cops in the street telling them that? Like, I mean, this guy's mentally gone.
Doing it to tens of millions of people online. There's no difference.
Not at all. We're discussing a topic.
Wait, he thinks there's no difference? What? What? So let's say, who saw that? I forget which celebrity said this. Somebody was asking her if she would date like a McDonald's worker or something. Some celebrity, some like female celebrity, super famous, like on a mainstream platform, millions, tens of millions of viewers. She said something like she wouldn't date a McDonald's worker or something, or like a Starbucks barista. She wouldn't. Like, and according to Piers, that's the same thing as her going to McDonald's, walking up to McDonald's workers in the street, or even a McDonald's, whatever, and specifically saying she wouldn't date them. According to Piers' retard maxing, it's the same thing.
We were discussing the ideal age of a man.
Should young boys, right, in their teens, are you comfortable that they would have that mindset? Be honest.
I think that young boys in their teens lack life experience. They lack nuance. And they need to be very, very careful what they're digesting online, whether it's my content or anybody else's.
Yeah, I think you know for a fact millions of them are digesting exactly what you're saying.
Completely. The entire internet, to a degree. I think any subject you can find, there's going to be a whole heap of content.
I come back to the Joe Rogan thing, Andrew. Is that a lot of what you say, I agree with.
Yeah.
Right? I do, genuinely. I've written a lot of stuff you said. A lot of the stuff you talk about, I think, yeah, he's got a good point, right? So we agree about a lot of things. But when I read that kind of thing,
it's actually kind of disturbing that Piers agrees with a lot of what Tate says. Although, obviously, that's probably just a sham. Because this guy's just spamming fallacies like no tomorrow. Diversion fallacies, etymological fallacies, false premise fallacies, circular reasoning. I mean, Piers Morgan is really one of the greats when it comes to Dunning-Kruger stylings of the logical fallacy variety.
Like, how much of that is you? How much of that is some act? Do you regret saying stuff like this?
I don't.
And actually, do you see it as weakness to admit you shouldn't have said something like that?
No, I don't live with regret. I think what's happened is that, like I said, long format content, arguments with feminists, arguments with the toxic masculine crowd, arguments with the left, and they're going to take a small clip, small sentence from ours, and they're going to try and paint me as a
But
villain.
I'm not left all right.
I don't know.
He's obviously a mouthpiece puppet for the left, pretending not to be.
What you are, Piers.
Exactly. That's my point. No, but that's my point.
And I understand. And you're doing exactly as I knew would happen on this interview, which is because you're a busy man. You're not going to watch hours and hours and hours of video.
Actually, I have watched hours and hours of video, and I'm going to...
Okay, but if that's true, so Piers Morgan watched hours and hours of Andrew Tate videos. If that's true, again, that just demonstrates the illiteracy problem. Because if Piers Morgan doesn't have the mental capacity of even, let's say, a preschooler, how is he actually going to comprehend any of the hours that he's watching? Obviously, he's not.
Come to the stuff where I agree with you, and I'm going to come to the stuff about your censorship, which
Sure.
I have issues with. So this is, it's a long interview, right?
Sure.
I just thought off the top, you said to me, and you were quite bold about it, well, go on, then let's go through these.
And you should keep going. I will sit here and stand by what I said. I believe that
on that, I just read to you then.
Yeah.
Do you wish you hadn't said that?
I understand how it's been misconstrued. I understand how it's been weaponized against me. Do I regret it because it's been weaponized and used against me? Well, that's slightly annoying.
That's not why I want you to
Did I
regret
at the time mean what I said in the context of the conversation, which obviously you're not familiar with and the people at home are not familiar with? No, I meant what I said.
The 25-year-old women, they've just talked to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up.
Well,
On average, does Piers think that's untrue? I mean, on average. Obviously not talking about like the 25-year-old that's never been to the club. But out of some random city girls, does he really think the 18 or 19-year-old has way more life experience than the 25-year-old on average? Like, what is Pierce's argument here? That on average, by the time somebody's 25, they've sat at home more than somebody who's 18 or 19. Like, what is his actual argument? I mean, I would have asked Piers that. Like, what kind of goofer is this? Like, what is he actually arguing? I mean, same thing for men, right? Like, are you going to argue a 25-year-old has less life experience than an 18 or 19? Like, what is Pierce's argument here?
There's a whole bunch of context and conversation around that's been missed, and I
don't think I'm missing much context.
Well, I encourage people who are interested.
He's missing all the context, obviously.
Interested to go watch it.
Right, but I mean, I've just read out 3 sentences on the back.
That's actually kind of surprising that he's able to read without comprehending anything.
There. I don't think there's any context I'm missing. I mean, you've made it pretty clear what you think about the difference between 18 and 90-year-old women.
I wasn't
and
talking about
26-year-olds.
myself, even. I was talking with a Muslim guy who was on the panel, and he was explaining how youth is very valued in most parts of the world, and why virginity is valued in most parts of the world.
I mean, does Piers think that, 60-year-old female or male models should be getting more work than the 18 or 19-year-old female or male models? Like, what is Pierce's argument here? That that geriatrics are more attractive and have less life experience and less baggage? Like, what is, can you retard Max harder than Piers is?
The feminists were arguing against it, and I was sitting there, actually very much like you, a mediator between the two, explaining why in most of the world still today, perhaps not in the Western world, virginity is coveted, youth is coveted in most of the world, and throughout all of human history. And I was sitting there making the point, explaining why in certain parts of the world they think how they do,
Well, in large parts of the world-
even though it's very different to the Western world. So I was making a point, mediating between two groups very similar to yourself. The conversation has been misunderstood. They've taken this clip of it, and it's being weaponized and used against me. I understand that is because I am now the most famous Google person on the planet. It's inconvenient, sure, but I'm definitely not a danger to women in any regard. I date women 25, 26, 27 years old all the time. None of them are offended by the things
I don't
say.
think you're a danger to women.
Of course not.
I think the danger, if it concerns you, the danger is the influence you have on young men to have this kind of mindset about women. And that's really where I'm trying to get to what you really...
What mindset? He wasn't even able to understand anything. So in his opinion, should Andrew Tate only be dating senior citizens? Like, according to Andrew Tate? Or is that like what? Well, according to Piers Morgan, Andrew Tate should only be dating senior citizens. Like, what's the point here?
believe and how much you've just shot off because you think it's like entertaining and you haven't really given it much thought. And whether...
Wow, the projection here is kind of spot on. So Piers Morgan, if he's able to give it thought, which I don't know if he has the mental capacity to do so, but clearly he just says all this crap just to provoke and obviously, you know, do the bidding of his handlers.
Now you're a bit older and you've had all the fallout where the part of you is thinking, actually, you hadn't said stuff like this, you'd probably still be on all these platforms, you'd be massively more popular,
What? I didn't, a lot of people that haven't even heard of he was till after, there's 3 stages, right? There's the people who knew him before he was super popular, which I'm assuming is very few. I mean, I'm a hardcore kickboxing fan. Never heard of this guy. I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure if I heard of too many guys on the British circuit. Never heard of this guy. 4-time kickboxing world champion. Now, if it was in K1, I would have heard of him. Obviously, he wasn't K1, but yeah. So even people that are into kickboxing had not heard of this guy pre-fame. So then, and he was on Big Brother UK. So I guess maybe people in the UK might have heard of him from both the kickboxing or Big Brother. He was also on like another reality TV show, which we'll get into later. A British one. And so yeah, there's people, I guess, that maybe heard of him from that. Very few compared to the rest of the world, you know, as a whole in the world. Then when all of this started going crazy before he was canceled, again, I still hadn't heard of him at that point. Then once he was canceled, I don't even remember, I'm not sure I heard of him when he was canceled either. So I think it was after he went to prison. When he went to prison, I think that's when it kind of hit more international news. So the canceling only made him more popular, the Streisand effect. So this is actually very telling by Piers, you know, doing the bidding of his handlers. Because they're trying to pretend you don't get more popular after you get canceled because they have the power to cancel you, so they want everybody afraid of being canceled. So Piers obviously being very transparent with how his handlers are pulling his strings here.
Massively more famous, massively richer. So I'm really just trying to get to on the blade.
Wait, so wait a second. So he thinks you could be more famous than being the most Googled man in the world. Like, what does Piers smoke? And Piers hasn't examined his bank accounts. How would he know whether he was more or less financially well off pre or post cancellation? I mean, again, to be this level of goof, like Piers isn't even on like a preschool mental functioning level.
Blatantly misogynist stuff. You just wish you hadn't said it.
And again, he keeps repeating that it's misogynist while failing to, like, everything Tate is saying is anti-misogynist. You know, people who harm women should be put to death, etc. Like, everything, like, it's kind of weird. It's just, Piers' illiteracy on full display here. I would have called him out every step of the way. I mean, Andrew Tate does a little bit here, but maybe he doesn't want to get kicked out of the studio.
Great responsibility. It was certainly said before the great power came. It's inconvenient to a degree. However, like I said at the time, with the context of the conversation, I know that I'm not saying things which I believe to be detrimental to the world. However, they've been misconstrued and they've been misunderstood.
If a 25-year-old woman was watching this, would you say, I'm sorry for saying that?
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to be offended by anything I say. But I say things that offend. And this is the thing that's interesting, Piers. Please let me finish.
Yeah, but you're behaving like a politician. Yeah, but hang on. You can say I'm interrupting.
You do.
But you're answering a different question to the one I asked you. So as an interviewer, you're behaving...
Because he's exposing the goofery of the fallacious question, and Piers doesn't like it.
Sure. Okay,
Okay, you accept that. Let's accept we both got on. Okay. So again, my point is simply, if a 26-year-old woman is watching this and has heard those comments, would you just say to her, look, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Look at Piers, he's so desperate to get people to apologize and toe the propaganda line. So I would have asked Piers Morgan, is a 90-year-old woman more attractive or less attractive than a 25-year-old woman on average? Or maybe not on average, maybe ever, but I don't know. And if so, is he going to go out there and apologize to all the 90-year-old women? Like, is it possible to be more of a goof than Piers Morgan? I'm not sure.
No, I won't. I will say that I am sorry that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world.
That doesn't mean you're sorry.
No, I'm not sorry. That's the point I'm making. I'm sorry.
He's really doubling down, and Piers does not like it.
If that offends you, however, there's a large contingent of the world that believe that, and I was mediating for a conversation.
Parts of the world that believe that about 26-year-old women are parts of the world where women are not allowed out on their own.
That's a conversation.
They have to wear full burqas.
Well, that's a conversation.
They're not allowed to drive.
No, he also didn't say that specifically. It is kind of curious, though, because even, like, obviously Tate's trying to be very diplomatic, but I would have just asked Piers Morgan, like, what are the modeling contracts like, even in the Western world, US, UK? What are the modeling contracts and the amount of gigs booked? 18 and 19-year-old, male or female, versus 25-year-old male or female, and 25 and up. Just ask the goof. Like, what would Piers Morgan's response be? Because it's the Western world now. I mean, Tate's trying to be real diplomatic here, but...
5 cars.
That's nothing to do with me.
But is that the kind of world for women that you...
I was mediating a conversation.
No, I'm asking you what you think.
I don't live in a country where that happens.
So you're using that as the excuse for why you're not sorry for saying it.
It's not an excuse.
Is it there are parts of the...
That's not what he said at all. He's saying people have different opinions. He's like, oh, well, if you like the color red, are you going to apologize to the color green? Because some people prefer the color red to the color green. And then Piers goes off on these, like, crazy fallacious tangents. Like, the gophery. I mean, Piers Morgan really should be examined for this level of gophery. Welcome, Malcolm and Duck and Felonies, back again, examining the endless gophery of Piers Morgan. It was just psychotic.
The world where this is fine.
My friend.
So my question to you is, well, do you think it's fine?
I don't think it's fine. I live in a world where...
You don't think it's fine?
The reason
This isn't that hard, Andrew. You can simply say, Piers, you know what? With the benefit of hindsight, I wish I hadn't said it like that.
Like, he's spelling it out for him, what the handlers want Tate to say. Keep in mind, again, within days, Tate is arrested after this interview. And I guess in Piers' own deranged mind, he's like, in Piers' deranged mind, it's like the scene in The Matrix where the guy's, like, betraying them. Like, he just wants to be able to taste the meat, etc. Like, this is how it's going to go. And Tate is not capitulating.
And if a 26-year-old woman's watching, I'm sorry I said that, because that actually is blatantly misogynist. And even though that's a view held by other parts of the world, it's not a view I share.
Wait, how is it misogynist, blatantly misogynist, to say that older people have more life experiences and might have more emotional baggage, various baggage of all kinds, and that older people, like, might be less attractive than younger people? I mean, is Piers going to go around apologizing to 90-year-olds because some people might find 25-year-olds more attractive than 90-year-olds? Like, look at Piers' dumb face here. Like, does he actually believe the gopher? Like, that's why it's tough to decipher Piers. Like, he's definitely mentally disabled, but on what level? He's supposedly a functioning adult. I don't know. This is tough. This is tough to dissect. Welcome, Scott Hawkins. This is really tough. Like, how dumb is Piers Morgan versus how dumb is he pretending to be to placate his masters?
Now, I would respect you more if you said that.
Yeah.
Because people really care about what a goof like Piers respects, right? What a traitor to humanity, with the lowest level of scum like Piers Morgan. What they respect is on everybody's mind.
And if you try and say, well, it's said in other parts of the world, so I'm not sorry.
That's not what he said at all. So is this intentional misunderstanding on Piers' part, or is it legitimate illiteracy and mental disability?
I think
that doesn't tell me what you think.
Then you
We need to count the interruptions here. Piers must have interrupted him at least 50 times already.
You need to understand why my content existed in the first place. My content existed because I tried my very hardest to be an absolute and utter realist, especially with uncomfortable truths. I was pointing out that very uncomfortable...
Is that a truth, then?
It's an uncomfortable truth in many parts of the world. It's not a truth that I'm happy about. It's not a truth I created.
Hang on.
Wait, Piers... So Piers doesn't know it's the truth that on average, most people, if not all people, would find someone younger, whether it's 18 to 25 or 25 to 35, or even 35 to 45, more attractive than someone 90 plus. Like, is Piers really having trouble with that? Like, look at the goofery on this goof's face. He's really having trouble with the fact that it's a fact that geriatrics might not be as physically or in any way attractive as young adults. 18 to 25. I mean, it's weird. It's pretty weird. I mean, Piers is really having trouble with this concept that older people might have more life experience, might have more negative life experiences. They might be more bitter. I mean, look at this goof's face. Like, he has trouble with absolute basics.
You're doing it again. What do you mean that's the truth in
He's doing it again? You mean stating basic logic and exposing your goofery?
other parts of the world? That's what you said. It's not, you're not talking about another part of the world. You're talking about what you believe is the difference between 18 and 90-year-olds and 26-year-olds.
I was talking about...
It's your belief.
I was talking about what the people on the panel believe the difference is.
So what do you think the difference is?
I think the difference is age.
What's the difference then?
Well, then a 26-year-old's older than a 19-year-old.
And so you stand by what you said about talking to the guys, being to the club more times, being...
Wait, does Piers really think that's not true? Like, on average? Like, what is wrong? Like, how is this controversial in any way? The older you are, the more you've been around in the world. On average. On average. Like, what is Piers's case here?
You have to dump more times.
Well,
do you believe that or not?
No, there's plenty of 26-year-old women who have been with one man or virgins,
right.
Of course.
So you don't believe that?
Well, it's on average. Like, how mentally disabled is Piers? Like, the outlier. Like, Piers is doing exactly what all the woke goofs that he criticizes do. He takes an outlier position and tries to apply it to the whole. Be smart. Be as Marty says, where is Alex Jones? We went over him on the previous one. I wanted to finish this interview here just to examine how the Illuminati propaganda works. Because keep in mind, Andrew Tate, so in Piers's deranged mind, he's giving Andrew Tate every opportunity to apologize and toe the propaganda line. We can only wonder if Andrew Tate would not have been arrested had he joined Piers in his satanic occult worship and towing of the establishment line. But it looks here like Tate is refusing.
I don't think that the age is the only thing that's going to decipher how many men and women...
Right, so if you don't actually believe what you said, just say sorry.
It's not about not believing what I'm saying. It's about you understanding.
Again, look at the desperation. Say sorry. Surrender, give in, accept your slave masters. Do as we say at all times. That's the agenda here by Piers.
That there's large conversations going on.
I'm just reading back stuff you've said.
I know
and
you
I'm
are.
asking you, do you believe it?
I believe that it's more likely a 26-year-old's had more partners than a 19-year-old.
Right. You don't know that.
I don't.
He didn't say he knew that. Like, is Piers actually arguing that on average, a 26-year-old has less partners of any kind than a 19? Well, what is Piers's argument here? Like, I mean, is it possible to go full retard this hard? I'm not sure I've ever seen Piers this... This might be the dumbest Piers has ever been. This is Piers's line in the sand? That older people have less experience and less partners? In general? That's Piers's argument?
I don't know that. You're right.
In fact, there could be absolutely no evidence for that whatsoever.
Completely agree.
So why say it? Why stigmatize all 26-year-old women?
It's not about... We're repeating ourselves here.
We're not really. I'm just trying to get to what you actually believe.
He already stated it a million times. Older people have more life experience. The older you are, you know, older adults are on average less attractive than younger adults. This isn't rocket science. Again, you could check out the modeling contracts. How many modeling gigs does a middle-aged woman or man get compared to a young adult?
I believe that men find youth attractive in general. I believe that in the context of the conversation...
25-year-old women aren't old.
I agree with you. They're not. Especially I'm old. I'm a lot older than that. The point I was making was part of mediating a panel, a conversation between feminists and some Muslim guys.
I get it.
Okay,
I get it.
Good.
But
So you understand why I said the sentence.
But as far as I know, you weren't espousing what a Muslim man might think. You were espousing what you think.
I was espousing what the people on the panel believed.
But you were saying what you think.
Well, it's also basic logical... I mean, this is a basic fact, right? A 90-year-old, on average, is not going to have less partners and less life experience and less emotional baggage than a 20-year-old. Should you go around apologizing to all 90-year-olds for that generic truth? According to Piers, yes.
I feel like you're trying to pin me down.
If it's not what you believe, just say, I don't believe that.
What part wouldn't I believe?
Well, you tell me which part you don't believe. There's the sentence. Which part would you now say you don't believe?
I believe that 25-year-old women perhaps have had, because they've been alive longer, maybe have had more partners, but I don't believe that makes them a bad person.
Right. But you understand that the way you phrased it makes every 25-year-old woman feel a bad person.
What? So it's gonna, according to Piers, every 90-year-old is gonna be made to feel like they are a bad person. If someone says that on average a 25-year-old is more attractive than a 90-year-old and has less emotional baggage, that's gonna make every 90-year-old think they're a bad person. Oh man, I don't know if I've seen like this might actually be Piers's rock bottom. I think Piers looks stupider here than he did with Nick Fuentes. What does everybody think? Is it possible to be this stupid? Welcome, Austin MP.
No, I don't think so.
If we have a non sequitur badge, like Austin MP would probably take that one, the non sequitur badge.
Of course you do. You're not stupid, come on.
Piers.
Andrew, you're not stupid. You know what that sounds like to any 25, 26-year-old woman.
Completely. And
you're right? So you have maligned every 25, 26-year-old woman with that statement. And
well, if a 25 or 26-year-old woman actually isn't a nightclub rat or whatever they're called, she wouldn't feel maligned, would she?
I'm simply asking you, to all those who are not of the type of women that you've described here, are you sorry?
I don't want anybody to be offended by anything I say. I want to be a positive force in the world. I don't want anybody to hear what I say and make them feel bad about themselves. I want all people to live righteous and good, whether they're male or female. And anybody who's...
You lead a righteous life?
I think I do, yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
You boasted openly of having 6, 7 partners at once. So is that righteous? I'm not taking there's no moral view from me. Simply asking you what you think righteous means.
I think righteous is living true to your heart and knowing that you're doing good by people, not snaking anybody, not lying to anybody. I know I live a very righteous life.
Have you ever been in love?
Yeah.
How many times?
Plenty. I believe in love between men and women.
I mean, real love, where it's...
Yeah. I believe,
how many times would you say?
Enough. I believe men and women are a beautiful union. I think we're slightly different, but when we work together, we're the most powerful force in the world.
How many women have you loved?
I don't know, Piers. A few.
Give me a ballpark. 5, 10, 20?
Let's say...
You don't forget how many people you've been in love with.
Let's say 10. I mean, I've been in love, and I certainly believe that men and women, when they work together, it's the most beautiful force on the planet. I believe in family. I believe in children.
What a misogynist. How dare he believe in family and children?
I believe in...
If you believe in family and children and love, why are you single?
I'm not single.
Oh, you're not married. That's what I mean.
Well, if I was married, the last thing I would do is advertise it to the feral psychopaths on the internet.
Shots fired at Piers. Oh, man. This is such a bonkers interview. Like, Piers, I don't know, Piers, I mean, Nick Fuentes destroyed and broke Piers Morgan, but I'm not sure if that was more humiliating intellectually than this interview.
So
I'm not a feral psychopath.
Well,
Well, notice how Andrew Tate said feral psychopaths on the internet, and immediately Piers was offended. Because he didn't say Piers. But immediately Piers knew. His subconscious knew he was guilty of that. And look how funny Tate found that. And that was totally like a pawn sacrifice from Tate, because he played Piers like a fiddle there.
Called me friend earlier.
Can be debated, Piers. But the point I'm making as a whole is that all of these...
Do you want to get married is my point?
No, but let's please for a second.
You don't or you do?
Let's please for a second, because you've interrupted me so many times I've failed to...
Well, actually, I've only interrupted you, just to be clear, when you've actually answered a different question.
No, he didn't know. How could you know what question is being answered if you're interrupted? The narcissistic gophery of Piers Morgan.
Cool. Well, then on all these points you're making...
And you've admitted that.
On all these points you're making...
He didn't admit that.
On repeat, you're taking these sentences, and on repeat, you're weaponizing them against me.
I'm not weaponizing anything.
Okay, it's fine.
No. You're weaponizing the weaponizing, which doesn't exist.
No problem.
But you said to me, come on, bring it on, read out all the things that you think are blatant misogyny. All I've done is literally read out all the things we identified from all the research that I thought were blatantly misogynist.
Because Piers doesn't know what the word misogynist... None of those were hateful in any way. Possibly ageist, like Tate has admitted, possibly ageist, but not misogynistic in any way.
And giving you the chance to respond. And the only time I've interrupted you is when you've tried to answer a completely different question.
Understood, Piers. But these things were said.
And even the patronizing there is so obvious, but I don't know if it's obvious to Piers or not.
In large
because he just said that to get Piers to shut up.
Context, where often I'm talking about how, for example, on the same podcast where you've read one of them sentences from, I was talking about how it's a man's duty to die by a woman. And the guy asked me, he said, if 10 men with knives attacked your woman, wouldn't you just... I said, yeah, I'd stand and die. I'd never just run away because I have a duty as a man. I must die on the spot to protect her honor and my honor. I'm talking about a man having responsibility to his duties. I'm talking about the old traditional ways of masculinity. And what happens is a few sentences from such a long conversation is taken and used against me.
I understand that.
So I want you to understand that I'm talking about protecting and providing for women. I'm talking about a man...
Clearly he doesn't understand that because he keeps using the word misogynist. And he keeps thinking that anything Tate said was violating the will of any woman. Because Tate has said nothing other than it's all consent-based. So, with consent of a woman, he's got the authority, etc.
Do you want to get married?
No, but we have to all feed into each other, Piers. I'm talking about protecting.
It's not a hard question.
No, but I'm talking about protecting and providing for a woman. I'm talking about a man being responsible for her safety.
I understand.
So of course I believe in men and women. Of course I believe in love. Of course I believe in marriage. Of course I believe in family.
No, but none
the
of that
idea
was my
that I don't believe in the idea that I don't believe in these things is crazy.
I didn't ask you if you believed in it. I asked you if you're going to get married.
One day, absolutely.
You'd like to.
If I'm not married already, I will be married one day. If I'm not.
Well, you might be secretly married.
I could be married, correct.
Why would you not tell me either way?
Why would I advertise to the feral psychopaths of the world who have tried their very best to destroy me for an opinion about my private life and the things that are most sacred to me? Why would I do
think if you said you were married, everyone would hate you?
I don't know about people hate me. It's about me understanding that I'm a hard target, but I am very, very protective of the people I care about.
Right. But you believe in the concept of marriage?
Completely. That's what we were talking about the whole time.
What do you think?
We talked about a man giving a woman away. Okay. I believe in marriage more than anybody. In fact, I believe in marriage and... No, please.
Now he's using Piers' own tactics, but he's actually using it with logic and reason to make Piers look stupid.
Okay. I believe in marriage in the traditional sense. I believe a man has a duty to stand up and be a real man. I believe that the problem with the world today...
Look at Piers looking nervous because he's getting destroyed. His handlers are not going to be pleased here.
We are facing is that not enough men are sticking to the age-old ways of masculinity. I believe that me standing up and...
If you said you were married, everyone would hate you.
I don't know about people hate me. It's about me understanding that I'm a hard target, but I am very, very protective of the people I care about.
Right. But you believe in the concept of marriage?
Completely. That's what we were talking about the whole time.
What do you think?
We talked about a man giving a woman away. Okay. I believe in marriage more than anybody. In fact, I believe in marriage and... No, please. Okay. I believe in marriage in the traditional sense. I believe a man has a duty to stand up and be a...
And Piers' face tells the whole story. Look how mad Piers is. Because it looks like Piers thought he would say no. Because Piers is so mentally deficient and goofy. He thought he was going to, like, attack him for that, whatever. This tells the whole story. Look at Piers here. Look at this goof. His handlers are not going to be pleased. Piers just lost control of the conversation right here, and he knows it. His goofery has been exposed. This tells the whole story here of this interview. Up until this point, I'm not sure anybody even I mean, everybody makes Piers look this stupid and humiliated. But not to this level. This might be the worst other than Fuentes. We have to go over that one too because I don't even remember. But Fuentes was more just generically humiliating. This is intellectual destruction and evisceration.
Real man. I believe that the problem with the world today that we are facing is that not enough men are sticking to the age-old ways of masculinity. I believe that me standing up and saying a man must protect a woman and provide for her, so he needs to make sure that she's safe. He needs a degree of authority to protect her.
I have no problem with...
But people do have a problem with it. That's the world we're in now.
Andrew, I'm over here.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with what you just said.
Fair use, obviously. Clearly he does. His face betrayed it all earlier.
Here's where my problem comes, right? There are a lot of clips of you floating.
And again, this is all narcissist-based. It's what his problem is. Not what the truth is, not what's best for the world. Just Piers Morgan's own subjective problems and mental weaknesses in dealing what Tate has said due to his own deficiencies.
Floating around on the internet, as you know. One of them has you saying, bang out the machete, boom in her face, grip her by the neck, shut up, bitch. In another, you say slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex.
And this is exactly where Piers, again, exposes the agenda, because clearly Piers hasn't watched the hours of footage to understand the context of anything. I actually don't remember. I'm not even sure if I watched this whole interview before. I don't remember this part, so let's see what he says.
When people see those clips and hear you say those things...
Agreed.
Well, I don't think that... It's not hard to misunderstand it.
It is.
You might say that it's consensual. Other people would say, whether it's consensual or not, that's a very ugly way to talk about women.
Completely. Now let's
hitting them with machetes.
No, watch the whole video. It's a girl coming at me with a machete and me saying, here, slap the machete out of her hand. She's attacking me. So you don't understand. This is the exact point.
I do understand.
No.
If he understood, why did he bring it up and pretend something else? Now, this is a face of a defeated man here. Look at the body language and the micro expressions here. Piers absolutely outclassed and intellectually destroyed on every level while he pretends not to be. Now, this is, again, this is almost every debate and interview, but not to this level. Not to this level. Austin MP in the chat says, UFC 330's matchmaking is what's wrong with the world. I haven't even looked at it. Let's finish this and then we can look at it if you want, Austin. Oh, man.
People don't watch them in full. And this is actually what's interesting. And please don't interrupt me on this point. Social media has changed in modern times. YouTube 5 years ago was 5, 6, 7, 8 minute long videos. Now we have TikTok, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, YouTube shorts, Instagram stories. Now anything you produce that's long form is cut down to very, very short form. They're interested in clicks, they're interested in engagement.
Of course.
They find
But
the
you
most
benefited from all that.
find the most controversial clips they can
And Andrew,
on purpose.
You benefited from all that.
Everybody benefits from social media views, as do you.
Was it the Hustler? What is it
I had an online school
called
Hustlers University.
Right. And then
Piers did hours and hours of research and he doesn't even know the name of one of the only endeavors Tate has advertised online.
the whole job was to promote your clips, make you rich and famous. So you've benefited from this system, the one you now profess to hate. You've benefited from
I never said I hated it.
You've clickbaited like the best of them.
I never said I hated it. I'm saying what happened. I don't hate it. I don't hate social media.
Look at Piers. Piers is such a goof, trying to put words in everybody's mouth, spamming fallacies nonstop. Like, this is actually one of the best screen grabs of Piers. Like, you could see the evil seething under the mask here. You can see it, and you can see how annoyed he is that he can't trap this guy. He can't walk all over this guy in a debate. Very, very pathetic individual here. This peon for the New World Order and the corrupt profiteers running the world.
I think it's a very powerful force. I don't hate the social media. I'm saying
the point is, I think you can talk. Look, you can talk to girlfriends of yours, maybe a secret wife. I don't know. It's entirely up to you. Or two. Maybe you've got 10 wives. That's your business. I don't care, right? My only thing is,
he cares so little he couldn't stop asking him about it.
I don't care what you do in private. If it's consensual between you and another woman, you can do what you like, right? It's your life. I believe in freedom and liberty.
Sure he does. As he stands against it almost at every turn.
It's when you say it in public, it's the influence that this kind of thing has on young men.
Agreed.
Right? And I speak to someone with 3 sons, right? It's who are, by the way, they're intrigued by you. They're fascinated, right?
Gotta feel bad for Piers Morgan's kids. Imagine having to have that as a father.
You're a big thing in that world of
this soy maxing goof, this puppet for the establishment and the evil in the world.
Talk and so on. So they all are aware of you and what you say, so they're all looking. And when they see things like the machete thing, I get the context, because I'm a 57-year-old guy who's been around the block a bit, and I can get what you've said, and you...
Wait, is that misandrous, that he's 57? He's been around the block more than a 19-year-old? How dare anybody point that out, including Piers? Why would he not apologize? Is he not going to apologize to himself for saying that?
Responding to a particular scenario which you'd created where a woman...
But it can be misunderstood.
I understand. So my point to you is, given that you know it can be misunderstood, do you regret saying things like this on camera where it can be disseminated by less intelligent young males who think that is actually what they should be doing to women?
And to extremely less intelligent individuals like himself, who are going to conduct themselves in this manner, misunderstanding everything, including the basic definition of basic words, while thought policing, while pretending to believe in liberty and freedom. Thought and tone policing and word policing. So, I mean, that's as anti-freedom as you can get, to try to control somebody's speech, whether in public or in private. He's saying he doesn't mind the speech in private, he minds the speech in public, which is as anti-freedom as you can get. I mean, you can't be more of fascist scum than Piers Morgan, than fascist statist scum. I mean, Piers could be a poster boy, a poster goof. Piers the poster goof for fascist statist scum. So here's another interesting point here too. Is you can all of this is about bending Tate to the establishment will. I'm not sure what went on in the Fuentes interview. I watched it. I'm not sure that's what was going on there. Maybe it was, but I don't know. I think Fuentes is much more likely to be an asset than someone like Andrew Tate. But I'm not sure. Like, if Fuentes was that much of a loose cannon, like, why? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. But here, you could look at the desperation. Because Piers' handlers made this perfectly clear. It's just, again, it's like in 300. When all of the messengers of Xerxes come to Leonidas, they just want him to bend. Bend to the will. Submit. Sacrifice your soul. And Andrew Tate is refusing. And the punishment, I mean, who knows what the punishment's going to be for Piers here, because he couldn't get him to bend.
And finally, we get to the point of the issue, which is the point I tried to make at the very beginning. When I made a video before I was famous that got 500 views, me being concerned that 1% of people will misunderstand it was not relevant. Where you start getting 5 million views a video, 50 million views a video, 1% of people misunderstanding it.
Doesn't change what
No, it doesn't. But it becomes a much larger problem.
I understand.
So with great fame comes great responsibility.
Right.
So
I agree.
Would I, now that I'm famous,
yes.
do I say things the same way as I did back before I was famous? Absolutely not.
Right.
As neither would you or nearly any other famous person on the planet.
So
once you become famous, you have to be a lot more careful with how you say things.
I understand. So my logical follow-up to that remains, do you regret then saying it the way you said it?
I can't live in regret by saying something.
How is that a logical follow-up? Because he didn't know he was going to be this famous. Piers using the word logical is comical.
Before I was famous on a camera, which barely anybody watched, and then I became famous afterwards. That would be a very asinine way to view the world.
So
I can't live in.
So you stand by all those things?
I can't live in regret because I didn't know I was going to become the most famous man on the planet. That regret would be the wrong word. Is it inconvenient? Sure. But I can't sit here and say, I wish I knew 6 years ago I'd be the most famous man on the planet and monitored all of my speech forever. That's asinine.
Asinine's a good word and a very accurate descriptor of Piers Morgan.
You see, one of the problems that people have with you is that they think you have a malevolent influence on young people. This was the excuse that was put out by the big tech companies.
Excuse being the key word.
Well, it may be, actually.
Big tech companies, same handlers as Piers.
Intrinsically, I have a problem with censorship. I don't think Donald Trump should be banned from Twitter, for example, because the Ayatollah of Iran remains on Twitter and other social media platforms. And whatever I think of you, you're not the Ayatollah of Iran, right? So to me, there's got to be perspective here. And I don't understand the inconsistency by what companies like Twitter.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. Like, they have known murderers on there, but they don't want people saying mean things. It is pretty weird.
How they treat the leader of Iran and someone like you.
Is Netanyahu on Twitter? Or some of these genocidal maniacs?
To me, they're much more draconian on people like you than they are with people who perhaps should not be allowed platforms. But generally, I don't really agree with no platforming people. But I think what's interesting talking to you is it seems to me like you have gone on a bit of a journey of self-awareness about the impact of some of the stuff you said in the past, and you have said you wouldn't say it again in the same way. Now, you may not want to express regret for that, but it shows me that at the very least, you have evolved to somebody who recognizes that these can be quite damaging in the way that you said them.
Completely. As a professional and as an adult, it would be stupid for me to sit here and say that now that I'm the most famous man on the planet, my words do not have more impact than they did before. With impact, with power comes responsibility. and things need to be worded in a very careful way. Now, when I do a long format interview, I have to sit there and consciously understand that any 10 seconds of that can be cut and used against me. So I have to be a lot more careful with how I say my words and how I construct my sentences. Of course, we agree with all of that. That's exactly what's happened to me. I agree with all of that. I don't want to be seen as a negative influence in the world. I know that there's a whole bunch of men. I get thousands of emails a week from men whose lives I've saved. I get thousands of emails a week from men who are on the verge of suicide.
Who thinks Piers is going to completely ignore all of this?
Save their lives. We're talking about...
And by the way, I don't dispute that at all. You have almost certainly, I would think, from everything I've read about you, I think you have certainly been probably able to be very helpful to young men.
Oh, big surprise.
Who have really struggled for self-confidence and all that kind of thing, right? Completely. I'm completely prepared to accept that. But there was also...
Oh, what a shocker.
So I think quite a disturbing piece that BuzzFeed did. And it talked about the negative impact.
It was only 1 second, but I'm surprised. I thought he would just dive right into something else.
Of young, impressionable male minds when they've read or seen some of the more inflammatory things you've said. And they quoted, for example, Sandy, 22, from Washington. My father's gone from a man who minored in women's studies in college, who was kind and in touch with his emotions, treated all people, men and women around him, with kindness, to a man who says that whenever he sees an effeminate male stranger, he gets an overwhelming urge to murder them. He loves podcasts.
Look at Tate's face. How is Tate responsible for people? And again, if this story is even true, right? Because this story is from some like random female, maybe it might not even be a real story. But look at Tate's face. It's like, because why is Piers like? How often has Piers gone after rappers and rap music though? I mean, has he? I don't think he has. I think he's mentioned that he likes rap music a few times. I think he said he really likes Kanye, except for Mustache Man music related. Other than the Mustache Man stuff, I think he said he liked Kanye's music too, right? Which, I mean, again, I haven't listened to every single Kanye song, but there's a couple that are questionable, right? Far more questionable than anything Tate has said. But yet, he's spending all this time on Tate instead of rap music or violent movies, like horror movies. How often are females, like, killed and mutilated in horror movies? Nowhere near as much as the males, but still, more so than anything Tate has said.
He listens to a lot of podcasts. I know he's listened to Andrew Tate.
Whoa. Let's stop for a second. Let's be professional here, Piers, because you're a professional, as am I.
Piers being professional is quite the joke.
First, she said, did you say that my father went? She said, my father has gone.
Her father.
That's a full-grown man, firstly. So we're talking about my impact on children. You just talked about a full-grown man here.
Look at Piers just being destroyed here.
Secondly, I've never talked about murdering effeminate men in anything online ever, in any context ever. So I don't know why they have taken some random person I've never met in the world who's full grown, an adult, and come to their own conclusions who I've never met and lumped his name in with mine. That is absolutely unfair on every level. I didn't read this BuzzFeed. I didn't read this BuzzFeed article, but after hearing the first point, I know it's trash. That is complete garbage. I'm the reason this man believes what he believes.
I've seen a quote from you, and you can tell me what you feel here about this.
Sure.
You talk about people don't want to see men dressed up in dresses. Transgender.
That's not exactly what I said.
What did you say?
I said the reason I am so popular and I'm so famous is that there's a large contingent of men who don't want to wear makeup, who still want to make money, go to the gym, be strong, drive a fast car, be traditionally masculine, and don't want to be shamed for that, and they don't want to be called toxic for that. That is the reason I'm so massively famous. That is what I said.
What do you think of transgender people?
That's nothing to do with me. I'm not transgender, and I don't understand the issue like they do.
Are you transphobic? Do you consider yourself that?
Transphobic? What? Afraid?
Well, it kind of, yeah. You have
I don't live in fear, my friend. I have no problem.
Do you have a dislike of transgender people?
I don't know any transgender people.
But do you have a dislike of what they stand for, what they are?
No. Why would I?
I don't know.
That's not my issue. That's not my issue. And that's actually quite interesting because when I was attacked, a lot of these stupid articles like BuzzFeed, because it's ridiculous, that first point.
I like how he makes Piers look stupid by mentioning how stupid the article was because Piers the one that brought it up. And I like how he pointed out Piers' goofery in talking about his effect on children and then bringing up a second or third hand story about a full-grown man.
It proves anyone with a brain knows that that's garbage. when they
Clearly not Piers.
attacked me, they lump a whole bunch of things in together. They say misogynistic, racist, transphobic. They just put them all together at random. I'm mixed race.
By the way,
I don't know where they get these. They just get these buzzwords and put them in a sentence.
By the way, I completely agree.
It's
and
crazy.
I've had the same thing done to me.
Okay, well,
and
there
I'm
you go
not
then.
calling you anything. I'm asking you what you personally believe you are.
It's not an issue I discuss. What I do discuss is that
He has since, and its effect on like destroying society and etc. But I guess I don't know. Maybe at this time he hadn't.
Support transgender people.
I support individual liberty. I'm a libertarian.
Yeah. So you support transgender people.
Sure. Why not?
Exactly. Yeah.
So, but my point is, as a whole, you're saying that I'm saying I don't want to see men in dresses. I'm saying no.
You support gay people.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's a large contingent of men in the world.
By support, I'm assuming here Tate is saying obviously they could do whatever they want as long as they're not harming anybody else. That's because I've never actually. Who here is actually against people having free will to do what they want as long as they're not harming others, especially children, etc. And some people are saying, oh, the irony of saying that regarding Tate. Well, again, if there's any evidence of his crime, if there are crimes in that regard, let the evidence come forward and let justice be served.
Who like the idea of the traditional masculine view of the world, who feel happy when they watch 80s action heroes with big muscles and they run around. And there's nothing toxically masculine about having a fast car and a beautiful girlfriend and making a bunch of money. And
Nothing at all.
Absolutely. And those are the people who are my fans.
I
and
agree.
I'm saying,
But the problem is, okay, I'm going to interrupt you just to say this. No.
Just to say this, like interruption number 150.
Okay, but you're saying that I have a problem with men in dresses. I'm saying no. The people who watch my
I've
content.
asked you that question. You've answered.
Yeah, but the people who watch my content don't want to see men in dresses. Clearly, I don't wear a dress.
Well, some would argue he's coming kind of close to that with some of his outfits. But I think and that's a good question. Somebody should ask him about some of those outfits. I'm assuming he's doing it specifically to trigger the goofs, because otherwise, why else would he wear some of that stuff? Like including what he was arrested in. And some people obviously believe he thought he knew he would be arrested at that time. So yeah, that's kind of funny.
That's not why they're watching your content.
No,
because you're not wearing a dress.
No, but that's the point I'm making. That's the point I was making. There's a large contingent of men who are not interested in the things that perhaps the YouTube algorithm's trying to feed them.
I think there are lots
of.
Look, when you support masculinity and masculine traits, I'm with you, right?
Okay, so you agree a man should protect and provide for a woman?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you agree if you were walking down the street with a woman, you'd be responsible with her safety?
Yeah.
Cool, absolutely. So if that woman.
Gotta feel bad for that woman. Her safety might not be insured if Piers Morgan's in charge of it.
Wanting to walk alone.
I don't think I have authority over the woman as we do that.
Okay, so let me ask you another question, Piers, because we are professionals. Let's say your woman decided she wanted to take a nice little walk through the south side of Chicago at 2 a.m., and she wanted you to go with her, and you were responsible for fighting and dying on the spot if she was attacked. Don't you think you would say to her, no, we're not going out right now, it's not safe?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd have authority to make the decision. So
no, I wouldn't.
So
I would say, I don't think you should. If she decides to, it's her own volition.
Well,
so he would let her go out there and die? And then if she got killed, he would just say, oh, her volition. That's crazy. He wouldn't threaten to end the relationship. He wouldn't do anything to stop her? I'm not talking about obviously physically locking her in a basement. I'm talking about, like, he wouldn't do anything at all to stop her. Otherwise, well, your choice. Wow, this is crazy.
She decides you're not going to stop her.
I have no power to stop her.
Completely.
But you think you do.
No, I don't think I have power to stop her.
You clearly do.
No, I think I have power to make the decision. I think, no, that's not sensible.
So if you have the power to make the decision, you have the power to stop her.
No. So again, this is basic illiteracy from Piers Morgan.
No, because
that's where we differ. That's why I think it's interesting about you. I don't think you really think through what you're saying.
Interesting projection.
I think through what I'm saying so carefully.
Yeah, but Andrew,
Piers.
what you've literally just said is that you have the power to stop.
No, I said I don't have the power to stop.
I've never seen Piers get destroyed this much. Even in the Fuentes made him look straight stupid. But this level of basic logical alliteration and basic literacy evisceration, I don't know if I've seen this before.
I'm not going to lock her in the room. I'm saying that.
So if she wants to go on her own,
then she's going to go.
But you don't have authority to stop her.
Okay, but as a couple, if we're going to sit there and decide if we're going to take this...
You asked me, would I feel a sense of responsibility for her safety? Absolutely.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
So let me finish,
Piers.
Piers.
Power or authority to stop her doing it? No.
No, of course not. So let me finish, Piers. You're not going to stop her walking out the hotel. Of course, it's her decision. She's a sovereign individual. My point is that usually in a couple, you'd sit there as a team and you discuss, and perhaps on certain issues, the woman will know more about X and she'll decide X, and the man might know more about Y and he'll decide Y. So I'm saying if we're as a couple and we're sitting there and deciding as a couple, as a team, and she says she wants to take this late night stroll, I'm going to say, you know what, I'm going to veto this one. I'm going to call veto.
Do you believe in...
Because it's dangerous,
right.
which to a degree would give me, in that particular scenario, a degree of authority. If she said, I don't want to listen to you, Andrew.
It doesn't give you authority.
If she says, I don't want to listen to you, Andrew, I want to go on that walk, then what can I do? Say, well, then I
don't have authority.
Then I wish you the best, my love.
Then you don't have authority.
Cool, then it's a semantic argument.
Not really.
I think...
Piers is just retarded. I mean, just the retard maxing is off the rails here. I think Andrew should have kind of clarified it, then there's no more relationship, right? Because if he can't ensure her safety, and she doesn't want him to, right? Because it's all, you know, it's all about consent. So if she doesn't consent to that, then there's no more relationship. It's not like the relationship's going to stay intact with that. I think that's what Andrew should have clarified there.
It's the complete opposite of what you said you had, which was authority.
No problem, Piers. No problem. But I think we actually...
Ask you about, what do you believe about depression? Do you believe depression is a real thing?
I believe that feeling depressed is real. I don't believe depression as a clinical disease is real, no.
Really?
Correct.
You don't believe people can be clinically depressed?
I think PTSD is very real. Unfortunately, I have some friends who suffer from that. I know that feeling depressed is real. I believe that the number one power you have against these things are trying to take control of your own mind and affecting your own life. I believe that it's not healthy to hand over all your power and believe that depression is an outside disease that you can't affect. I know that when I've had difficult periods in my life, and also many of my friends, like I've said, suffer from PTSD and been through terrible things. I've lived a very difficult life, and I know people who have, that the things that made them feel better is when they woke up and said, you know what, I'm not going to allow this to damage me anymore. I'm going to take responsibility. I'm going to get up and I'm going to fight this as hard as I can.
And by the way, on that, I agree.
So we agree.
Right? My favorite speech is the Rocky Balboa one.
Okay, so then we agree. No, we do.
Here's where we don't agree.
Piers.
You don't, hang on. You got to let me interject when I don't agree with you.
Which is every second, but Piers doesn't have the mental capacity to comprehend what is the disagreement or what the definitions of words are, like authority.
Right. Where I don't agree with you is that there's no such thing as clinical depression. There absolutely is. Well, it's a proven scientific medical reality.
Again, he doesn't know what proven or scientific means, etc.
There's a different argument about have we gone a bit too soft, right, in schools and all the rest of it. Absolutely. Yeah. Do I think some people moan and whine too much about their lot in life? Definitely. Okay. Are we a victimhood society? 100%. Okay. Is there some...
And to be clear here, for if anybody's getting triggered here, obviously there are nutritional issues, usually in B vitamins, that cause a lot of mental health issues, which are labeled as clinical depression, etc. So nutrient deficiencies are absolutely real. Austin says, I would destroy Piers and Yu-Gi-Oh! If we used 2006 rules especially. I don't know anything about that, my friend.
Such a thing as clinical depression? Absolutely. And my argument is that if you actually bracket everybody who's not clinically depressed and doesn't have the genuine medical condition, then actually if millions of people are deemed to have depression, the ones who really need the help don't get it. Well, that's my point.
Well, that I would agree with. You're right. I think it's certainly an overused term.
But you don't accept there is such a thing as clinical depression.
No, I don't.
And that to me is a damaging view.
Okay. Well, let me explain why. If someone comes to me and says, I'm clinically depressed or I feel very, very sad, I would say the first thing you need to do is stop accepting the identity of a clinically depressed person. Stop accepting you have no control over this. And what you need to do is stop identifying that way and let's work together to try and fight against it.
But there isn't an eminent doctor in the world who would tell you there is no such thing as clinical depression.
Well, first of all, he's wrong about that. Second of all, again, now he's stacking appeal to authority, appeal to credentials, appeal to popularity, logical fallacies, because that's all Piers has. It's just logical fallacies and, pearl clutching. That's all Piers has in his retard maxing spirals and humiliation fetish indulging interviews like this one. Is that LDN or IDN 259 says, I love when Piers says, see, on that I agree with you, like his opinion is the benchmark for what's right. Yeah, classic narcissist goof is Piers Morgan.
Who would not tell you that some people is simply beyond their control.
Johann Hari wrote a book saying exactly that, my friend.
He's not an eminent doctor.
No, but
he's a journalist.
I said depression wasn't real long ago and was attacked for it. Then Johan Hari wrote a book, which
What's
actually...
What's it got to do with Johan Hari?
Because he wrote a book proving me right. Most people...
Johan Hari's a journalist.
Sure. And my point is that a lot of people who are clinically depressed are suffering with something in their life, and if you fix the problem in their life, perhaps they won't feel depressed anymore. That's not a disease.
Yeah, but Andrew...
That's situational.
Andrew, you're simply wrong.
If that's what you believe, Piers.
It's what I believe.
I don't believe in things that take power away.
There is not an eminent doctor in the world.
Again, this just appeal to authority, appeal to popularity, appeal to credentials, logical fallacies, and no true Scotsman, too, because all the doctors that do say this, he's going to say, oh, they're not real. Like a typical bootlicking ghoul, because that's all Piers is.
Piers.
I would agree with you.
Piers.
Do you think you know more than doctors?
I can't become clinically depressed.
Why do you know?
Because I don't believe in it. I can't be haunted by a ghost if I don't believe in ghosts.
Well, that's like saying I'm never going to die because I don't believe in it. It's ridiculous.
Perhaps, but if it allows me to live a life...
Well, that's not like that at all. How is that like that at all? What? What?
Life where I feel happy and
But here's what you
That might be one of the... that might be like the biggest non-congruent argument, logical fallacy I've ever seen.
No.
Again, this is that little area where you lose me.
No, I don't lose you.
You are,
because
when somebody with your following says
the thousands of people who have emailed me saying my doctor told me I was clinically depressed and it's a disease that I have got in my brain and I can't be fixed. And I started listening to you and I realized that that's not the case and I can fix my own life and you're the only person who has ever helped me. Thousands of people have emailed me that exact email.
If you think you are single-handedly curing people of clinical depression, you are living in cloud cuckoo land.
I am.
Wait, how would Piers know? I mean, well, Piers obviously knows what clown cuckoo land is. That's where he lives. But how would he know what's going on with these other people? I fully believe that almost every person, male or female, would be better off, call me crazy, listening to people like Andrew Tate with some basic logical understanding, even if he's a complete criminal, mastermind, genius, kingpin, real-life GTA character, GTA Vice City character. What his basic observations about the world and human psychology, who is not better off from and I'm not talking about his jokes. I'm not talking about him joking around just to trigger goofs online. I'm talking about the genuine advice that he gives people. And I've said the same thing too. Like if you're like, again, depression is usually a combination of a lack of physical fitness and nutritional deficiency. You fix those two, all of a sudden, things get better. Because, again, you could look at many things, like rich people. I think Tate made the point that rich people don't get depressed. He's wrong about that, obviously, but I don't know how many years ago that was. There was a clip about that. Because rich people commit suicide and have a lot of health issues, too. But which rich people? Like, the rich people that are in really phenomenal physical shape, and I'm not talking about the overnight rich people, because that's a whole different argument, like those online influencers that were fitness influencers, and then they got really rich real fast and super young. That's a completely different argument. I'm talking about, like, the career rich people that have always been rich, or the families, like, the ones that are really physically fit. I mean, again, if their nutritional deficiencies and or drug use can mess up a lot of stuff. But when you have all those bullet points... It's kind of like the trifecta of mind, body, spirit. Healthy mind, healthy body, healthy spirit. Like, why would you be depressed? Like, even if your life is kind of terrible or you're going through horrible things, like, when you have that pyramid of power, forgive the Illuminati tie-in there, mind, body, spirit, you can kind of handle things, right? Like, some people's happiest times are when they were broke. So, yeah, the Piers retard maxing here, pretending like if you don't follow, like, Tate's advice isn't better than all these licensed therapists and psychologists and psychiatrists. How many of them are pushing physical fitness? Yeah, they'll say go for a walk, which is great. It actually is good to walk. But, like, one little 20-minute walk, I mean, it'll help if they don't walk at all, like if you're a couch potato. But, like, if you actually get obsessed with physical fitness, like if you get obsessed with getting in really good shape, like top 1% physical fitness, or even top 0.5%, you're gonna feel good. And then stop eating garbage. Stop eating, like, the chemical poisons, fast food, like junk food, candy, like all that filth that's been normalized by people like Piers Morgan's handlers. So yeah, Piers Morgan's appeal to incredulity and just appeal to invincible ignorance fallacy spam here, quite revealing, because he has to peddle the dogma of his handlers, which you know, their dogma is to destroy humanity and to give over all your power to the experts in a bootlicking stupor, which is what Piers preaches.
I'm reading the emails of people who I have cured of clinical depression.
You're reading emails from people who have believed you when you say there isn't such a thing.
Which proves his point, right? Like, is Piers too retarded to understand this? Like, I'm not saying Andrew Tate is correct about this technically, because I think a nutritional deficiency plays a large role here. But, and obviously, the greater your fitness level, the more metabolically healthy you are, the more you're actually going to absorb nutrients, so that's related as well. So if you're following Tate's advice about physical fitness, I don't think even Tate gets that much into nutrition. Like, he eats Burger King and stuff, kind of not, you know, minus L Tate, but yeah, just the physical fitness part actually fixes a lot. It lets you be a little bit more flexible with the diet. Not that you should. I'm pretty uncompromising on both the physical fitness and the nutrition. I believe you gotta have both, but yeah, Piers is so retarded. He just proved Tate's point here, but he's too dumb to realize it in his Dunning-Kruger stupor.
And they've probably never been diagnosed clinically depressed. They just want to go along with what Andrew Tate.
How would he know? So he thinks all these people are lying? Tate, you know what Tate should have done? He should have brought the receipts with the diagnoses from the doctor.
Tate says.
I don't think so.
I think your view of that is dangerous.
I respect that you think my view is dangerous, and I respect you have the right to view that, to think that. I think that clinical depression, I actually agree with you, is massively overdiagnosed. I've already said that PTSD is a very real thing. I've already said.
Well, if Piers is I hesitate to use the word smart. If he's mentally functioning enough to understand that it's overdiagnosed, why would it be unbelievable that some of the people emailing Tate were diagnosed with it, if it's so overdiagnosed as Piers Morgan claims?
I didn't. Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Again, you're misquoting me. I did not say clinical depression is massively overdiagnosed. I said that people who claim to be depressed but don't have clinical depression, I think that is massively overblown, right? In other words, there are a lot of people who just have a bad...
Well, he agreed with Tate when he summarized it earlier. That's why Tate was confused, because I guess Piers isn't even paying attention to what Tate is saying.
...bad day and declare, I've got depression. And I say, well, have you been to a doctor? Have you been clinically diagnosed? If you have, and you have clinical depression, that's one thing. But if you haven't, we could probably work on some mental strength and resilience skills with you.
Well, also, what Piers is too brain dead to comprehend, different doctors will have a different subjective metric for what qualifies for clinical depression and what doesn't, and prescribe medications accordingly in either situation. But Piers is too brain dead to comprehend that.
But a clinically depressed person...
Like, Andrew Tate just kind of takes it for granted that people have, like, a certain base level of preschool level cognitive function. Piers clearly doesn't. That's why he was a little surprised. That's why Tate looked a little surprised there.
Has an absolutely proven medical condition that is beyond their control.
Not according to me and many others, my friend.
Well, look, what do you know about it, honestly?
I know.
You're not a doctor, are you? Not trained, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
You're not a psychiatrist, you're none of those things.
Sure.
He's arguably better than all of them, though. I know a lot of people get triggered by that, but... Oh, man.
You're a guy on the make. He's done very well for himself, spouting stuff off, much of which I agree with, as you've seen in the interview, but some of which is ludicrous, and that's one of them.
Appeal to incredulity. Literally. Appeal to incredulity.
It's not ludicrous.
It is.
It's not.
If you said to me, we're in a victimhood society, it's got to stop, I'm with you.
Okay.
But the moment you try...
That's the same thing. That's the extension of that.
...and deny clinical...
And this is what Piers does. He pretends to be like... He pretends to be moderate on certain things. Like, he pretends to be, and then he just spouses this illiterate Dunning-Kruger cope. Just nothing but logical fallacies.
Depression.
To make his masters happy.
I believe feeling depressed is real. I do not believe it's a disease that you catch from the sky and you cannot affect. I believe that no matter what happens, I believe you have control of your own mind and you can fight against it. I believe if you change your circumstances in your life, you may feel different. I'll give you a quick example. I had a guy who emailed me saying he was clinically depressed and he was going to kill himself. I obviously am not a psychiatrist, I'm not a doctor. I told him, because I replied to my emails. I said, have you been to a psychiatrist? He said, yes, I'm clinically depressed. I've been on these pills, this amount of time. I'm on antidepressants, it doesn't work. I said, I don't know what to say to you besides this. And he said he lost his girlfriend, that's why I became clinically depressed. I said, listen, go to the gym, get a six-pack first. Once you've got a six-pack, email me again. If you still feel like killing yourself, I don't know what else to say to you, but I'd say, strong body is a strong mind, go train. He went, he started sending me progress pictures, emailing me him getting in better shape, and eventually got a six-pack. He's now a professional bodybuilder. And he said, I can't believe I was considering that. I feel so much better, etc. The doctor was telling him he was clinically depressed and couldn't cure it.
I don't remember this part of the interview. This is totally why they want to cancel this guy. Again, innocent or guilty. They can't have people affecting the masses like this. Is it possible to be depressed with a six-pack? Obviously, yes. But the question is, if you don't have a six-pack and you're depressed, will you still be depressed once you get a six-pack? Piers obviously knows nothing about having a six-pack.
He started taking control of his own life, and now he felt better. Now, I'm not saying it's the case for everybody.
No.
I'm just saying.
Here's my question, though. Have you seen the guy's medical records?
Of course not. I just told you the story.
So you're just taking his word for it?
Oh.
Kind of like Piers just took the word from that BuzzFeed article. Just to go for it. To go for it. Oh, man. Here's that. Well, so what does Piers think? That a troll, somebody who's lying, is going to spend all this time emailing Andrew Tate progress pictures. I don't know what period of time. And presumably this is months. I mean, I don't know how out of shape the guy was before he got the six-packs, but unless he was like skinny fat, normally it's going to take a bit of time to get a six-pack. And now he's saying he's a professional bodybuilder now. So this person was lying the whole time? They were lying about seeing a psychiatrist and getting prescribed medication? The amount of millions of people on medication, Piers thinks it's unbelievable that one of these millions or tens of millions emailed Andrew Tate, the most famous man in the world. Let's get an exact statistic. Wow, this is scary. So the CDC says 11.4 to 16.6% of American adults. And this guy didn't say, maybe he was an adult. I mean, I guess he could have been 16 or 17. But let's say he's an adult. So 11 to 16% of American adults. It doesn't say whether he was American or British, but if he's American, because obviously Tate is very popular in the UK, Australia, etc. So this percentage range equates to 30 to 44 million. So out of and this is only the US. So if we're talking US, UK, Australia, I mean, you're looking at potentially close to 100 million people. Oh, we didn't even count Canada. Alright, let's add UK, Canada, because we don't know where this guy's from. He also could be from a European country, we don't know. And it says here, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand generally report higher or comparable rates of antidepressant use. So that would be an additional 6 million plus Canadian, an additional 5 million plus Australian, an additional 500,000 New Zealand. So okay, we're looking at 50, so is that over 50 mil, and then that's not including all the other countries in the world. So out of 50 million people, Piers Morgan thinks it's unlikely that one of these 50 million emailed Andrew Tate about feeling sad and then got a six-pack and then felt better. So, I mean, just this level of mental disability from Piers. I mean, this is insane.
I am taking the words of a man who emailed me with a bunch of medication in specific
So
doses.
you're denying proven science because one guy writes to you who you help and you've not seen any evidence he ever had clinical depression diagnosed.
I'm denying the idea that...
And on the back of it, you go on your rants in public to tens of millions of people denying something because this guy writes to you and says he had it and you cured him. And I think that's a dangerous mindset, Andrew.
That's fine.
And that's where you don't have a response.
It was actually before the guy emailed him, right? That was just proof of what Tate was saying is true or applicable to some capacity. And if you listen to the full interviews, Andrew Tate actually says that there is a certain small percentage of people, like less than 1%, whatever, they do have some kind of serious mental issue. And so this might not apply to them, obviously. But to 99% of people that have been diagnosed or failed, etc. So Tate made it clear that he's speaking to the 99. Like, he's not speaking to these outliers who might have some legitimate health issues. But again, even if you do, how is getting in shape going to make it worse, right? It would still make it better. Like Piers' goofery is insane.
Responsible view of your influence over
disagree.
people.
It's very responsible because I'm saving people's lives. I disagree that if you feel depressed, I disagree that you cannot affect it and change your life and take control and fix yourself and feel happier. I disagree with that.
Do you think
I refuse to accept that there are people out there who cannot become happy, contented individuals. I refuse to accept we live in a world where God has created people who, no matter how hard they work and how good their life becomes, can't be happy. I don't accept that. I accept that the universe is a very giving place and that God loves all of us. And if you try your best and you work hard, you can become a better person. And
Man, Tate is taking over this interview.
I also will argue with you, and I'll counter the point that you sitting here on your platform telling people they have clinical depression, there's nothing they can do about it, is far more dangerous. Okay, well then, if they have clinical depression...
Why do you misquote me?
No, because you're saying...
hate being misquoted.
No.
Now Piers crying victim when that's literally what he spent the entire time doing. And Tate's point isn't even that much of a misquote. Obviously, Piers didn't say that there was absolutely nothing they could do about it. Does Piers want him on medication? Like, what is Piers' solution? Go to therapy? Spend all that money instead of going to the gym?
You're saying if people have clinical depression,
and by gym, I don't mean physical building. I mean, I don't actually go to the gym. I don't need a gym to work out. Nobody does. You could do you could do all your workouts on a playground. You could do workouts at home with kettlebells, whatever. Like, you don't need to actually go to a gym.
So there's nothing to do about it. They go to a doctor and they get diagnosed and they get help.
Then I would argue the point that
it's the complete opposite of what you just said. I said.
It's the same point though, because Piers says you should go sit in an office with someone who can't get results.
Argue the point that if somebody has depression of any kind, whether it's clinical, whether it exists or not, whether they feel depressed or not, whatever, that taking control of their life, taking personal responsibility and working hard is always going to be the positive, best thing they can possibly do for their life going forward.
How positive
and the people
is
around them. So sitting here saying, I don't believe in clinical depression, you don't believe in depression. No, I don't. I believe that people can take control and fight against things. Right. I believe in personal sovereignty.
Right. Fine.
Look at the disdain in Piers' voice. Right. Fine. Because his string pullers, his masters and handlers, that's the last thing they want. They don't want people going against the establishment.
Good. So we agree.
They don't want people being empowered and non-reliant on the system. Piers wants the reliance on the system. Be sick, be weak, be incapable of resistance. That's Piers' message. Listen to the so-called experts. Tate's is the opposite. So it's kind of not surprising Tate is arrested after this.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Piers, you're on my side, afraid of being canceled along with me.
As I said to you from the start,
that's all
I agree with a lot of what you say.
Completely. So
I'm taking you to task over the stuff I don't agree with.
Or the stuff that he doesn't even comprehend.
Sure.
And I'm just not sure you understand why it's wrong.
The projection code here.
Which is in itself quite revealing. Let me talk to you about Alex Jones, right? Who I have a bit of history with. He tried to get me deported from the United States.
Oh, did it?
That's hilarious.
Yeah. What is your view?
It sounds like Tate thinks that's funny.
View of Alex Jones.
I think that Alex Jones is a sovereign individual who, very much like the rabid left, deserves a chance to speak on his points of view. I think that the truth on issues is usually somewhere in the middle between two extremes.
Uh-oh. Tate going with the middle ground fallacy. I'm kind of disappointed here. He might also... Well, actually, maybe not. I've said this before. I think Tate might be a lot smarter than me. I think Tate might, I don't know if he's doing that here, but in other cases, he intentionally uses fallacies. He intentionally placates and patronizes to set traps. I don't do that. I'm just going to say whatever the truth is. But I think that might be what he's doing here.
And
you think Sandy Hook was staged?
I don't know anything about Sandy.
What? How does he go? If the truth is in the middle, how would it... What? Where does... Wow, what a retard, Maxter. Piers is like this is hilarious. If the truth is in the middle, that means he wouldn't. That means that Tate wouldn't necessarily believe Alex Jones, or the mainstream establishment narrative, which are always false. But yeah, that's interesting. And again, staged doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Really? He's just been sued by the families for millions and millions.
I have no idea.
You don't know anything about it?
No.
So why would you support someone in public when you know nothing about the most infamous
When
thing
have I
attached to
supported
it?
him in public?
You have supported him in public.
I've been on his podcast.
Yeah, but you said nice things about him.
I say nice things about lots of people.
What do you think of Alex Jones?
I said nice things about you, Piers.
That's funny.
So to sit and say that I've been on a podcast and I say nice things about
But
him
you
means
said
I
you support his right to speak about things like Sandy Hook?
I don't know Sandy Hook. I don't know. And
You know what it was?
It was a mass shooting.
Of school children.
Okay. But to sit and it's actually, no, let's stop for a second. Please don't interrupt me. Here's why I know why you're good at your job. First, you interrupt people a lot, which is good. It's a good skill.
Actually,
and then
as he's just doing it right there.
There you go. Prove me right.
Here's exactly
and the timing's good.
Here's exactly what I do. I only interrupt people like you when you either refuse to answer the question or answer a completely different one.
Sure.
And I want to remind you of what the question was.
Yeah, that's definitely not what happened any of those times.
Fair.
Or when you misquote me back, which you've done repeatedly through the interview.
He did it like twice due to Piers's mental disability and not comprehending it, while Piers has done it every single time.
Where you say, you see, Piers, you agree with me. And the viewer who's been watching will go, no, he didn't.
Well, he did. The viewer who's not retarded. I mean, I guess Piers is assuming a lot of his viewers are like him and they're retard maxers, which maybe they are. Maybe there's a certain contingent there. Yeah. Troubling Tribune says, what exactly is the middle for Tate? I think he was trolling there. I think he was just setting a trap for Piers to expose Piers, which look how great it worked, because he's always playing chess. If he genuinely believes in the middle ground fallacy, I don't think he does, though. This is the only time I've ever heard him invoke it. So yeah.
Cool, no problem. The other thing,
and he's just talking to him like a 4-year-old child. Cool, no problem. Just to shut him up so that Tate can get his point across to the people listening and not even engaging with this buffoon goof. I mean, look at Piers's face here. I mean, that is a brain-dead buffoon.
you do is you try and set these traps like now. So you're saying
what's the trap you think I'm setting?
He's about to say it, you moron.
You're saying that I agree with every single point of view a man has.
I literally didn't say that.
You're saying, well, you support Alex Jones.
Why would you misquote me?
Because you're saying you support Alex Jones and you said you've been on his podcast and he said this. I don't know
what do you think of Alex Jones?
I don't know everything he said.
What do you think of him?
I think on his podcast he was cordial. I think he was professional on his podcast. I've also done podcasts with rabid leftists and people who openly hate me.
Is it wrong?
I do a podcast circuit.
Okay.
So and I don't know everything he's ever said.
When somebody like
and I don't know what what you're trying to get me here because I did a podcast.
If you let me get a word in edgeways, I'll tell you.
Get a word in? You've interrupted him over 200 times now?
It's a lame trick.
If you let me get a word in, I will tell you.
Let's go.
Alex Jones said that Sandy Hook didn't happen. It was staged by actors. Okay.
Wait, how could it didn't happen if it was staged? Do theatrical plays not happen? Did movies not actually happen? So you didn't actually, the movie you thought you saw, it wasn't actually made because it was staged. What? Like Piers's illiteracy is just incredible. Troubling Tribune says interruption counter coming. Yeah. They're just so hard. They're so glitchy because I had so many of the different counters.
Okay.
This compounded the appalling grief of the families of those poor 20 children who were gunned to pieces by a lunatic with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. They were already grief-stricken beyond belief, and this guy poured petrol onto that grief quite deliberately to make a huge amount of money.
Wait, how does he know that it was deliberate? And what money? Because again, Jones barely even covered it out of all his coverage. So here, Piers just towing the propaganda line here.
From his InfoWars.
Play the clip then, Piers. Andrew Tate should have asked him, play the clip of Jones denying that the event occurred. Still, nobody has played it.
Fake news bullshit. And as a result, a lot of the families have now sued him, and they've won. And he's going to have to pay.
They didn't win. It was a default judgment. Again, Piers just spamming with the false propaganda. They didn't even allow him to no jury even heard like, it was a default judgment because they asked Jones to provide documentation from his terminated Google account that he didn't even have access to. Not to mention, how did it even get there? Because in order for it to be defamation, you know, with public figures, I mean, you have to prove malice, aforethought. You have to prove all these things, and you have to prove that Jones didn't believe what he was saying. Because if Jones truly believed everything he was saying, that's not defamation, whether it's true or not.
Pay back tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in damages to these families,
And what damages? Did any of were the families unable to get a job because of what Jones said? I mean, I don't know. Troubling Tribune says, you would think Piers would be in better shape from all that line toting. Oh, man.
Right, it won't do anything about the pain he caused them. Some of them actually had people turn up outside their houses with guns because Alex Jones had told them that these parents were making it all up.
What does one thing have to do with another? How is crazy people doing things so nobody should ever say anything in public? Because somebody could show up outside somebody's house with a gun because of what Piers is saying right here.
They were all staged actors. It was all run by the government. So I simply say to you, now I've told you that, what is your view of Alex Jones?
I don't see why any of that has to do with me.
Look at Piers. Unable to get anything here. Piers is look at Piers' face. The goof got so thoroughly decimated. I think at this point, this was the most Piers has ever gotten destroyed. Even in the Fuentes debate, though, I'm not sure he was as intellectually destroyed as here. He was more emotionally destroyed, and he never recovered. But I think this was like the first nail in the coffin was this Tate interview right here, where Piers was just exposed as this complete illiterate buffoon.
Very interesting. I've done the guy's podcast. I know him well. He was professional and courteous to me. When I meet somebody and they show me respect, I show them back. Respect. That's what I do, as I did with you.
You respect him?
If somebody shows me respect, I show them respect back.
So if Adolf Hitler showed you respect, you'd respect him back?
That's a stupid question, Piers.
It's not. It's a logical extension of your argument.
No, if in 1931 I was walking through Germany and a man come up to me and said, sorry for bumping into you, I'd say, sorry, no problem, mate. I'd show respect back. I don't know. What are you trying to say?
I like how Tate completely exposed the gopher.
I sanction the Holocaust.
You literally just said if somebody respects you, you respect them back.
I say if somebody shows me respect, I show respect back. That's a good way to go through life.
Whoever it is.
If somebody shows me respect and is courteous to me, I'm courteous back. Yes.
How can you respect somebody who caused such misery and pain to Sandy?
I have no idea the specifics of the thing you're discussing. I don't understand any of it.
Well,
I don't know anything about it. You told me your version of events.
When did you go on the podcast?
I was on the podcast about four times in the last 4 years. I did one relatively recently.
So four times you went on Alex Jones's podcast.
Correct.
Promoting him, helping him make money.
I don't think it was promoting and helping him because...
Well, it's his podcast.
Well, yeah, but I've been on the podcasts of people who absolutely hate me. I've been on liberal left-wing podcasts. I've been on feminist podcasts. And no, you just sat here saying I would like you to agree, perhaps we can agree on this point, that I'm not a feminist. I go on feminist podcasts. I do a podcast circuit.
Look at Piers being taken to task for his goofery. Just absolute logical evisceration here of Piers Morgan. And he could do nothing about it. I mean, just absolutely dunked on, as the youngins say. Or should we say he got cooked? Man, I've never seen Piers destroyed this badly here. Just absolute decimation. Absolute decimation.
Are you not a feminist?
I don't know.
What do you think a feminist is?
Well, let's not change subject here, Piers. Stay on the subject.
You mentioned feminism.
Completely. But
the subject was, do you support somebody because you go on their podcast?
You're trying to get away from the point because what you did is you're trying to say because I did a podcast, I sanction all of this person's views. And I'm saying I do 5 podcasts a week. I do 5 podcasts a week and I don't sanction 100% the views of any other person on the planet because I'm an individual and he has an individual views, as do you. So I don't know why you're trying to come at me with one of his views and pretend that's something to do with me.
Because it's a pretty big view.
No, but it's a lame trick, Piers, and you're better than this. So let's move on.
Would you, if Vladimir...
Look at the scolding and the shaming. Because is that the only thing goofs like Piers respond to?
It's lame and let's move on.
If Putin had a podcast, would you go on it?
Sure.
You would? Great. Okay, then we know what you're talking about. Would you go on it?
Sure.
You would? Great. Okay, then we know what you're talking about.
If Vladimir Putin had a podcast, I'd go on it. If Joe Biden had a podcast, I'd go on it. If a feminist has a podcast, I'd go on it. If Piers Morgan has a podcast, I'll go on it. If Alex Jones, I mean, I don't see the point you're making. There's no point here. You're digging, but there's nothing to find.
Well,
just absolutely exposed. Oh, man.
Well, I'm not. I'm taking your position that if somebody shows you respect them.
I think that.
I'm saying there are lots of people in the world.
He didn't say he respects them. He says he shows respect back. Showing respect.
Do not respect. If Vladimir Putin showed me respect, I would not respect him.
That's your opinion. But
no, it's my view. What's your
that's
view?
your view. Well, you're
A view is an opinion, Piers.
Your view is you would.
You're sitting here, Piers, saying that I'm on uncensored show, and in your intro you said that it's important that we don't have echo chambers and we have varying and that we have varying opinions.
Correct.
But then you're saying the people you don't like, you wouldn't go on their podcast.
No.
So you are a hypocrite.
No.
I will go on anybody's podcast and discuss any point.
I don't think you understand what censorship means, do you? Like a lot of words we.
Piers's cope is pretending that other people don't understand. Every time he gets destroyed and completely exposed and eviscerated, his cope is, I don't think you understand, because he's the one who doesn't understand. So he has no other actual counter. He can't actually make any counter argument. So his cope is just saying, pretending the other person didn't understand.
We've had problems with today.
You're just saying you're just.
Because Piers is the one that had the problems and couldn't understand the basic definitions of the word.
What do you think censorship means?
No, but the point I'm trying to make here.
Hang on. What do you think censorship means?
Don't hide from the fact that you're saying you will only do podcasts with people you like.
Why do you think that's censorship?
No, that's your prerogative. My prerogative is
What does it do with censorship?
I'll discuss opinions with anybody, and I've done hard left wing. Why are you not asking me about the podcasts I've done for the people who are hard liberal
By the
left
way,
wing?
I don't care whether they're left or right.
Okay.
Extremists to me are all nuts, right?
Then we agree.
Yes.
So perfect.
Good.
Next subject.
Piers is a statist extremist, an authority-worshipping cultist extremist.
All right, here's my next subject. It was a very serious case here.
Jesus, and before we move on, sorry, Piers, but before you move on, I do find it kind of disingenuous, and I know we're on a show, and I don't have a personal problem with you, but it is kind of disingenuous to try and sit here and lump me in with some school shooting. That's nothing to do with me. That's nothing to do with me. On any level.
Let me respond.
On any level.
Let me explain. Like you've just said, you've been on this podcast 4 times.
In 4 years.
Since he said the whole thing was staged.
I don't know when he
said. I think the fact that a smart guy like you wants me to believe you had no idea that Alex Jones, who's been in the news now for the last 2 years for being sued by these families for the most heinous thing imaginable of pouring petrol onto their grief by claiming that shooting was staged. The fact that you're pretending you didn't know about any of that.
It's not about pretending
and you've been on his podcast 4 times, supporting him and making him money. So damn right I'm going to call you out on it.
When I do a podcast, if you think I spend time analyzing the point of view of that person and everything they've ever said
you should.
For years beforehand.
It's not years, it was minutes in most cases.
Years and years.
When did you last go on his... When did you last go on his podcast?
You trying to lump me in and attack me for a person whose podcast I do having a view is absolutely childish. Because I've done a bunch of podcasts with people.
You would do a podcast.
I've done a bunch of podcasts with people who are advocating for things that I do not agree with on every single level. In fact, most of my podcasts are me disagreeing with people. So it's completely crazy that you're trying to lump me in with that. That's cheap. That's cheap.
You are completely misconstruing the point of what I'm saying. I think deliberately.
No, what you're trying is a cheap trick. And I'm just making it clear to the audience.
It's not a cheap trick. I'm just curious where your moral line is.
It's a cheap trick.
Where's your moral line?
I disagree with the points of view with the majority of the people I do podcasts with. So it's a very cheap trick you're trying here. So
when people invent vile things to make themselves rich off the back of families of little kids who've been blown to pieces with a machine gun or a semi-automatic version of a machine gun,
Now he's got appeal to emotion logical fallacies that are built on houses of cards, right? Because kids can be tortured with knives, whatever. But obviously he has to toe the agenda of his handlers, which is to disarm all the law-abiding citizens. So he has to frame everything fallaciously.
I think that is actually a line I wouldn't cross. I wouldn't be happy to go on someone's podcast when they've been responsible for doing that. It's not about political views or differences of opinion over facts. It's about somebody deliberately inventing a pack of lies to compound the grief.
Says the guy inventing a pack of lies. The goofery.
For families. And I'm curious, you don't think you have any need to go down any kind of moral quandary about people like that before you continue to allow them to use you for their own promotion?
He didn't use me. He didn't use me for
Why does he have you on the podcast?
Because we disagreed and discussed points like we're doing with you right now.
Did you call him out on that?
Are you using me? We didn't discuss that.
I'm not using you. I'm giving you a platform most people aren't giving you right now to show the world who you really are.
Fantastic. So neither of us are using each other. I'm here on your show. I'm providing you with content. You're giving me a platform. and nobody's using each other. It's mutual. We don't agree on a whole bunch of issues.
That's fine.
And here we are.
I think we've had a robust exchange.
Yeah, just like I've done on nearly every other podcast. And if someone were to come and say...
I like how Piers thinks he contributed something by saying it's a robust exchange. I mean, Tate's doing all the heavy lifting. Piers is just demonstrating his illiteracy.
to me in the future, there's something, heaven forbid, there was a skeleton in your closet, and someone were to come to me and say, you were on Piers Morgan's show, did you know he's X or he's done X? I would say that's absolutely nothing to do with me.
Right. But
I make the same point protecting you. I don't know what you do. I don't know your personal life.
Shots fired.
I can guarantee one thing. I will not be inventing stories about the families of kids.
I hope not. I hope you're a righteous person.
I'm
But
not,
I don't
I'm
know.
not claiming to be a righteous person.
I don't know.
I'm just saying that I just think it's interesting that you have no moral compulsion about going on people.
It's not about moral compulsions. It's about I don't know what you do, Piers. You could have a bunch of skeletons in your closet, my friend. I don't have a clue. I'm here on your TV show.
I'm sure we all have lots of skeletons.
Wow. Piers revealing something there.
Let me ask you this.
So he's agreeing that he has a lot of skeletons. This is weird. This is weird. What has Piers been involved with other than Ghislaine Maxwell?
Interesting about the feminism thing.
Sure.
Do you identify as a feminist?
I think that women and men are fantastic. Both of us are fantastic. I think women reproduce. I think women need to be respected, protected, provided for.
What a misogynist.
I think that modern feminism is kind of hard for me to even truly understand.
What do you think it means? What is feminism?
I think that the idea of feminism is that men and women are equal under the law.
And do you believe that?
Completely.
We should be treated completely equal.
Yeah, but we are equal under the law. Wouldn't you agree?
Not really. I think there are still some issues in the world where, I mean, certainly in workplace.
We're talking about issues or law? Because Andrew Tate said law.
The gender pay gap remains.
Oh, wow. Piers peddling the gender pay gap lie? Didn't we go over that many times? Like women, especially in cities, women actually end up getting paid more than men a lot of the time for the same work. Because Piers has to be trolling here. Is he really this mentally disabled that he doesn't know that the pay gap did not factor in part-time versus full-time? Because obviously men that work part-time make less money than men that work full-time. Just like women who work part-time make less money than women who work full-time. And if it just so happens that less women work full-time than men, obviously on average men would get paid more. We're not talking about the same job with the same hours. So the goofery here, not to mention men are more likely than women to work extra hours without getting paid. But Piers doesn't actually, he's too mentally disabled to factor in these basics.
They're not treated equally in most cases, women?
Well, that can be discussed, the gender pay gap. I think that's already been discussed at length. I think that there's actually...
You think women should go to work?
I think women should work completely.
You do?
Why wouldn't they?
Because in the parts of the country, of the world you were mentioning earlier, that have different views of women, they don't go to work.
In the parts of the world that person from the podcast was from, for the point I made, yeah, they didn't. But I don't live in those parts of the world. I think women should be free to work if they choose. I think it's very important that the family unit remains. I do believe that in my personal view, the most important and respectful thing a woman can do is become a mother. I think that having children is a beautiful thing. But obviously, if a woman wants to work and wants to have a career, especially now with paternity leave or maternity leave, and she can manage to do both, why wouldn't I want women to work? I don't know why anyone would ever assume I don't want women to work or think women can't work, because I said that I should keep them safe sometimes.
The exposing of Piers' goofery and absolute illiteracy, I don't think Nick Fuentes did it to this level.
Good.
No, but it's interesting because you have to look at this, Piers. It's interesting how people extrapolate. Andrew said that he's responsible for a woman's safety, and he said that gives him authority to make decisions for her safety, and that's been misconstrued, and he's a bad person. He believes that women are property. So, but now we believe that Andrew doesn't believe in love. Andrew doesn't believe women should work. Andrew, I don't know where all of that comes from.
Well, that's why I'm glad we've had a chance to discuss
completely. I believe women are sovereign individuals, and they can make.
And this sounds like Piers just throwing in the towel at this point.
Any choice they
pretending this was a discussion and not a complete evisceration.
So desire. I think that it's important that we remember that a man has a duty. I think I certainly in my relationship have a financial responsibility to provide for my woman. My woman would never have to work unless she wanted to, because I'm the kind of person who works hard enough that she wouldn't have to.
Should young men, though, all aspire to be like you?
Should young men aspire to work very hard, have no criminal record, become multimillionaires, protect and provide for the women close to them, be sovereign so they can stand up and have their own points of view in face of cancellation, be able to not be mentally intimidated when they go on national TV and there's traps set up for them. Yeah, I believe that confident, strong men who stand up and protect and provide for women are a good thing for the world and a good force for the world. And I don't think that I put a magic spell on anybody. I think there's a whole bunch of men in the world who understands my value. And if men grow up to be like me, you're gonna have a whole bunch of people with no criminal record, dedicated athletes, who protect and provide for the people close to them, are fantastic for the economy. And I'm certainly not the worst influence out here, Piers. You have Little Nas twerking on the devil on music videos, which our children are digesting. You have drill artists singing about stabbing people to death in the middle of a knife crime epidemic. You have rabid psychopaths on whether the right or the left announcing violence on the other side. You have all these insanities in the world.
Notice how Piers didn't interrupt there. Piers has nothing to say on those things, because those are Illuminati sanctioned. Same handlers, same controllers as Piers Morgan.
Because I sit here and say, yeah, perhaps. Now you've laid it out and it offended you, I understand.
I didn't say it offended
Okay,
me.
cool.
I just read you the things.
You read things that you said they can be offensive and some people are offended.
Well, some people definitely were offended.
Absolutely. That's fine.
And honestly, I think some of the things you said were genuinely offensive and misogynist.
Okay,
So he was offended? What?
They offended you. Like I said earlier. So they offended you, which is fine. I said they offended you, you interrupted me, and now you're saying they offended you.
I like how Tate really exposed the goofery on display here in real time. Because a lot of people are overly concerned with being polite, and this is actually Tate being relatively polite here. He could have destroyed Piers so much worse. I think he actually did in some of the follow-up interviews that were not in studio.
Which is fine. But the point I'm trying to make is this. I'm not the devil. There are certainly worse people than me. And
I don't disagree
and they exist.
with
And I'm saying that my core tenets for the people who don't understand me are self-accountability, so I'm accountable for everything I've ever said. My core tenets are responsibility, so I'm responsible for everything I've said. My core tenets are traditional masculinity to a degree, which involves protecting and providing for women. And I'll make another point. Another point here that needs to be said. The number of women who have stood up and stuck up for me is ignored. Thousands of women are making videos saying, I've met Andrew Tate, he's such a nice guy. I wish I had a man like Andrew Tate who felt responsible to protect and provide for me. You know what? I do belong to my husband, that's why I married him and I love him. We ignore the thousands of women who stood up and stood by me and said everything I said is true. And we're taking a very vocal minority who have taken things I've said and are pretending to be absolutely and utterly devastated by them for some reason.
All right, time out.
Sure.
He wants to time out the truth, which just completely destroys Piers' entire hit piece here.
You've had a good run there.
Sure.
An inquest this week found that a 14-year-old girl, Molly Russell, died from an act of self-harm while suffering from depression and the negative effects of online content. The coroner said she was exposed to material that may have influenced her in a negative way, and in addition, what started as depression had become a much more serious depressive illness, and she very sadly took her life.
That's absolutely disgusting.
Right. Her father.
It's terrible.
Her father's campaign for better protections against potentially dangerous social media algorithms, right? It says that the particularly graphic content she saw romanticized acts of self-harm, normalized her condition, and focused on a limit.
Wait, what does that have to do with Tate? Tate's saying not to ever engage in self-harm. What? What does this have to do with him?
An irrational view without any counterbalance of normality. First of all, what is your response to that? Nothing to do with you.
That's the first thing. Yeah, it is nothing to do with me. The fact that a 14-year-old girl took her life is truly sad.
And it kind of doesn't, doesn't this support what Tate is saying? Like, society is so degenerate. And indoctrination facilities, aka schools, are failing to protect children in every aspect. Physically, mentally, intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, every aspect. The government has utterly failed. Some people say by design, on purpose, whatever. No child left behind, it just leaves them all behind. So yeah, this utter failure of society, the inversion of male-female roles and all of that, and in creating just this cesspool where how are teenagers supposed to be well-adjusted when you have people like Piers Morgan in position, in like these media personalities, all these people in the mainstream, Hollywood pushing all the degenerate filth. Like, how are they supposed to be healthy?
The world we live in today is The world we live in, the fact that something like that happened is almost mind-blowing to me. That's truly sad. I actually feel sad inside to see something like that. This fact that they just said it's romanticizing the gory element. I don't know what she was watching, some kind of suicide videos thing. I don't know where these things are created.
Do you think the tech companies should be much tougher about stuff like this?
I don't know what kind of things she watched, obviously. I have to be a professional here. I think that the tech companies need to do their best to protect people, I guess.
I mean, if you censor Hollywood, now again, I'm not into censoring, but if you did censor Hollywood and all of the mainstream, would the world be a healthier place? Very possible. Censor people like Piers Morgan, very possible.
To a degree, but it's a slippery slope, isn't it? And then they use this slippery slope to silence some people and to
right. And I think it's a really fine line, and it's a complicated line.
It is very.
I was interested in when you did an interview with the Times. Hugo Rifkin, he's a very good journalist. We did a big interview with him, and it was interesting to me his conclusion, because he kind of concluded that although he found a lot of the things he said awful and offensive, and he didn't like them, and he didn't want to be that kind of person that would say those kind of things, nor could he actually work out exactly what you'd done, which deserved mass wipeout by all the tech firms. I thought it was an interesting conclusion. I don't know the answer to that, other than the reason I mentioned the Molly Russell case, not because that has anything to do with you at all, and I reiterate that.
Thank you.
I simply ask you this. What has come clear to me in the interview is that a lot of things you say you wouldn't say now that you've said before.
But I'd say them differently, perhaps.
I mean, look at Piers always misconstruing every single time.
Yeah, right. So to me, that's an acceptance.
Piers can't get a single thing right.
Not just that you want to get back on platforms, because maybe that was one of the reasons you were no platform, but that you've recognized and understood the potential harm to the wrong kind of impressionable mind by some of the things you've said. Would that be fair?
I think that's 80% fair. I recognize and understand that with massive fame, you have to be more careful about being misconstrued. Like I said earlier, 1% of people misunderstanding you doesn't matter with a small audience. It matters with a very large audience. With power comes responsibility. I still believe the things I say. I do not want to be a negative force for the world. I also understand that I am a man who's lived a very difficult, nuanced life, and I am capable of making nuanced points that may be misunderstood by teenagers. However, that can be said about anybody and everything. Every opinion online can be misunderstood by children. Trying to protect children from the internet is a very interesting subject in and of itself, because I would argue that 80% of the content on the internet can be negative or detrimental to a young mind that doesn't understand the world. Yeah. I'd argue that all of it. We just talked about music videos and dancing on the devil and, all this stuff. All this stuff is dangerous.
By the way, I think you make a very good point on that. So, a lot of these rap stars, the lyrics, the videos, I think far exceed anything that you've been accused of doing.
And how much time has he spent on that? Just this half-a-second reference here versus an hour trying to catch Tate in something.
Completely.
Because in a lot of cases, some of them promote non-consensual activity with people, right? And I just think that crosses a line you have, as far as I've seen, you haven't crossed that line.
No, I haven't. And this is the thing. And I've been vilified, not because of the things I say, because...
Again, people claim he has, but again, regardless of that, you know, Piers is just so transparent into what his handlers want him to do here.
Much more extremist content already exists on the internet. I think the reason I've been attacked and vilified is because of the popularity, because I became so massively famous, not because of what I was actually saying. So as a professional, I analyze that and I understand that, okay, I'm massively famous now and certain things have been taken out of context. However, I still do believe I'm a force for good in the world. And I'm not going to sit here
and say... Have you changed, though?
It's not about changing.
Well, it is. We're all involved in an evolution. How old are you now?
I'm 36.
36, right? I bet you're a different person to what you were when you were 26.
Oh, that's
and
absolutely.
16,
that's
right?
absolutely a fact.
So we all change. And Mike, you keep talking about being a good person.
Yeah.
I think if you're honest with yourself, that you can see why people found a lot of the stuff you've said problematic and misogynist. And I think you've recognised you wouldn't express yourself in that way again because you've understood that it's caused a lot of harm. And that's really what I wanted to get to today.
What harm has it caused?
Was an acknowledgement.
What harm has making those jokes caused, other than triggering goofs? But triggered goofs, they're going to find something to be triggered about. If it's not him, it's something else.
By you that these things clearly were said in the wrong way, created the wrong impression if you didn't mean them the way you intended them, and can therefore have a malevolent influence when you have a huge following.
Yeah, when you have a huge following, you certainly have to be a lot more careful about how you get certain points across. That's absolutely a fact.
Andrew, I appreciate you coming all the way from Romania.
Thank you.
It's been an interesting conversation, and I thank you for having it.
Cheers, friend.
Well, that's it from me. Whatever you're up to, keep it uncensored. Good night.
As he wants to censor everybody in public, or control how they say the messages. The goof that is Piers Morgan. Another failure by Piers Morgan. So yeah, again, Tate was arrested just days after this interview. Not before, but after. So, yeah, there you have it. Plenty more podcast series to cover. I'm going to be going over a lot more, and I do have a dedicated Andrew Tate deep dive coming up, examining the old footage and what kind of clues are there to possible illegal activity, which maybe none of which they're actually charged with, but they may have been involved in other illegal activity. So, thanks again for joining us for another edition of MindShock Q&A. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.